You don't have to be handsome, rich, or socially dominant to seduce anyone. You just need something that others don't have. The ability to activate pleasure in the brain of the person in front of you without saying a single word about yourself. Does that sound like an exaggeration? This is exactly how CIA spies create alliances, how salespeople manipulate buyers, and how true masters of seduction become emotional addictions rather than passions. The uncomfortable truth is, the more you talk about yourself, the less interesting you become. And paradoxically, the less you reveal, the more irresistible you become. As long as you know how to make the other person talk about themselves in a pleasurable way. This is the core of one of the most dangerous secrets of social psychology: informational superiority. A concept refined by intelligence services to gain the trust of hostile targets, and which, when adapted to the game of attraction, transforms you into the most seductive type of presence: the empathetic enigma. The one who listens to you so accurately that you forget to ask who he is. Because deep down, it doesn't matter. You just want to keep feeling what you feel around him. Dopamine has already decided for you. But here's the contradiction that few have the courage to admit. What we seek most is to be heard, and what we do least is listen. We live in a performance culture where every sentence is an attempt to impress, where every personal story seeks applause, and that's why most fail miserably at creating real connection. Because no one wants to compete for a stage when all they need is an audience. This is the first secret the CIA teaches you. People are programmed to trust those who validate them, and not those who present themselves as spectacular. When I first heard this, I thought it was an exaggeration, a cheap trick of emotional manipulation. But when I started observing the masters, the real ones, the ones who don't need to prove themselves, I realized that they all use this same structure, intuitively or not. Questions that trigger emotion, validations that generate pleasure, silence that awakens mystery. And none of them made big speeches about themselves. They let the other person reveal themselves. And by doing so, they took invisible control of the interaction, not by force, but by intelligence. Nietzsche wrote, "What is good? Whatever increases our sense of power, and few feelings increase our inner power, as much as the feeling of being understood effortlessly." That's exactly what the CIA hack does. It makes the other person feel so understood, so valued, and so in tune with you that they simply let their defenses down. And when the defenses are down, seduction kicks in. But here's a warning. This is not a trick to get a WhatsApp number. It's a system of profound influence. It's an access code to the unconscious mind. And like any powerful tool, it can be used to build or to destroy. What you're going to learn today is how to use this code with strategic awareness to become magnetic, unforgettable, and above all, to leave a lasting emotional mark on any social or intimate interaction. You'll learn how to turn common questions into portals of connection. The biggest lie of modern seduction is this, that to attract someone, you need to impress. Show your worth, tell epic stories, have a sculpted physique, a social resume worthy of a TV series character. The world sells you the idea that winning someone over is like a job interview. The more you show, the more chances you have. But this logic is emotional suicide, because it starts from a silent and toxic premise. You still need to prove that you are worthy. But real attraction, the visceral kind, does not operate on this logic. It is illogical, unconscious, and brutally primitive. And if you are still trying to be interesting, it is because you have not understood one thing. People do not fall in love with someone who is interesting. They fall in love with someone who makes them feel interesting. The trick is not to be a show. It is to be the stage where the other person feels like the protagonist. And that is where the most powerful technique of silent seduction comes in. Strategic validation. And no, we are not talking about generic compliments. We are talking about deep psychological mirroring to make someone feel seen on a level that even they themselves are not used to. And this is not done with ready-made phrases. It is done with active listening, emotional reading, and verbal precision. The CIA calls this verbal mirroring, but the principle is much older. In ancient Greece, Socrates already used questions to make the other person reveal themselves. And in the salons of Versailles, courtiers trained in charm learned to ask questions that seemed like disguised compliments. This is nothing new. The difference is that now we know why this works. It releases dopamine. Every time someone feels that they are being truly understood, the brain activates the reward circuit. The person feels validated. And here's the magic. When they associate this feeling with your presence, they want more of you. Even if they don't know why, they chase you emotionally because being with you is the same as feeling special. And this is the greatest social addition their island. So, how do you apply this in practice with what we call the cycle of 3? 3 simple moves that, when executed well, transform any ordinary conversation into an irresistible connection. First, an emotional question. Something that isn't just, "What do you do?" but that touches on something more internal. What do you love to do when no one is watching you? What was the lightest moment of your day so far? What would you do tomorrow if the world stopped and you were the only one? These questions are disarming because they don't have a logical objective. They open space for the subjective, and the unconscious loves that. Second, a deepening question. Here, you take what the person answered and dive deeper. This shows presence. It shows that you are truly listening. And this is the point where their brain starts to release dopamine with force. Example, "I love to paint when I'm alone." And what exactly do you feel when you're painting? What keeps you so caught up in it? This type of question generates introspection. And introspection, when guided by another person, becomes a bond. It's as if you're helping her understand herself, and no one forgets who does this. Third, reflective validation. Here, you take what she said and transform it into a reflection of value, but with precision, not with empty compliments, with words that show that you understood. For example, I know a lot of people who are constantly chasing attention. The fact that you value solitary time to create is magnetic. It shows that you have your own world. That's rare. You're not saying that she's beautiful. You're saying that the way she experiences the world is enchanting, and that my friend is infinitely more powerful because it touches the ego. Yes, but it also touches the identity. It validates not only appearance, but essence. Now, understand the following. This sequence is not a magic formula. It's a structure. And like every structure, it needs to be adapted to the context. It's not about memorizing questions. It's about practicing active listening, observing nuances, and understanding that each person has a different door to open. Some open it through art, others through pain, others through humor. The key is always there. You just have to stop trying to show your brilliance and start seeing theirs. But here comes the interesting contradiction. Too much validation without challenge generates disinterest. The human mind needs contrast to stay focused. That's why validation needs to be followed by a light provocation, a subtle disagreement, a mirroring with friction. Just as gold needs fire to be purified, desire needs contrast to grow. For example, you can say, "You seem to me like someone who likes to control everything, even when you pretend you're not controlling." That's hypnotizing and a little dangerous. Here you mix validation, emotional reading, and light provocation. Result: you plant doubt, curiosity, and pleasure in the same sentence, and her mind will want more. Robert Greene said that the true seducer is not the one who impresses. It's the one who gently disturbs the other's ego, not with attacks, but with precise reading, with sentences that are like sharp knives. They cut with class, without leaving blood. Strategic validation is this: a dance between recognition and challenge, between the mirror and the mystery. And you know what's even more fascinating? The more you apply this, the less you talk about yourself. And the less you talk, the more enigmatic you become. And the more enigmatic, the more fascinating. It's the perfect paradox. The more you focus on the other person, the more they focus on you. But maybe you're thinking, isn't this manipulation? And here's the brutal reflection. Manipulation is when you lie to get something. What we're doing here is different. We're revealing layers that the person themselves hides from themselves. We're creating space for them to be seen. And let's face it, in a world of distraction, inflated ego, and superficiality, this is a rare gift. And whoever offers this kind of gift is not forgotten ever. Have you ever talked to someone for half an hour, left enchanted, and only later realized, I don't know anything about this person? But still, you feel like talking to them again to learn more, to go back? Logic doesn't explain it. Reason tries to resist, but something pulls you back. This something has a name, and it is one of the most discreet and devastating weapons in the psychology of seduction. Informational superiority. What the CIA understood, and what few seducers master, is that real power is not in showing off, but in collecting. True social dominance does not come from speaking well, but from making others talk with pleasure. Every time someone reveals intimate information, a feeling, a memory, they are giving you not only words but trust. And this trust is the hardest bond to break. Most people think that seducing is conquering, when in fact, seducing is being chosen without offering yourself. And to do that, you need to create a presence that arouses desire and comfort at the same time. An emotional space where the other person feels free to be who they are, but curious about who you are. It's a game of tension and absence. You're there, but you remain invisible. And for that very reason, you're unforgettable. Informational superiority works for two central reasons. The first is neurochemical. When someone talks about themselves and feels they're being understood, the brain activates dopamine and oxytocin, the hormones of pleasure and connection. But here's the fatal detail. The person who listens with presence is the one who becomes associated with this pleasure. In other words, the pleasure of the conversation is not about them, it's about you. The second reason is psychological mystery. Human beings desire what they don't understand, and they respect what they don't control. When you create this combination, a presence that generates pleasure and at the same time maintains mystery, you activate the most addictive duality of seduction. They feel intimate with you. And this ambiguity is an emotional magnet. The mind begins to project, to imagine, to fill in the gaps. And the more she projects, the more space you occupy in her head. Even if you've never told her anything about your life, this is power, pure power, but a silent kind, invisible, cold, lethal. And this is where we walk a fine line. Because this type of seduction, if misused, turns into high-level emotional manipulation. That's why it's essential to understand the difference between maintaining mystery and creating confusion. Mystery makes you provocative. Confusion makes you dishonest. The line is subtle, but intention is what separates the master from the charlatan. So, how do you apply this superiority in practice? First, with a reconfiguration of identity, you're not there to be discovered. You're there to discover. Your focus is not on being validated, it's on validating. Your goal is not to tell stories, it's to provoke revelations. Every time you do this, you collect precious information about the other person's insecurities, desires, fantasies, traumas, and emotional patterns. And this doesn't just give you an advantage, it gives you control. Second, you need to practice what I call guided curiosity. It's not asking just anything. It's asking as if you were investigating an emotional mystery, because every person holds within themselves a story that they haven't yet told in the right way. When you find that story and listen with real attention, you become something rare for that person. The first one who saw what no one else saw. And don't underestimate the power of this, because we live in a world where everyone wants to be heard, but no one knows how to listen. And when someone listens with quality, with precision, with presence, it becomes addictive. But be careful. This only works if you don't break the code of silence. From the moment you start explaining yourself too much, telling your story, justifying yourself, you lose your charm. You become just like everyone else, predictable. And predictability kills desire. The secret is in the alternation. Listen deeply and speak superficially. Throw in enigmatic phrases, fragments of truth, but never give away the whole picture. For example, you can say, "You seem like someone who has had to rebuild themselves in silence. Maybe that's why you have such control over everything." Here, you give insight but not context. You show reading but not explanation. And when she asks you, "And you, have you ever been through something like this?" you answer with a slight smile. "Maybe, but today I prefer to listen. The best stories are not mine." This is more than charm. This is elite social intelligence. It's the same kind of posture that charismatic leaders, brilliant therapists, and magnetic artists have. They say little, but when they do, they carry weight, because they have built the right stage before stepping onto it. Robert Greene speaks of this masterfully in The Art of Seduction. He claims that the seducer needs to master the power of absence, because what is scarce is valued, and what is valued is desired. Showing everything about yourself is like leaving a dessert on display in an open display case. The first fly spoils the charm, but when you save the best for the right moment, you transform every detail into something memorable. And here's a brutal insight. You only need 20% of someone's attention to dominate 80% of their perception of you. This is called exposure bias. The human mind fills in the gaps with what it desires. If you are enigmatic, kind, and provocative enough, it will fill in the gaps with projections. and projections are always more seductive than any truth you could tell. This is what turns conversations into addiction, interactions into memories. You become the one she remembers before going to sleep. Not because you said something amazing, but because you made her feel something rare, the pleasure of being listened to intelligently. But how do you maintain this without seeming artificial? The answer is simple: practice. Spies train for years to do this naturally, but you can start now. When you meet them next, resist the temptation to tell your story. Instead, enter as a silent observer. Ask deep questions, validate accurately, maintain the mystery. You'll see people will leave the conversation wanting to meet you again, even if they don't know why, because their brains have already associated your presence with the feeling of being unique. And remember, the less you reveal, the more power you retain. What separates a common conversation from an addictive experience? What turns a simple dialogue into something that resonates in the mind days later? The answer is not in the words themselves. It is in what they trigger, what they activate. And this activation has a name, a form, and a measurable effect. Dopamine, the molecule of anticipation, the hormone of pleasure and desire, the invisible weapon of modern seduction. If you have understood the power of validation and mastered the art of informational superiority, now you need to understand the biological engine that makes all this possible. Because we are not just talking about social strategy, we are talking about emotional neuroengineering, the intentional use of your words to activate chemical reactions in the other person's brain. Reactions that generate pleasure, comfort, curiosity, and addiction. And here is the brutality of the process. The human brain does not differentiate between a physical experience and a well-constructed emotional experience. In other words, when you conduct a conversation that activates dopamine, the other person's brain begins to associate you with the same reward circuit activated by sex, food, drugs, or victory. You become the trigger, you become the stimulus. And when that happens, logic dies, attachment is born. But be careful, dopamine is not love, it is not affection. It is not fondness. Dopamine is impulse. It is desire. It is movement toward a goal. And that means you can make someone feel attracted, interested, fascinated, even without ever touching them, even without revealing anything personal. Because dopamine doesn't need content. It needs context. The context in this case is your ability to create micro-experiences of validation, discovery, and mystery. Think like a movie screenwriter. Every line you say should generate a little anticipation, a slight discomfort, a clue without a conclusion. The human mind hates gaps, and you will use them as fuel. The more emotional gaps you leave, the more dopamine its brain releases trying to fill them. Practical example. You know what's weird? Sometimes, the sweetest people I've ever met had a deep anger that no one ever noticed. Pause. Silence. And the inevitable question arises in her mind. Is he talking about me? Or did he see that in me? This directed ambiguity is a bait, an unspoken question that forces her brain to explore further, and the more she explores, the more dopamine she releases. Another example, you have a look that seems to be holding a story that no one had the courage to ask. You are not stating anything, you are suggesting. And the suggestion, when done masterfully, is worth more than any statement because it gives space for the other person to fill with their own fantasy. And personal fantasies are always more powerful than imposed reality. That is where dopamine comes in strong, because the brain begins to predict future emotional rewards. And every prediction of reward is a chemical trigger. This is the neurological basis of addiction, unresolved anticipation. When you become someone who constantly triggers this anticipation through cryptic questions, unexpected validations, well-placed silences, you literally become a source of dopamine. But there's more. When someone talks about themselves and feels they're being heard, the brain doesn't just release dopamine, it also releases oxytocin, the hormone of trust and bonding. And this combination is dangerous because now you're not just interesting, you're trustworthy. And when the brain combines desire with security, that's when deep attachment is born. You become the person with whom they feel they can be themselves, and at the same time, the person they haven't yet figured out. The brain's paradise, the ego's hell, the perfect territory for seduction. But to master this effect, you need to stop seeking attention and start mastering tension. Yes, tension. Because the brain only releases dopamine when there's movement towards something desired but not yet achieved. That's why seduction that works isn't the one that gives everything away. It's the one that provokes, that instigates, that brings closer and retreats, that turns on and off, like a psychological dance where every gesture has intention and every silence carries weight. Robert Greene wrote that a true seducer is an emotional theater director. He creates scenes, drives emotions, manipulates perceptions, but never loses control of the narrative. That's what we're doing here. Building emotional scenes where the other person feels special, seen, challenged, and intrigued, all at the same time. This overload of stimuli is what turns a simple conversation into a dopaminergic experience. But you might be wondering, what if this is used against me? The answer is, it probably has been. Advertising, social media, religious leaders, spiritual gurus, and even emotional manipulators use these strategies every day. The difference is that now you understand what's happening. And more importantly, you can use it consciously, not to control, but to create experiences of real value. Because in the end, dopamine only transforms into a legitimate connection if there's truth. If you're really present, if you're sincerely listening, if your words are aligned with what you're feeling, that's what separates the authentic seducer from the cheap manipulator, the intention behind the technique. Use this power responsibly, because when you learn to provoke pleasure in the brain of another person, you also take on the responsibility of not becoming addicted to ego, of not using it as a bargaining chip, but rather as a bridge of connection. And here is the brutal conclusion of this chapter. You don't need to be pretty. You don't need to be funny or confident. You just need to be the space where the other person feels pleasure in existing. When you become a catalyst for emotional dopamine, you stop chasing and you start being chased. Not out of need, but out of pure neurochemistry. And if you think this is an exaggeration, try it. Take the focus off yourself for a day. Practice the cycle of 3. Apply informational superiority and observe. The reactions will be almost mathematical because the human brain is predictable, but few have the courage to use it to their advantage. Now you know. You know that the game was never about looking interesting, but about being the reflection of where the other person feels special. That the key to a deep connection is not in your stories, your achievements, or your appearance. It's in your presence, in your listening, in the silence between your words. It's in how you lead the other person to a place where they rediscover themselves and associate you with this emotional rebirth. This is pure seduction and more. It's power. But here's the brutal question. Will you have the courage to use this power? Because the path you've taken so far has given you tools, strategies, understanding. But now the decision is yours. Because using this kind of influence requires something rare. It requires that you give up the habit of talking about yourself, that you resist the need to prove your worth, that you trust your silence as much as your speech. And that, my friend, is not easy because we are programmed to want approval, to seek applause, to sell ourselves all the time. But the more you try to sell yourself, the less value you have. Real seducers don't chase attention. They collapse it around them, not through effort, but through magnetism. And magnetism is born of awareness, of intention, of the ability to be the stage, not the show, of being the portal, not the protagonist. You become unforgettable when you understand that the other person doesn't want to know about your life. They want to know how you feel around you. That's the choice before you now. Continue being the guy who talks, who tries, who forces, or become the man who listens, who understands, who provokes. The kind of presence that enters a room and changes the energy without having to open his mouth. And if this video sparked something in you, a discomfort, a clarity, a memory, don't ignore it. Comment below. I choose to be magnetic. This is not just a video. It's a game changer for anyone who wants to play the game of influence and seduction with intelligence and strategy. Share it with someone who is still blindly trying to prove their worth. Maybe he still has salvation. And remember, seduction deep down has never been about conquering the other person. It has always been about dominating yourself. Because true power is making the other person fall in love with the version of themselves that appears when they are with you. "90 seconds. That's how long the conversation lasted. I watched it happen at a hotel bar in Chicago. A woman sitting alone, clearly uninterested in company. 3 men had already approached her that evening. Each one talked for a few minutes, Each one walked away with nothing. Then he sat down. He didn't open with a compliment. He didn't ask what she was drinking. He didn't try to be clever or funny. He said something I couldn't hear from where I was sitting, but I saw her reaction. Her body turned toward him within 30 seconds. She was laughing within 60. By 90 seconds, she was the one asking questions. I found out later what he said, and I'm going to share it with you. But the words themselves aren't the point. The point is what those words did. They reversed the gravity of the conversation. Let me explain what I mean. In every conversation between a man and a woman, there's an invisible force, a pull. And that pull goes in one of two directions. Either she's pulling toward you, or you're pulling toward her. Either she's leaning in, wanting more, trying to understand you better, or you're doing those things, trying to prove yourself, trying to keep her interested, trying not to lose her. Most men spend entire conversations pulling toward women, complimenting, explaining, filling silences, asking questions without listening to answers because they're already planning what to say next. And women feel this. They feel the direction of the gravity, and they categorize you accordingly. Men who pull toward them get categorized as seekers, chasers, nice guys who want something. Men who create pull toward themselves get categorized as something else entirely. Intriguing, worth knowing, worth pursuing. Schopenhauer understood this principle a century before modern psychology named it. He wrote that the person who wants the least controls the dynamic not because wanting is wrong, but because visible wanting shifts power. The moment your desire becomes obvious, the other person gains leverage. And leverage changes everything. This video is about reversing conversational gravity, making her lean toward you instead of the other way around. Not through tricks or manipulation, through understanding the actual architecture of compelling conversation. Robert Greene called this the art of strategic absence. In conversation, it's not about what you say. It's about what you don't say, the spaces you create, the questions you leave unanswered, the mystery you maintain without appearing to maintain it. Here's what we'll cover today. 6 principles that govern conversation between men and women. Each one creates gravity in your direction. The first is the gravity principle itself, understanding and reversing the pull. The second is the question architecture, how the structure of your questions determines her investment level. The third is the tension calibration, when to create discomfort and when to release it. The fourth is the silence weapon, why pauses are more powerful than words. The fifth is the revelation ladder, how to share information about yourself in ways that increase rather than decrease intrigue. The sixth is the conversational exit, ending interactions in ways that create craving. By the end, you won't just know what to say. You'll understand why certain conversations create attraction and others kill it. You'll see the invisible forces at work. And once you see them, you can shape them. Let me tell you about the man in Chicago. His opening line was this: "You look like you were about to make a decision you might regret." That's it. 8 words. Nothing clever, nothing rehearsed sounding, just an observation that demanded a response. Why did it work? First, it assumed something about her, not about her appearance, about her internal state. Most men open with observations about externals. "You're beautiful. I like your dress." This says nothing she doesn't already know, but suggesting she's wrestling with a decision, that's different. That implies he sees something beneath the surface. Second, it created an open loop. She had to respond. She had to either confirm or deny. She had to engage with his frame rather than her own. Third, and most importantly, it established him as the observer, not the seeker. He wasn't there to prove himself. He was there because he noticed something and found it worth mentioning. The gravity was already pointing his way. Machiavelli wrote that the wise man makes opportunities rather than waiting for them. In conversation, this means you don't wait for her to become interested. You create the conditions where interest is the natural response. Now, let me tell you what most men do instead. They walk up with nothing to say. They rely on situational improvisation. "Hi, I'm John. What brings you here? What do you do? Where are you from?" These questions aren't wrong. They're empty. They have no gravity. They're information exchanges, not conversation. And information exchanges create no pull. Even worse, They put the man in seeker position immediately. He's the one asking. She's the one deciding whether to answer, how much to share, whether he's worth talking to. The gravity points toward her from word one, and it rarely shifts. Jung wrote about the first impression as a kind of imprint. The initial frame of an interaction tends to persist. If you establish yourself as the pursuer in the first 30 seconds, escaping that frame requires significant effort. Most conversations never recover from weak openings. That's why the opening matters so much. Not because it determines everything, but because it determines the starting gravity. And conversations are much easier to maintain in your direction than to reverse. The man in Chicago knew this. His opening wasn't an accident. It was designed. Let me show you how to design yours. Before I give you specific techniques, I need you to understand something fundamental about conversation. Something most people never grasp. Words are the surface. Energy is the substance. You can say all the right things with the wrong energy and create nothing. You can say almost nothing with the right energy and create everything. This is why scripts fail, why memorized lines feel hollow, why the same opener that works for one man falls flat for another. Energy transmits. Women feel it before they process your words. They know within seconds whether you're pulling toward them or whether you're creating pull. The words just confirm what their nervous system has already registered. Schopenhauer called this the will, expressing itself through the body. Your internal state leaks through every channel. Posture, breath, eye contact, vocal tone, the speed at which you speak, the pauses between sentences. All of it communicates. So the first question isn't, what should I say? The first question is, what energy am I bringing? Let me give you the contrast. Energy that pulls toward her. I hope she likes me. I need this to go well. I don't want to say the wrong thing. I should impress her. I should be interesting. Energy that creates pull toward you. I wonder if she's interesting. Let's see what she's about. This could be fun, or it could be boring. I'll decide in a few minutes. Feel the difference. The first energy is oriented around her judgment. The second is oriented around your judgment. The first makes her the prize. The second makes you the one evaluating. Neither energy is about arrogance. The second one isn't, I'm better than her. It's, I'm complete without her approval. I'm curious, not desperate. I'm here to explore, not to prove. This internal shift is the foundation of everything else. Without it, techniques become performances. With it, even average words land with weight. Now, let me show you the gravity principle in specific application. There are 3 conversational moves that create pull toward you. I call them the hook, the challenge, and the withdrawal. The hook is an observation that creates curiosity. It says something about her that she didn't expect. It demonstrates perception. It opens a loop. Examples. You seem like someone who's really good at pretending to be interested in things. You have this energy, like you're always about 3 seconds from laughing at something. I feel like you probably have very strong opinions about things most people don't think about. Notice what these don't do. They don't compliment appearance. They don't ask for information. They don't seek approval. Notice what they do. They observe, they suggest. They invite response without demanding it. When you deliver a hook, something shifts in her. She thinks, how did he see that? Or, that's not quite right. Let me explain. Or, who is this person? All 3 responses create engagement. All 3 create pull toward you. The challenge is a statement that creates slight resistance. Not conflict, not rudeness, just enough friction to generate heat. Examples. I'm not sure you could handle the kind of adventure I'm thinking about. You seem like someone who plays it safe. I could be wrong. I bet you've never done anything truly spontaneous in your life. Challenges work because they trigger her desire to prove herself, not in an aggressive way, in a playful way. She wants to show you that you've underestimated her, and in showing you, she invests. Robert Greene wrote about the power of occasionally creating doubt. When someone is too certain of your interest, they stop working for it. But when they sense they might not have you, when they sense you might have misjudged them, energy rises. The withdrawal is a reduction of attention or interest, not punishment, not game playing, just the natural rhythm of someone who isn't desperate. Examples. After she says something that doesn't interest you, you simply look away, not dramatically, just naturally. like your attention wandered because she didn't hold it. Mid-con conversation, you check your phone briefly, not rudely, just enough to show that other things exist in your world. You shorten your responses. She gives you a long explanation. You respond with, "That's interesting," rather than matching her energy. Withdrawals create vacuum, and vacuums get filled. When you withdraw slightly, she'll often invest more to bring you back. She'll ask more questions, she'll try harder, she'll lean in rather than lean back. Now, here's the critical balance. Hook, challenge, and withdrawal must be mixed with genuine warmth. If you only create friction, you become unpleasant. If you only withdraw, you become cold. The art is in the rhythm. Engage warmly, create slight friction, withdraw slightly, and re-engage. Each cycle pulls her a little closer. This is the dance of attraction. Advance and retreat, tension and release. The static line creates nothing. The rhythm creates everything. Let me give you a scene. You're at a gathering. You approach her with a hook. You look like you are either having the best night of your life or completely planning your escape. She laughs, says she's definitely planning an escape. Then you challenge. Really? You don't seem like someone who leaves early. You seem like you stay and cause trouble. She pushes back, says she can be trouble. You withdraw. Maybe. Haven't seen any evidence yet. Anyway, I should check on my friends. You start to turn. Watch what happens. She doesn't want you to leave. The loop isn't closed. She hasn't proven herself yet. She'll say something to keep you there. And now the gravity has reversed. Most men ask questions to fill silence. They ask questions because they've run out of things to say. They ask questions as a stalling tactic, while they search for something interesting. This is backwards. Questions are not filler. Questions are instruments. The right question at the right moment can create more pull than any statement. The wrong question at any moment can kill a conversation instantly. I'm going to teach you the question architecture, a framework for understanding which questions create gravity toward you and which questions push it away. There are 3 types of questions: information questions, opinion questions, and depth questions. Information questions are the ones most men default to. What do you do? Where are you from? How do you know the host? Have you been here before? These questions have 0 weight. They're administrative. They treat her like a form to be filled out rather than a person to be understood. And worse, they put you in seeker position. You're requesting data. She's deciding whether to grant it. Every information question you ask early in conversation pushes gravity away from you. Opinion questions are slightly better. What do you think about this place? How do you feel about your work? What's your take on whatever topic you've been discussing? Opinion questions create more engagement because they invite her perspective rather than just her data, but they're still oriented around extraction. You're still the one asking. She's still the one providing. Depth questions are where real pull lives. A depth question is one that invites reflection, one that asks her to consider something she hasn't fully articulated before, one that makes her feel seen while simultaneously making her curious about you. Examples. What's something you're passionate about that most people don't know? When do you feel most like yourself? What's a belief you've changed your mind about in the last few years? If you could master any skill instantly, what would it be and why? Notice the difference. These questions don't extract information. They invite exploration. She has to think. She has to reveal something real, and in that revelation, she invests. Freud understood that people bond most deeply when they share things they don't normally share. Surface conversation creates surface connection, but when someone tells you something true about themselves, something they haven't told others, a bond forms. They've invested. And people value what they've invested in. But here's the key most men miss. You don't ask depth questions immediately. You earn them. The architecture looks like this. Phase 1, observation and hook. No questions at all. You lead with statements, perceptions, assumptions about her that invite correction or confirmation. Phase 2, light questions that demonstrate interest without seeking approval. These are not information questions. They're curiosity questions phrased like, "I'm curious why you chose that," or "What made you decide to do that," instead of something else. Phase 3, depth questions, but only after she's already engaged, only after the gravity is already pointing toward you. Now the depth question lands as genuine interest rather than as interview technique. Let me show you the wrong way. He approaches, says hi, asks what she does. She tells him. He asks follow-up questions about her job. She answers politely, but without energy. He asks where she's from. She tells him. He asks if she likes living here. She says it's fine. The conversation limps along until she excuses herself. Every question he asked was seeking. Every question maintained her as the judge and him as the applicant. Gravity never shifted. Now watch the right way. He approaches with an observation. You seem like you're the only person here who's actually thinking about something. She responds, asks what he means. He says, everyone else is in performance mode. You look like you're somewhere else entirely. She laughs, admits she was daydreaming. He doesn't ask what about. He says, I do that constantly. My mind goes to the strangest places when I should be paying attention. Now she's curious. She asks, like what? He answers with something real but slightly mysterious. Doesn't over-explain. She shares something similar. Now, only now, does he ask a deeper question. What's the thought that keeps pulling you back even when you try to focus on something else? This question lands completely differently than it would have 5 minutes earlier because the frame is already established. He's not interviewing her. He's exploring alongside her. The question feels like intimacy, not extraction. Machiavelli wrote that timing is the master variable. The same action at different moments produces completely different results. Questions obey this law absolutely. Here's the rule. She should be asking you at least as many questions as you are asking her. If you're the only one asking, the gravity is wrong. You're pulling toward her. Correct this by reducing questions and increasing statements. Statements don't require response. They don't seek, they give. Instead of, what kind of music do you like? Say, I have a feeling you listen to music that would surprise people. Instead of, do you travel much? Say, you seem like someone who'd get bored staying in one place too long. Statements let her respond if she wants, but they don't demand response. They don't position you as a seeker, and they often spark more interesting conversation than questions would. Marcus Aurelius wrote about the power of assertion over inquiry. The person who states shapes reality. The person who asks is shaped by answers. In conversation, be the one who shapes. Comfortable conversation doesn't create attraction. I need you to understand this completely. Comfort creates safety. Safety creates friendship. Friendship creates the category that kills romantic possibility. What creates attraction is tension. The right kind, at the right dose, at the right time. I call this the tension calibration, and it separates men who create chemistry from men who create pleasant, forgettable exchanges. Schopenhauer wrote that all desire emerges from lack. We want what we don't have. We crave what isn't certain. The moment something becomes fully possessed, fully secure, fully comfortable, the desire begins to fade. This applies directly to conversation. When she knows exactly where she stands with you, tension disappears. When she knows you like her, when she knows you're interested, when she knows you're not going anywhere, she begins to relax. And that relaxation, while pleasant, kills the spark. Your job in conversation is to create productive uncertainty, not cruelty, not coldness. Uncertainty, the kind that keeps her engaged, curious, slightly off balance. Let me show you the types of tension you can create. The first is interpretive tension. This is when she's not quite sure what you meant by something. Your words can be taken multiple ways. She's left to interpret, she thinks about you more. For example, she asks if you're flirting with her. Most men would either deny it awkwardly or confirm it eagerly. Both responses close the loop. Instead, you say, I haven't decided yet. That phrase creates interpretive tension. What does he mean? He hasn't decided. Is he testing me? Does he not find me attractive? Is this a game? What do I need to do? Each question keeps her engaged with you, thinking about you, trying to figure you out. The second type is status tension. This is when she's not sure if you approve of her, not whether she's attractive, whether she's interesting, whether she's worth your time. For example, she tells you about her job with obvious pride. Instead of validating immediately, you nod slowly and say, interesting. Do you actually enjoy it, or is it just impressive? You've just questioned the thing she presented for approval, not attacked it, questioned it. Now she has to respond more authentically. Now she has to earn your actual interest, not just receive automatic validation. The third type is approach tension. This is physical. It's the awareness that something could happen between you. Most men either avoid this tension entirely or escalate it too quickly. The art is in hovering. For example, you're sitting close to her. Your leg occasionally touches hers. You don't apologize. You don't acknowledge it. You don't escalate. You let the contact exist. The uncertainty about what it means, about whether it was intentional, about whether it will happen again, creates pull. Robert Greene wrote about the power of delayed gratification. The meal tastes better after hunger. The touch means more after waiting. When you hover and approach tension without resolving it, her anticipation builds. Now, let me show you calibration. Because tension without release becomes discomfort. Discomfort becomes rejection. The rhythm looks like this. Create tension. Hold it. Release it. Reset. Create tension. You give her a slight challenge. You question something she said. You create uncertainty about your interest. Hold it. You don't immediately soften. You let her sit with the tension for a moment. You maintain the frame. Release it. You say something warm. You give her a genuine compliment. You show that you actually do see her, that the tension wasn't hostility. Reset. You return to neutral, comfortable conversation, small talk, nothing charged. Then you create tension again. This rhythm mimics the natural pattern of genuine chemistry. Watch two people who are falling for each other. They're not constantly in tension. They're not constantly comfortable. They oscillate, they play, they push and pull. Jung called this the dance of opposites. Attraction requires polarity. Polarity requires contrast. Contrast requires rhythm. Let me give you a scene showing calibration. You've been talking for 10 minutes. Things are going well. She mentions she went to an impressive school. Create tension. You raise an eyebrow and say, "Is that something you want people to know about you?" She's slightly caught off guard, defends herself. Hold it. You nod slowly. Don't rescue her. Let her explain why she mentioned it. Release it. After she's responded, you smile genuinely. "I'm giving you a hard time. Actually, I respect that." Not everyone has the discipline to get there. Reset. You change the subject. Ask about something lighter. What's the strangest thing she's ever eaten? Keep it playful. 5 minutes later, you create tension again. She mentions she's very independent. You say, "Interesting. That's usually code for something." Hold it. She asks what you mean. You say, "In my experience, people who emphasize independence are often protecting against something. Could be wrong about you, though." She reveals something more real. Release it. You respond with genuine warmth to her revelation. Reset. Repeat. Nature wrote that the greatest artists are those who master tension and resolution. Music, storytelling, conversation, all art forms that work through the same principle. Build, hold, release. Build, hold, release. The man who masters this rhythm never has boring conversations, because boredom is the absence of tension, and he knows how to create it, sustain it, and resolve it in ways that leave her wanting more. One final point. Tension should never become combat. If she's genuinely uncomfortable, you've miscalibrated. Read her. If she's pulling away, not playing, but actually withdrawing, you've pushed too far. Release immediately. Warmth restores safety. Then calibrate more carefully next time. The average man is terrified of silence. Watch him in conversation. The moment a pause opens, he rushes to fill it. Words spill out not because they add value, but because silence feels like failure. This fear is the source of most conversational weakness. Silence isn't absence. Silence is presence. And when you learn to wield it, silence becomes more powerful than anything you could say. I call this the silence weapon, and it operates on principles so deep that most men never even recognize what's happening. Schopenhauer wrote that noise is the enemy of thought. When we fill every space with sound, we prevent depth. We stay on the surface. We skim when we could dive. The man who allows silence creates room for something real to emerge. In conversation with women, this works on multiple levels. Level 1. Silence creates gravity. When you're comfortable in pause, you demonstrate something important. You're not anxious. You're not seeking approval. You're not afraid she'll leave if you stop entertaining her. That confidence transmits. Level 2. Silence creates investment. When you don't fill the space, she often will. And every time she fills space, she invests. She shares more. She reveals more. She does the work that deepens connection. Level 3. Silence creates interpretation. In silence, the mind searches for meaning. If you say something and then go quiet, she's left to interpret, to wonder, to think about you. Words close loops. Silence keeps them open. Let me show you tactical silence in application. The first application is the considered response. Most men answer questions immediately. She asks something. Words come out fast, reactive. This signals eagerness. It signals that her question is important enough to answer without thought. Instead, when she asks something, especially something meaningful, pause. Hold eye contact. Let 2 seconds pass, then answer. Those 2 seconds change everything. They signal that you're actually considering her question, that your answer isn't automatic, that you have thoughts worth waiting for. The pause also creates anticipation. She's waiting for your response. She's focused on you. The gravity points in your direction simply because of the delay. For example, she asks what you're looking for in a partner. Wrong response. Immediate answer, listing qualities. Right response, pause. A slight smile. Eyes hold hers. Someone who surprises me. Pause. I get bored easily. The pauses make the words land harder. They create weight. The second application is the invitational silence. When she says something interesting, don't immediately respond with your own contribution. Just look at her. Nod slightly. Let silence invite her to continue. What happens? She elaborates. She goes deeper. She shares things she didn't plan to share. Most men are so busy thinking about what they'll say next that they miss the power of simply receiving. When you create space and hold it, she fills it, and in filling it, she invests. Freud understood that people need to be heard more than they need to hear. The rare person who truly listens, who creates space, who doesn't rush to contribute becomes magnetic, because that experience is so unusual. The third application is the tension pause. This is silence used to amplify tension. After you say something challenging or flirtatious, you don't soften it with follow-up. You let it hang. For example, you've just said you're dangerous in ways people don't usually expect. Most men would immediately explain what they meant. They'd fill the tension with words. Instead, you go quiet. You hold eye contact. You let her sit with the statement. She's now thinking about what you meant. She might ask, she might not. Either way, the silence has made your words 10 times more powerful than they would have been with immediate elaboration. Robert Greene wrote that power comes from what you don't do as much as from what you do. The powerful don't rush. They don't explain. They don't fill. They let their words and actions speak for themselves, and the space around those words gives them room to resonate. Now, let me address the fear. The fear of silence comes from a belief that you're responsible for her experience, that if she's not entertained, you're failing, that if a pause occurs, she'll lose interest. This belief is false, and it's the belief itself that kills attraction. When you operate from this belief, you become her entertainment system. She doesn't have to invest, she just receives. And things that require no investment get devalued. When you release this belief, something shifts. You're no longer performing. You're present. You're allowing conversation to breathe. You are confident that the pauses do not threaten anything, because you know your value doesn't depend on continuous output. Marcus Aurelius wrote about equanimity in all circumstances. The wise man isn't disturbed by silence or noise, by action or inaction. He remains centered. This centeredness in conversation is the most attractive quality a man can have. Here's how to practice. Next conversation, deliberately extend your pauses. After she speaks, count to 2 before responding. Not dramatically, just enough to break your automatic pattern. When you're tempted to fill silence, don't let her fill it or let it exist. Either is fine. Notice what happens. Notice how she responds differently to a man who isn't rushing. Notice how conversations deepen when space exists for depth. Epictetus taught that we have power over our reactions, nothing else. You can't control whether silence makes her uncomfortable. You can only control whether silence makes you uncomfortable. And when it doesn't, something profound shifts. The man who's comfortable in silence is the man who doesn't need her, and the man who doesn't need her is the man she wants. This is the paradox at the heart of everything. Every man reveals too much too soon. He's excited, he's interested, he wants her to know him. So he shares his job, his past, his ambitions, his failures, his philosophy, his family, everything offered up in a single conversation, hoping that openness creates connection. It creates the opposite. Too much revelation too quickly doesn't build intimacy. It erases mystery. And mystery is the engine of attraction. Once she knows everything, there's nothing left to discover, nothing left to wonder about, nothing pulling her toward the next conversation. I call the correct approach the revelation ladder, a strategic framework for sharing yourself in ways that increase rather than decrease her interest. Machiavelli understood that power comes from what remains hidden. The prince who reveals his full hand loses advantage. The man who shows everything loses intrigue. This doesn't mean deception. It means sequencing. Let me explain the latter. Think of your personal revelations as rungs. At the bottom are surface things: job, hobbies, where you live. At the top are deep things: fears, dreams, wounds, beliefs about love and life. Most men skip rungs. They jump from surface to deep in a single conversation because they've been told that vulnerability creates connection. Here's what actually happens. She receives deep information before she's invested. It lands with no context. She hasn't earned it. She doesn't value it. And worse, it signals that you give this to everyone, that you're not selective, that you need her to understand you right now. The latter approach is different. You move one rung at a time. Each rung requires her investment before the next is revealed. Rung 1, surface information delivered with slight mystery. You mention your work, but don't explain it fully. You reference your past, but don't detail it. You gesture at depth without diving in. For example, she asks what you do. Instead of explaining your job, you say, "I help people solve problems they pretend they don't have." If she wants more, she has to ask. After she's invested through questions and her own sharing, you reveal slightly more. Still not the full picture, but more than before. For example, she's asked follow-up questions. You explain a bit more about your work, but you also mention, "What I really do is something else entirely. That's just how I pay for it." Now, there's another layer, another thing she doesn't know, another rung she needs to climb to, reserved for genuine intimacy. Hours in, not minutes, maybe not even the first conversation. She's proven she's worth it. She's shared her own depths. Now you match. For example, you mention a formative experience, something that shaped you, something real, but only because she's reached this rung through her own investment. This approach does two things. First, it maintains mystery across time. Each conversation reveals a little more. She feels like she's getting to know you, but there's always more. There's always a reason to see you again. Second, it creates reciprocity pressure. When you reveal something, she feels unconsciously compelled to reveal something equivalent. By controlling your pace of revelation, you control the intimacy escalation. You're the one setting the rhythm. Jung wrote about the persona, the mask we show the world, and the shadow, the depths we hide. Attraction intensifies when someone senses depth beneath the persona, but the depth must be sensed, not dumped. It must be glimpsed, not displayed. Now, let me show you specific techniques. Technique 1, the reference without explanation. You mention something from your past or your inner life without explaining it, not as a tease, just as a natural reference. For example, in the middle of a story, you say, "This was back when I was still running from everything." Then you continue the story without elaborating. She's now curious. Running from what? What changed? But you don't explain. She can ask if she wants, or she can wonder. Technique 2, the partial answer. She asks a direct question. You give a partial answer that satisfies the surface, but hints at depth. For example, she asks why you moved to this city. You say, "I needed to become someone else for a while." That's partly true, but there's more to it. She can press or let it sit. Either way, you've maintained mystery while appearing open. Technique 3, the earned vulnerability. When you do share something deep, you frame it as earned. Not "I'm going to tell you something." Rather, "I don't usually talk about this, but I feel like you might actually get it." This frames the revelation as selective, as chosen, as special. She's receiving something others don't receive. That framing increases its value exponentially. Schopenhauer wrote, that value derives from scarcity. What's freely given is worth nothing. What's rare is treasured. Your inner world is valuable. Treat it as such. Share it like the rare gift it is, not like common currency spent on anyone. Here's the failure mode. He matches her energy. She shares something deep. He immediately shares something equally deep, back and forth. Deep, deep, deep. By the end of the conversation, they've covered everything. There's nothing left. He thinks they had an incredible connection. She thinks that was a lot. The next day, she's less interested than he expected because the mystery is gone. The ladder was climbed in a single evening. There's nowhere left to go. Compared to the man who reveals one rung per conversation, each meeting has a discovery. Each exchange builds on the last. She's always learning more, but never knowing everything. That man maintains gravity across time because there's always something pulling her toward the next conversation. Build your ladder. Climb it slowly. Let her ascend at your pace. Everything we've covered means nothing if you end conversations wrong. The exit is the final impression, the last taste, the thing she'll remember hours later when she's replaying the interaction. Get it wrong, and you erase everything you built. Get it right, and you multiply it. I call this the conversational exit, and it's the most overlooked skill in all of interpersonal dynamics. Here's what most men do. They ride the conversation until it fades. They wait for the energy to die. They let awkwardness creep in. Then they mumble something about getting going. They linger. They over-explain their departure. They promise to text. They stand there too long. This ending poisons everything before it. Robert Greene wrote about the art of knowing when to stop. The master doesn't overstay. The master leaves while the energy is high, while desire is still building, while she still wants more. This is the principle. Exit at the peak, not the decline. When the conversation is going well, when the energy is high, when she's clearly engaged, that's when you leave. Not when things get awkward. Not when you've run out of things to say. While it's still good, it seems counterintuitive. Why would you leave when things are going well? Because the peak is what she'll remember. Because leaving while she wants more creates craving. Because your absence now will make your presence later more valuable. Let me show you how this looks. The conversation has been flowing for 20 minutes. She's laughing, she's sharing, she's clearly enjoying herself. Most men would think, this is going great, let's keep it going. Instead, you say, I need to get back to my friends. But this was good. What's your number? Notice the brevity. No over-explanation, no apology, no reluctance, just clean, confident exit. She's surprised. The conversation was going well. Why is he leaving? Does he have somewhere better to be? Was I not interesting enough? These questions are good. They maintain uncertainty. They create pull. They mean she'll be thinking about you after you're gone. Contrast with the man who stays until the conversation dies. She doesn't wonder about him. She doesn't think about him later. The interaction ended with a whimper, and that whimper is what she remembers. Schopenhauer wrote that all satisfaction is merely the removal of desire, and once desire is removed, so is the satisfaction. By exiting while desire is still present, you preserve it. You carry it into the space between this conversation and the next. Now, let me give you specific exit techniques. Technique 1, the cliffhanger exit. You leave in the middle of something unresolved, a story half told, a question unanswered, a promise unfulfilled. For example, you're telling her about something that happened. Right as you're building to the key moment, you check your phone. I actually have to go. I'll tell you the rest next time. She's now in an open loop. She needs to see you again to close it. The exit created a hook for the next conversation. Technique 2, the future frame exit. You exit by referencing a future interaction as if it's already decided. For example, I'm going to take you somewhere next week. You'd love it, but I have to go now. What's your number? The future frame assumes continuation. It doesn't ask if she wants to see you again. It assumes she does. This confidence is attractive in itself. Technique 3, the mysterious exit. You leave with something unexplained. For example, I need to go. There's something I need to take care of. Then you look at her with slight intensity, but I'm glad I talked to you. What does he need to take care of? Why did he look at me like that? The mystery lingers. Machiavelli understood that the unknown is more powerful than the known. When you exit with elements unexplained, those elements grow in her imagination. She fills in the gaps with intrigue. Now, let me give you the meta principle. Every exit should accomplish two things. End on positive emotion and create an open loop. Positive emotion ensures she remembers the interaction fondly. This is about the energy of your departure. Warm, confident, slightly playful, not cold, not dismissive. You want her to feel good about what happened. Open loop ensures she has something to wonder about. A story unfinished, a question unanswered, a meeting implied but not scheduled, something that creates forward pull. When both elements are present, your exit becomes a beginning rather than an end. The conversation continues in her mind. And conversations that continue in her mind deepen attraction. This is the shadow mind. Let me close by returning to where we began. The man in Chicago. The 90-second conversation that changed everything. His exit was as masterful as his opening. After she was fully engaged, laughing, sharing, leaning in, he stood up, said he had to meet someone, didn't over-explain, took her number cleanly, then said, "There's something about you I haven't figured out yet. I will, though." Then he walked away. She sat there for a moment, processing. What hadn't he figured out? What did he see? When would he call? He'd reversed the gravity, and he kept it reversed right through his exit. Everything I've shared today works together. The gravity principle, the question architecture, the tension calibration, the silence weapon, the revelation ladder, the conversational exit. Each one creates pull in your direction. Together they transform conversation from something you survive into something you orchestrate. But knowledge isn't mastery. These principles require practice, require application, require the courage to do something different than what you've always done. Don't forget to subscribe, because men who master conversation master their lives. I'll see you in the next video. They say that modern man is more connected than ever. But what no one talks about is the silent price he is paying for it. In a world where every notification is a cry for attention, and every immediate response is treated as a sign of validation, the man who does not react becomes a threat, or worse, a mystery. And that is exactly where power lies. The truth that no one has told you, and that goes against everything that the culture of social performance preaches, is that the most desired man is not the one who speaks the best, acts the fastest, or adapts the most. It is the man who knows how to stop, the man who knows how to observe, the man who is even surrounded by chaos is able to remain whole. He does not compete for anyone's affection because he has already won the internal war. He does not sell himself for attention because his presence is enough, and this presence makes women restless. The reason for this is not superficial charm or well-rehearsed phrases. It is in what the philosopher Ortega Gasset called yield through fascination. True seduction begins not when the other person understands you, but when she loses herself trying to decipher you. And in this silent game of presence and absence, the calm man becomes an enigma that challenges the feminine instinct for control. Because deep down, a woman doesn't just want someone who reacts to her. She wants someone who resists her, not brutally, but elegantly, not coldly, but with self-control. Because it's this contrast that ignites the emotional game. And what's more, it's this contrast that reveals who's leading the dance. But here's the brutal contradiction. We live in a generation that confuses presence with performance. Men bend over backwards in anxiety to have lively conversations, to respond in seconds, to prove that they're interesting, to show that they're different. But all of this screams desperation. Because what was meant to be natural has now become a validation marathon. And what should attract begins to repel women's sense, even if unconsciously when a man is trying too hard. And what many people mistake for empathy, care, or affection, she sees as neediness, weakness, and predictability. And if there is one thing that kills attraction, it is predictability. A man who explains himself too much, who apologizes for every silence, who tries to fill every empty space, is without realizing it, revealing that he is not his own boss. And this, in the eyes of women, is not only uninteresting, it is uncomfortable. Because unlike what most people think, silence is not a void to be filled. It is a territory to be conquered. Nietzsche said that happiness is the feeling that power grows. And when a woman feels that she is in total control of a relationship, when she foresees every step the man will take, there is no more growth. There is no more tension. All that remains is boredom. That's why the calm man, the one who doesn't get upset when she disappears, who doesn't change his tone because she's been blunt, who doesn't lower his posture to avoid conflict, becomes almost an addiction. He doesn't just break the pattern of behavior she's come to expect. He creates a new benchmark, a new code. He shows her that her validation is welcome, but never necessary. And that changes everything. Because while all the other men are running around, this man is sitting back. While all the other men are talking, he's watching. While all the other men are begging to be chosen, he's living as if he's already chosen himself. And there's nothing more seductive than that. But this kind of calm isn't apathy. It's not disinterest. It's emotional dominance. It's the kind of firmness that doesn't show itself by shouting, but by not shouting at her. It's the kind of presence that doesn't need to impose itself, because it already occupies the space. And when a woman encounters this, something inside her goes into conflict. Because no matter how much social discourse tells her that she wants a man who puts her at the center of everything, her instincts scream for someone who stays at the center of himself. Someone who is capable of leading, not with authority, but with magnetism. And this magnetism is not born of effort. It is born of control. That is what this video will show you. Not how to be louder, funnier, or more communicative, but how to master that which few men even realize they are losing their own axis. And it is in this mastery, silent, subtle, but powerful, that you stop chasing and start attracting. Because when you become the only man who does not need attention to feel complete, you become the only one she cannot ignore. Get ready, because from now on, you will discover what it means to be truly dangerous in the best sense of the word. What scares most men is not the absence of words, but the weight of silence itself. They feel naked in the face of stillness, as if they were being judged for what they don't say. And perhaps they are, because it is in that space between what is said and what is held back that true power resides. Most have learned that presence is made with noise, but the brutal truth is that the most magnetic men are those who dominate the room without needing to dominate it. They don't compete for attention. They attract it, and not by force, but by the absence of it. They are the ones who sit silently in a room while everyone else tries to prove something. They are the ones who, even without saying a word, make women change their posture, adjust their hair, look twice. They are rare because being calm in a desperate world is a revolutionary act. And here is the most ignored detail. Male calmness is not apathy. It is not an omission. It is above all the result of a conflict won within oneself. A calm man has already fought against his own ghosts. He has faced the fear of rejection. He has felt the silence after being ignored. He has felt the urgency to respond quickly so as not to lose someone. But today he doesn't run anymore, because he understood that those who run lose their bearings. And when you lose your bearings, you lose respect, hers and your own. True authority is not imposed. It is felt. And this silent authority is what women miss the most, even if they don't know how to put it into words. This brings us to a glaring cultural contradiction. While they say that women want emotional men, present, communicative, what they really can't resist is the one who doesn't bow to their emotional intensity, the one who knows how to listen without being swallowed up, the one who knows how to look someone in the eye without losing focus, the one who knows how to say no without a tremor in his voice. Because this man doesn't mold himself to please, he remains to lead. And leadership in this case is not about giving orders, it's about sustaining silence, sustaining discomfort, sustaining the gaze, sustaining tension. And all this is only possible when you master one thing: your own reaction. Reactive men are predictable. Calm men are read as dangerous because you never know exactly what he is thinking, and the unknown attracts. This is basic neuroscience. The female brain, conditioned to stimulation and anticipation, responds more intensely to what it does not understand than to what it masters. This is why the nice, friendly, funny, and available guy does not generate addiction. He generates comfort. But emotional comfort, when not achieved, turns into boredom. The calm man, on the other hand, creates a type of controlled discomfort. He makes her wonder, what could he have thought with that look? Does he like me, or is he just being polite? Why hasn't he responded yet? Has he forgotten me, or is he watching me? This field of internal questions that she starts repeating when you don't react is where the fascination is born. Because there is nothing more powerful than making a woman think of you. When you are not trying to be remembered and it starts with a single decision, stop explaining. Most men accustomed to early rejection or fear of misinterpretation create the toxic habit of justifying everything. Sorry for the delay. It's not that I didn't want to. It's just that I lost signal. I'm not distant. I'm just tired. It's not that I'm not interested. It's just that I'm more reserved. But each of these phrases, no matter how well-intentioned they may seem, screams one thing: have mercy on me, and pity is the death of desire. A calm man, on the other hand, does not rush to clear up misunderstandings. He does not feel he needs to prove his intentions. If she doesn't understand, she asks. If she disappears, he does not go after her. If she leaves, he does not beg, because his value is firmly anchored within him. He does not need to rush to protect an image. He is the image, and that becomes power. You start to notice this power in subtle details. You enter a room, and instead of wanting to be noticed, you focus on observing. You talk less, but when you do, everyone listens. You don't seek approval with forced jokes, nor do you try to create a connection with cliches. You just are. And being is enough. Because your tranquility doesn't come from apathy. It comes from certainty. And male certainty is one of the most seductive forces in the world. Not because it shouts, but because it doesn't need to. This posture is present in great icons in history. Think of Marlon Brando in The Godfather. He barely moves, barely raises his voice, but all the power in the room revolves around his restrained voice. Or think of James Bond, not the explosive and arrogant one, but the cold, lethal, measured Bond, who speaks with his eyes and transforms silence into sexual tension. These men are archetypes of something that goes far beyond aesthetics. They are the projection of internal dominance, a mastery that is only possible when you stop living like a walking request for approval. And here comes the hardest part to swallow. Most modern men are emotionally castrated. They have lost the courage to stand firm in the face of a female gaze that demands a reaction. They give too much, explain too much, try too hard, because deep down, they still believe that women will choose them out of compassion. But women don't want what they have to carry. They want what they have to decipher. And that changes everything. Because the man who positions himself as a question instead of an answer dominates the psychological field. And in this domain, he doesn't need to chase. He watches her run. But calmness is not improvised. It is trained. It is born from nights when you were ignored and still remained firm. From days when you wanted to send a desperate message but preferred to get up from your chair and go train. From situations in which you wanted to explain yourself, but preferred to let the silence build curiosity. Each of these small choices shapes your nervous system to withstand what the weak avoid: discomfort. And discomfort is the cradle of attraction. Remember, the man who causes fascination is the one who does not compete with the noise. He becomes the silence. The man who leads does not need the last word. He knows that deep down, the last sensation is what defines the game. And a woman, when she feels that a man does not get shaken, that he remains calm in the face of tests, silences, provocations, something in her reorganizes, because now she is in front of someone who is not trying to be chosen. He is just being who he is, and that is irresistible. But make no mistake, this does not make you insensitive. It makes you precise, because now every word you say is worth more. Every gesture you make is noticed. Every look has intention. You have become scarce, and what is scarce is valuable. This is the basis of silent magnetism, and when you master this, you realize that it is not you who changes for her. It is she who changes for you. And it all started when you learned to be silent. You grew up hearing that you need to show effort to win someone over. Since you were a kid, you were taught that the path to a woman's heart is paved with flowers, messages, compliments, and demonstrations. Be romantic, they said. Show that you care. The problem is that the more you followed this manual, the more you were pushed into the zone of the too nice, the cute, the ones who are remembered with affection, but never with desire. And that's where the great tragedy of modern masculinity lies. It was trained to please, but never to attract, because pleasing is predictable. Attracting is enigmatic. And when you start playing by the rules that were written to make you harmless, you realize that you're always one step behind. She answers you when she wants, tests your patience, rewards you with crumbs, and still you run. You respond, you give in. You fall apart to maintain something that, in fact, was never solid. And what's even crueler, the more you do, the less she feels it. Because you haven't realized that the game you're trying to win can only be won when you stop playing. The man who reverses the dynamic is the one who stops trying to win her desire and starts to dominate his own. He doesn't chase her, not because of strategy, but because he understands that every desperate move is a declaration of inferiority. He understood that those who desire too much reveal neediness, and neediness, when exposed, doesn't generate connection. It generates pity, and pity is camouflaged aversion. The woman may even feel compassion, but if she feels that you need her to validate your existence, she'll leave. Maybe not physically, but emotionally, she's no longer with you. That's why silence became a weapon. Because silence disarms the pattern that she talks less and the man talks more, that she tests and he justifies, that she walks away and he compensates. But when you keep quiet, when you don't react, when you allow discomfort to set in, she starts to go into crisis. Because for the first time, she is not in control of the rhythm. And when she is not in control of the rhythm, she begins to doubt her own strength. This creates friction, and from friction, fascination is born. This fascination only happens when you become unpredictable. Not by playing games, but by refusing to be just another character in the narrative she has already memorized. She flirts, and you don't bite. She tests, and you smile. She gives cold answers, and you disappear. No drama, no speeches, just firm presence and silent decision. The common man reacts, the rare man observes, and the one who observes calmly dominates with elegance. There is something ancestral in this posture. Think of the great leaders of history, those who transformed environments, wars, empires. None of them shouted to be heard. They spoke when it was necessary. They acted when everyone was lost, because they knew that true authority is born from the ability to endure chaos without dissolving in it. And today, in an era where everyone is desperate for attention, the man who doesn't beg for presence becomes presence. This silent presence has a devastating effect on female behavior. It breaks the script. And by breaking the script, it reveals the truth that often what seemed like a cold attitude was just an expectation of control. That what she called lack of interest was in fact an emotional challenge that she herself doesn't know how to deal with. Because the man who doesn't run forces the woman to walk. And when she starts to walk, she starts to feel. And when she feels without understanding, she connects. But this is only possible when you endure the discomfort of absence. The emptiness that sets in when you don't send that message. The silence that echoes when you don't respond to the, "Hi, I've been missing." The uncertainty that appears when you don't explain yourself. It hurts, but it's a sacred pain. It's the pain of rebuilding your axis. It's the pain that frees you from the prison of needing to be accepted. Because once you go through this pain, you become dangerous. And the danger here is not destructive. It is magnetic. Because now you emanate an energy that says, "I don't need to prove anything to you. I am." And this "I am" is a reminder to her that she is in front of someone who will not mold himself to her mood nor to the social script. You are not trying to fit in. You are the mold, and everything that does not align with this vibration naturally moves away, and everything that truly desires strength approaches. Robert Greene used to say that the true seducer does not seek. He creates the field. He plants desire without ever offering guarantees. He seduces with absence, with mystery, with what he does not reveal. And in this game, the woman does not fall for him. She gets lost in it because she cannot predict. And everything that cannot be predicted is addictive. It is pure neurochemistry. The human brain seeks patterns, and when it does not find them, it returns. It insists, it stays, and you have become the broken pattern. But be careful. Do not confuse this with coldness. The cold man repels. The calm man attracts. Coldness is a defense. Calmness is a conviction. The cold man protects himself because he fears being touched. The calm man exposes himself without fear because he knows that nothing can unsettle him. He can hear a no without reacting. He can be tested without being shaken. He can be rejected without losing his composure because he does not depend on anyone's yes to remain whole. This is the key to turning the game around. When you understand that the control of the relationship is not in words, but in the emotions that you can control, everything changes. You do not change her behavior by demanding. You change her behavior by changing what you accept. And when you stop accepting emotional crumbs, she notices. And when she notices, either she falls in line or disappears. And in both cases, you have won. Because the man who stops chasing starts walking in his own direction. And on this journey, he finds women who do not want to control him, but respect him, who do not want to test him, but admire him, who do not just want affection, but structure. Because every woman who lives in internal chaos secretly dreams of a man who is calm, not one who will save her, but one who will not get lost with her, who will stand tall while everything else falls apart. And this man is not built with speeches. He is built with decisions. The first one, stop playing, because the game only exists for those who are afraid of losing. And when you understand that there is no loss, when you remain whole, you free yourself. You no longer play. You observe. You feel. You act when necessary. You withdraw when it is time. You lead without controlling. And this leadership is what she has always sought, even if she has never admitted it. Deep down, every woman wants to be touched by a man who does not need to touch her to be remembered. A man who, even when absent, remains. Who even when silent leaves his mark. Who even when distant is still a reference. This man does not need to shout, he breathes. And when he breathes, everything around him changes, including her. Most men believe that the peak of seduction is the moment when a woman finally gives in. That when she says yes, when she surrenders, when she accepts, the game is over. But the truth is that the true peak is not when she gives in. It's when she starts chasing. When even in silence, she remains present. Even without guarantees, she still seeks answers. When surrounded by options, she wants to understand why only you remain on her mind. And this doesn't happen because you were the most affectionate, the funniest, the most accessible. It happens because you were the most present without ever having to show yourself too much. Presence is a misunderstood word. Most people think that being present means being available. That being present means always being ready, always friendly, always responsive. But that's not presence. That's anxiety disguised as attention. Real presence is not immediate surrender. It's concentrated energy. It's the ability to be fully where you are without having to multiply yourself to be accepted. And this wholeness is what she never forgets. Because look, what exists most today are men who fill her time. But what hardly exists are men who take up space in her mind. And to occupy this space, you need to stop running to the center. You need to build this center within yourself. A center that does not move in the face of a confused look, a sudden silence, an emotional test. Because the tests will come. They always come. And not because she is cruel, but because the female unconscious needs to know, can this man handle my intensity? Will this man melt with my drama? Will this man lose his bearings when I go off script? And here is the breaking point. Most people can't handle it. Most people justify themselves, rush, explain themselves, because they still carry the fear of being misunderstood. But the man who knows what he carries inside himself is no longer afraid of being misread. He understands that he doesn't need to decode his own essence to be accepted, because he is not selling himself. He is just being. And this being is what destabilizes her, because she begins to realize that your reactions do not change with her mood, that your energy does not fluctuate with her absence, that your firmness does not depend on her approval. And when this happens, she leaves control mode and enters curiosity mode. And curiosity, when mixed with sexual tension, becomes emotional obsession. But be careful. Do not confuse this movement with arrogance. The arrogant man tries to appear superior. The calm man does not try anything. He simply occupies his own body with such completeness that everything around him has to reorganize itself to keep up with him. And this is rare because most people still live on the outside. Most people still seek validation from the outside, what they should find from within. But when you invert this logic, you become a reference, a pull, an emotional gravitational center. At this point, the game has already changed because you are no longer trying to be interesting. You are interesting precisely because you are not trying. And this breaks the social code that she knows. Because all the rest of the men are still in show your worth mode. They're still competing to see who responds faster, who gives better compliments, who seems more mature. But you're not competing. You've already won. You've overcome the fear of not being liked. You've overcome the need to prove yourself. You've overcome the urge to be accepted, and that silent victory is what she notices. She won't admit it, at least not at first, But you'll see it in her eyes, in the frequency with which she shows up, in the longer messages, in the attempts to test your attention, in the invitations disguised as questions. And if you hold firm, it will only increase, because now it's not about you anymore. It's about what you trigger in her. And what you trigger in her is rare. It's the desire to conquer what seems unattainable, not because you hide, but because you don't need to be seen all the time. Marilyn Monroe said, "A man who doesn't look twice is the one who draws the most attention, because what is not offered becomes valuable. What is not explained becomes intriguing. What is not justified becomes desirable." And here comes the key point. Female desire is driven not only by what is beautiful, but mainly by what is mysterious, and mystery is not a game. It is a natural consequence of a man who does not feel the need to be deciphered. He is, and that is enough. This man is not afraid of silence. He knows that silence is where power is built. He does not rush to clear up doubts, because he knows that a woman who feels returns. A woman who doubts thinks, and a woman who thinks feels more. Obsession is not born in certainty. It is born in the absence of it. And that is why a calm man, even in silence, becomes unforgettable. This is exactly what the philosopher Ortega Gasset pointed out when he spoke about surrender by fascination. True surrender does not happen through rational persuasion. It happens when the presence of another person stirs something we cannot explain, when their mere existence activates something primal, irrational, almost spiritual. This type of presence cannot be trained with ready-made phrases. It can be trained with posture, with control, with emotional practice. And if you have come this far and understood this, you have already begun to become this man. The man who walks with a firm step, who does not lower his tone to be accepted, who does not raise his voice to be respected. The man who transforms the environment with just his energy. Because now you are no longer the man who runs. You are the man who walks. And as you walk, you make the world follow. She feels this. She notices it. Even if it takes time, even if she resists because her instinct recognizes strength. And strength is not noise. Strength is consistency. It is firmness. It is peace. And peace is what is most lacking in the modern world. That is why the man who brings peace becomes the new symbol of power. Not the one who dominates by shouting, but the one who leads by silence. And when he leads, she follows. You don't need to be the most handsome, or the richest, or the most extroverted. What you need is to be the rarest. And today, in the world of hyper-availability, overexposure, and constant emotional performance, there is nothing rarer than a calm man. A man who masters his own rhythm, who doesn't rush to be accepted, who doesn't mold himself to be chosen, who lives as if he were already complete. This man is not only desirable, he is necessary because he represents the opposite of what everyone expects. He doesn't beg, he doesn't react, he doesn't despair. He observes, he listens, he responds when necessary, and he keeps quiet when it is more powerful to let silence speak. This man disturbs because he cannot be manipulated. He seduces because he cannot be anticipated. He leads because he doesn't need to convince anyone to follow him. He simply walks firmly with presence, with truth. And that's when the game changes. When you stop seeking the effect and start embodying the cause. When you no longer try to provoke desire, but become the kind of man who naturally activates it. Not by tricks, not by tactics, but because you carry something that cannot be taught in books. Center. And that center is the difference between the man who is always running and the man who is being chased. Today you have gained access to something that most people will spend their lives not understanding. That true male dominance is not strength, it is restraint. That true charm is not in words. It is in the pause between them. And that true power is not what imposes, but what remains. Remains even in the face of chaos. Remains even in the face of doubt. Remains even when everything tells you to run. Now it is up to you to decide. Keep reacting, begging, justifying, or stop. Stop explaining yourself. Stop selling yourself. Stop trying to prove who you are and just be. Because the moment you do that, something changes. Not just in women, but in the world. You start to be treated differently. You start to be perceived as different. And the best part, you start to feel different, more whole, more solid, more alive. This is the invitation, but it's not for everyone. It's for those who are ready to go through discomfort, for those who are ready to be silent when everything around them is asking for noise, for those who are ready to lead without needing to control. If you are one of these people, your journey begins now. Look, most guys are out here trying harder and getting nowhere with women. And the reason isn't what they think. Real seduction has nothing to do with lines, looks, or luck. It's a code, a psychological code that controls female desire, shapes attraction dynamics, and puts the right man in complete command of any interaction. Robert Greene cracked it. And in the next few minutes, you're going to see exactly how it works layer by layer, so that by the time this video is done, you won't just understand seduction, you'll feel the shift. Greene didn't write a dating guide, he wrote a psychological blueprint, and right now, we're about to break it down in a way that actually makes sense in the real world. If this kind of content is something you want more of, do us a solid and drop a like, leave a comment, and share this video with someone who needs to hear it. You might just change someone's trajectory, and that's what this channel is built for. Let's get back to it. Most men think seduction is about looks, money, or saying the right pickup line. Wrong. Dead wrong. Seduction psychology goes way deeper than surface-level tactics. And the men who actually understand this have an almost unfair advantage over everyone else. Robert Greene didn't just write a book. He decoded something ancient, something that's been hiding in plain sight for centuries. And once a man truly gets it, the game changes completely. Not tomorrow, not gradually, immediately. That shift starts right here, right now. Here's what nobody tells guys early on. Women aren't primarily attracted to what a man has. They're attracted to what a man is. Female desire is wired to respond to energy, presence, and psychological depth, not just a guy's bank account or jawline. Greene understood this better than almost anyone. He studied history's greatest seducers from Casanova to Cleopatra and found the same patterns repeating over and over again. These aren't coincidences, they're codes. Behavioral codes that trigger something primal inside a woman's mind. Think about the last time a woman seemed completely drawn to a guy who, on paper, had nothing special going on. Average L looking, nothing flashy, no fancy car, but there was something about him. That something has a name. It's called attraction dynamics, and it operates almost entirely below the surface of conscious awareness. Women can't always explain why they feel pulled towards certain men. That's not a bug, that's the whole point. Real attraction bypasses logic. It hits the emotional core first, and then the mind tries to rationalize it afterward. Greene's framework starts with one foundational idea. The man who controls the frame controls everything. Power frame is the invisible structure that defines who holds the psychological authority in any interaction. When a man walks into a room and owns it, not loudly, not aggressively, but with quiet certainty, people feel it. Women especially feel it. It's not about dominating the space. It's about being so grounded in yourself that the space naturally reshapes around you. That's not arrogance, that's presence. And presence is magnetic. There's a version of every man that women find irresistible. And most guys never meet that version of themselves. Masculine presence isn't built overnight, but the path to it is clearer than most people think. It starts with how a man carries himself, how he speaks when he chooses to be silent, and how comfortable he is taking up space in a conversation. Greene observed that history's most seductive men weren't the loudest ones in the room. They were the ones who made every person around them feel like they were the only one being seen. Now, here's something counterintuitive that most guys get completely backwards. Chasing a woman harder does not make her want you more. In fact, it usually does the exact opposite. Dominant energy isn't about aggression or pressure. It's about a man being so rooted in his own world, his own mission, his own standards, that a woman has to come toward him. Greene called this the withdrawal principle. When a man pulls back with intention, he creates a vacuum, and nature abhors a vacuum. Suddenly, she's the one wondering what you're thinking. One of the most underrated tools in the seduction arsenal is emotional mastery. Not an emotional expression. Mastery. Emotional control is what separates the man who reacts from the man who responds. When a woman tests a guy, consciously or not, the man who stays unshaken, calm, and slightly amused passes something deep inside her psychology. It tells her, this man can handle pressure. This man is safe, but not soft. That combination is rare, and scarcity, as any economist will tell you, always drives up value. Always. Strategic charm isn't about being smooth or rehearsed. It's about being intentional. Every great seducer in history knew exactly what energy to project in each moment. They knew when to laugh, when to go serious, when to lean in, and when to step back. Green breaks this down with surgical precision in The Art of Seduction. A man with strategic charm doesn't wing it. He understands that every interaction is a kind of theater, and he's not just an actor, he's also the director. That awareness alone puts him in a completely different category. Reading people is a skill, and like any skill, it can be trained. Social intelligence is the ability to pick up on the unspoken signals in any room. The micro expressions, the body language shifts, the tone changes, the pauses. Women are naturally wired to communicate on multiple levels simultaneously. A man who can operate on those same levels becomes instantly fascinating. He's not just responding to what she's saying, he's responding to what she means. That level of attunement is rare, and rarity, as Green would say, is always seductive. Here's something Green makes crystal clear. People are always watching, always calculating, always assigning value. Status signals are the subtle cues that communicate where a man sits in the social hierarchy without him saying a single word. The way he dresses, the way others react to him, how comfortable he is being seen, all of it sends a signal, and women are extraordinarily perceptive to these signals. It's not shallow, it's evolutionary. A man who understands this stops leaving his status to chance and starts curating it with intention. Mystery is not the same as being cold or distant. A lot of men confuse the two and end up coming across as either emotionally unavailable or just plain weird. The mystery effect is something far more refined. It's about revealing yourself in layers, giving just enough to spark curiosity, but never quite enough to satisfy it completely. Think about the most compelling stories ever told. They don't dump everything in the first chapter. They pull you forward with questions. A man who understands this becomes a story she can't put down, a puzzle she genuinely wants to solve. Every woman has emotional triggers, specific things that bypass her rational mind and speak directly to her feelings. Desire trigger points are what Green maps out through archetypes like the rake, the ideal lover, and the dandy. These aren't costumes to wear. They're psychological frameworks that reveal what women are actually responding to beneath the surface. When a man identifies which archetype resonates most naturally with his personality, he stops performing and starts being. And that authenticity paradoxically becomes one of the most powerful, seductive forces in existence. Let's talk about neediness, because it's quietly killing more men's chances than anything else. The non-needy mindset isn't about pretending you don't care. It's about genuinely having enough going on in your life that any one person, no matter how attractive, can't become your entire world. Green was explicit about this. Desperation is the single fastest way to destroy attraction. Women are drawn to men who have options, not because they're cruel, but because options signal value. A man who's deeply invested in his own growth, purpose, and social life radiates that naturally without faking a thing. Now, here's where things start to get really interesting. Green talks about psychological leverage, which is essentially understanding what a person wants most deeply and positioning yourself as the one who can provide that experience, not through manipulation in a harmful sense, but through genuine attunement. If a woman feels unseen in her daily life, the man who truly sees her becomes extraordinarily powerful in her mind. If she craves adventure, the man who embodies spontaneity becomes irresistible. Understanding what someone hungers for emotionally is one of the most sophisticated tools in the seduction playbook. Take Marcus, for example. 29 years old, good job, decent looking, genuinely kind, and completely invisible to the women he was most attracted to. He'd tried everything. Better clothes, hitting the gym harder, reading every dating tip online. Nothing clicked. Then he stumbled onto Green's work and realized something that changed everything. He wasn't losing because of what he lacked. He was losing because of how he showed up. His energy was apologetic. His presence was seeking approval. The moment he started embodying sexual polarity, owning his masculine energy without apology, women started responding differently. Almost immediately, Marcus didn't become a different person. He became a clearer version of himself. He stopped shrinking in conversations. He held eye contact longer. He expressed opinions without hedging every sentence. He let silences breathe instead of rushing to fill them. And something fascinating happened. The women around him started leaning in, literally and figuratively. Charismatic authority isn't a personality type you're born with. It's a set of behaviors rooted in self-rust. And Marcus discovered that self-rust isn't found. It's built rep by rep, interaction by interaction, choice by choice. What Marcus was really doing, without fully realizing it at first, was upgrading his inner game. And this is where the real transformation happens. Not in technique, but in identity. When a man genuinely believes he is worth pursuing, that belief radiates outward in ways he can't fully control or fake. His posture changes, his voice deepens, his decisions become sharper. Women don't just respond to what a man does, they respond to who he is at his core. And building that core is the most important work any man can do. And right here, quick pause. If this content is opening your eyes to things you've been missing, hit that like button right now and subscribe to the channel, because what's coming next goes even deeper. Most people won't act on this, but the ones who do are the ones who actually change their results. Don't be the guy who watches and keeps scrolling. Be the one who shows up differently starting today. Let's keep going. The scarcity principle is one of Green's most powerful observations, and it applies directly to attraction. When something is rare, it's perceived as more valuable. A man who is fully present in the moment, but not always available, who has genuine passions, commitments, and a life that doesn't orbit around any one woman, automatically triggers this principle. He's not playing games, he's living, and a full life is inherently more attractive than a man whose entire schedule clears the moment she texts back. That contrast is felt even when it's never spoken aloud. Green also understood that influence works best when it's invisible. Subtle influence is the art of shaping a dynamic without ever forcing it. It's the slight smile at the right moment, the well-timed compliment that feels specific, not generic, the question that shows you actually listened 3 conversations ago. These small moves compound over time into something that feels, from her perspective, like an almost unexplainable pull toward you. She won't be able to articulate why she's thinking about you. That's by design. The best seduction leaves no fingerprints. It's worth spending a moment on something Green addressed with serious nuance. Dark triad awareness. Understanding the darker psychological patterns, like narcissism, Machiavellism, and psychopathy, isn't about becoming those things. It's about recognizing them in yourself and others. Some seducers throughout history wielded these traits destructively. Green doesn't glorify that. He illuminates it so men can understand the full psychological landscape of attraction, make conscious choices, and ultimately build connections rooted in genuine power rather than exploitation. Awareness is always the first step toward mastery. Frame control is one of those concepts that sounds abstract, and until you experience it in real time, imagine 2 people having a conversation. One is reacting to everything the other says, adjusting, accommodating, seeking approval. The other is steady, grounded, occasionally amused, never rattled. The second person holds the frame. And here's the thing. Whoever holds the frame holds the emotional temperature of the interaction. Women are deeply attuned to this. A man who can maintain his frame under pressure, even playful pressure, communicates something deeply attractive. He knows exactly who he is. There's a frequency that magnetic confidence operates on that most guys never tune into because they're too busy performing confidence rather than feeling it. Real confidence isn't loud. It doesn't announce itself. It's the man who speaks at his own pace, who doesn't rush to explain himself, who's comfortable with a pause in the conversation. Practicing this can start small. Try apps like Toastmasters, or dive into resources like The Charisma Myth by Olivia Fox, Cabane, which pairs beautifully with Green's framework and gives practical science-backed tools to build authentic confidence from the inside out. Seduction is never one size fits all. Behavioral calibration is Green's reminder that the most effective seducers are also the most adaptable. Reading what a specific woman responds to and adjusting your approach accordingly isn't manipulation. It's emotional intelligence in action. Some women respond to wit and playful tension. Others respond to depth and philosophical conversation. A well-calibrated man doesn't have a single script. He has a range. And that range comes from genuine curiosity about people, which ironically is one of the most naturally seductive qualities a man can develop. Being a high V-value man isn't a status you claim. It's a standard you live by daily, consistently, even when no one's watching. It shows up in how you treat people when there's nothing to gain. It shows up in whether you keep your word to yourself. It shows up in your health, your discipline, your standards for what you allow in your life. Women pick up on this. Not always consciously, but always accurately. They can feel whether a man's confidence is built on something real or whether it's just a front. The ones built on something real are the ones that last. A complete seduction strategy isn't a set of tricks, it's a philosophy of living. Green's work ultimately points to this. Become someone so genuinely compelling that attraction isn't something you chase, it's something that follows you. That means investing in yourself relentlessly. Reading widely, building skills, expanding your social world. Men who follow channels, books, and communities focused on self-mastery, think modern wisdom, Imani, or even diving deep into Stoic philosophy, give themselves an intellectual and psychological edge that quietly transforms every interaction they have. Here's a truth that doesn't get said enough. Seduction without integrity is just manipulation. Green's deepest message, buried beneath all the strategy, is that the most seductive men in history had a powerful sense of self. They weren't performing for women. They were living for something bigger, and women were drawn into that orbit. When a man builds a life he's genuinely proud of, when his actions align with his values, when he shows up fully, that alignment creates an energy that no pickup line, no trick, no tactic could ever replicate. That's the real code. The journey from invisible to irresistible isn't about becoming someone else. It's about stripping away everything that was never really you to begin with. The people-pleasing, the apologetic posture, the fear of taking up space. What's left underneath is something far more powerful. A man who knows his worth, moves with purpose, communicates with precision, and connects with depth. That man doesn't need to seduce. His presence does it for him. Green spent decades studying this. The roadmap exists. The only question now is whether a man is willing to walk it. Every concept covered here, from psychological leverage to sexual polarity, from frame control to magnetic confidence, points to the same destination. A version of yourself that doesn't beg for attention, doesn't perform for approval, and doesn't shrink to make others comfortable. A man who has done the inner work, who understands the game at a psychological level, who moves through the world with quiet certainty. That man is rare. And, as Green would remind you, rarity is always the most seductive thing in the room. The code has been revealed. What happens next is entirely up to you. So, here's the real question. Now that you have the code, what are you going to do with it? Are you going to keep moving through life the same way, getting the same results? Or are you finally going to start showing up as the man you actually have the potential to be? Because everything covered in this video, from non-needy mindset to charismatic authority, from power frame to high-value man, it's not theory, it's a blueprint. And blueprints only work when someone actually builds something with them. Green didn't write this for men who want to manipulate women. He wrote it for men who are serious about understanding human nature at its deepest level, and using that understanding to create genuine, powerful connections. The difference between the man who gets this and the man who doesn't isn't talent, it's decision. So make yours today. Here's your challenge. Pick just one concept from this video and apply it this week. 1. Whether it's working on your frame control, practicing emotional control in a conversation, or simply moving through your day with a more masculine presence, one shift, one rep, that's how transformation actually starts. I would like to take this opportunity to thank our channel members for their support. Your membership will help fund future projects, and that's something not everyone is willing to do. That says something real about who you are and who you're becoming. This community is built for men like you, men who are hungry, serious, and ready to level up in every area of life. If this video added any value to your journey, consider becoming a member to gain access to extra content and weekly challenges. And with that, see you in the next video. You don't need to chase her. You need to do something much more powerful. If you want to leave a permanent psychological mark on a woman, you don't do it flowers or sweet words. You do it by mastering your presence, your detachment, and the kind of emotional imprint that lingers long after you're gone. Most men focus on attraction, but few understand how to create addiction. And even fewer know how to stay in her subconscious without saying a single word. If you skip this video or jump ahead, you'll likely miss the exact patterns that make her brain crave your energy. So stay with me, because the real power is hidden in what you're about to hear. And if you truly absorb it, she'll never see you the same way again. If this message already struck a chord with you, take a second to like the video and share it with someone who needs to hear this today. You might be helping a man rise and saving him from years of confusion. Let's start with what most men get wrong and how that one mistake makes them forgettable in seconds. Let's kick it off with a truth bomb you've probably never heard before. Stop being nice. Start being dangerous. The first rule is brutal. Stop being the nice guy. The guy who over-explains, replies in seconds, and checks in constantly. That man leaves zero tension. He's predictable. You want to leave a permanent psychological mark? Start creating emotional friction. That means breaking her rhythm. If she expects you to say good morning every day, stop. Break the pattern. Let the silence scream louder than attention. Most men are addicted to approval. It's a quiet addiction to validation. Every time you double text or rush to fix something, you're teaching her that your energy is cheap. The fix? Cut it. Don't explain why you're busy. Just be busy. When she feels your absence without drama or apology, it starts to itch in her subconscious. That itch is where the obsession starts forming, not in comfort, but confusion. Here's exactly what to do. For the next 7 days, eliminate all unnecessary contact. If she doesn't message you, good. Let her wonder. If she reaches out, take your time. Respond calmly without enthusiasm. One-word answers. Yes. Sometimes. Short, sharp, clean. You're not being rude. You're showing dominance. You're retraining her brain to associate your attention with rarity. Control your facial reactions too. When she expects a compliment, give her a look instead. Calm, unreadable. Don't say, "You look beautiful." Just hold eye contact and nod once. Let your presence speak. That blank space between what she expects and what you deliver creates a mystery she can't explain. And when her brain can't explain you, it stores you deeper. This isn't emotional manipulation. This is strategy. You're not punishing her. You're creating space for her to feel your weight. That space builds intrigue. You want her to feel slightly off balance, not unsafe, just not fully in control. That's what builds attraction. Safety is for friends. She needs to feel something sharper when she's around you. The edge of unpredictability. Your goal is not to be perfect. It's to be unforgettable. She won't remember your jokes, but she remember how your detachment made her question herself. That memory becomes your emotional imprint. It's not about hurting her. It's about disrupting the pattern long enough to become the one she can't stop thinking about, even when she's with someone else. So, starting today, stop making her comfortable. Stop being the soft pillow. Be the fire that warms, but burns if held too long. Pull back, slow down, speak less, hold eye contact, and disappear for a while. Then watch what happens when you return. She won't just notice you. She'll feel you. That's when you own her mind. And it's only the beginning. You've pulled back. Now let's make her crave you. 2. Be the scar she can't heal from. Here's what most men don't realize. Emotional impact doesn't come from what you give. It comes from what you take away. To leave a permanent psychological mark, you must become a disruption in her story. Someone who wasn't just sweet or present, but someone who left a dent. You do that by mastering presence in the moment and absence right after. She needs to feel the tension of your sudden silence after deep emotional closeness. Let her open up to you. Listen without judgment. Hold strong eye contact. Nod. Touch her wrist. Then vanish for 48 hours. Nothing. That sudden gap leaves her in an emotional freefall. Her brain will rush to fill the silence with meaning. That's the exact moment where the subconscious locks on. You've created space for her to project, imagine, and obsess. You didn't ghost her. You imprinted her. You want something she'll never forget. Don't argue. Withdraw calmly, confidently. Let her sit in discomfort. The emotional imprint isn't left in the high. It's burned in the detachment. That's where the obsession is born. A man who can disappear without resentment is a man who triggers reflection. She thinks of what she said, what she did, what she missed. That internal spiral is your advantage. Here's a powerful exercise. Next time you're with her, tell a story that leads nowhere. A deep one about pain, loss, or a powerful memory. Then stop halfway. Smile. Say, never mind. That emotional cliffhanger creates intrigue. It's a Machiavellian tactic, offering emotion, but keeping the full truth out of reach. That tension makes her chase. It plants a seed of unresolved emotion she revisits alone. Women remember moments, not monologues. You don't need to impress, you need to disturb. Be the enigma that never fully opened up. The man who made her feel more than she could handle, then disappeared with no warning. That story becomes internalized. It lives in her subconscious. That's how you leave influence. By giving her the emotional high and pulling the rug just enough to make her stumble, control is everything. Not control over her, but over the timing of your energy. That's power. And when you can turn it on and off at will, you become magnetic, irresistible. She'll think about you not just when she's alone, but especially when she's with someone else who lacks that depth. That contrast sticks. That's what makes you unforgettable. Here's what to do this week. Create a deep emotional moment and go silent for 24 to 48 hours. No good night, no explanation. Let her reach out. Let her wonder if she doesn't. Even better, she's already spinning. You're not trying to hurt her. You're activating parts of her that most men never touch. And now that she's emotionally cracked open, it's time to pour in something even deeper. Now it's time to turn your presence into pure pressure. 3. Hold the frame. Own the room. Every man walks into a room. Few actually take control of it. If you want to be remembered and felt, you need to master presence. That means you enter slowly. You stand tall, shoulders back, eye contact steady. No rushing, no fidgeting, just calm energy that tells the room, I'm not here for attention. I am the attention. That level of grounded confidence is impossible to ignore. When she's around, never chase her vibe. You set the tone. If she's nervous, you're calm. If she's loud, you lower your voice. You don't match your chaos. You anchor it. That's how you build influence without needing approval. You become the emotional thermostat. A man with self-worth doesn't dance for connection. He watches, he listens. Then he speaks with purpose. Here's a shift you can use right now. When speaking to her, slow your words by 10%. Lower your voice slightly. Pause mid-sentence. That calm, steady rhythm demands attention. It projects dominance and emotional control. Practice it with everyone. Waiters, friends, strangers. Once it's natural, it becomes magnetic. The way you speak becomes part of the emotional imprint she carries. Be aware of your posture. Sit wide. Take your space. Don't lean in too much. Lean back. Let her come toward you. Even physically, detachment is powerful. If you find yourself adjusting constantly to her pace, her comfort, stop. Reverse it. Let her adapt to you. That silent reversal of roles flips the dynamic. It places her in the position of pursuit. When conflict arises, stay calm. Never argue emotionally. If she's heated, you hold the silence. That stillness is power. It says you can lose control. I won't. That contrast activates her subconscious attraction to stability. Most men panic, raise their voices, beg to be heard. You speak low, slow, short. That's strategy. That's the language of kings, not clowns. Every move you make it intentional. Don't fiddle with your drink, your phone, your keys. Let your hands rest. Let your eyes focus. Let your stillness speak. That kind of control bleeds into everything. Her attraction, her memory of you, the mystery she can't explain. That's how you turn moments into obsession. Not by doing more, but by doing less with more weight. Here's a simple drill. Today, when you walk into any space, say nothing for 10 seconds. Just scan, breathe, own your ground. Let people adjust to your rhythm. That micro behavior repeated daily will rewire your brain to call authority. And once that becomes natural, you won't just be seen, you'll be felt. And we're just scratching the surface of how deep that mark can go. And here, a quick break. If this type of content is opening your eyes to things you've never noticed before, hit the like button and subscribe now, because what's coming next is going to take everything we've said and push it to another level. Let's keep going. You've mastered silence and presence. Now it's time to weaponize unpredictability. 4. Be the storm she didn't expect. Here's the hard truth. If she can fully predict you, she'll never fully want you. What activates the subconscious is unpredictability, emotional variety, not chaos, not trauma, but controlled volatility. One day you're deeply engaged, the next you're distant. Not because you're playing games, but because your desire is not guaranteed. That dynamic makes her feel something she can't label. And that's where real addiction starts. The nice guy is always available, always stable, always eager, and he ends up being forgotten. You don't want to be stable. You want to be memorable. That comes from being hard to figure out. She should feel connected to you one day and question everything the next. It's the psychological equivalent of a cliffhanger, and cliffhangers leave emotional imprints that are impossible to ignore. So, how do you do this without being toxic? Simple. Stop broadcasting your intentions. Don't tell her what you're going to do. Just do it. Cancel plans at the last minute once in a while. Disappear for a weekend. Say, I need some time to think, and leave it there. That mystery builds tension. It makes her anxious, but intrigued. And that tension is what glues her to you emotionally. Another tactic, switch up your responses. If you're usually serious, drop in unexpected humor. If you're usually playful, become reflective. Let her feel like she's constantly learning new sides of you. The enigma is powerful because it keeps her mind working. And when her mind is working on you, that's where you live, rent-free. In her thoughts, in her dreams, in her dopamine loop. Your unpredictability must be intentional. You're not doing this because you're unstable. You're doing it because you understand influence. Every time she thinks she knows what comes next, you flip it, not for cruelty, but to shake her control. Most women are used to leading the dance. You change the rhythm, and suddenly she's chasing, not because you asked, because you left her mentally off balance. Here's a practical example. If she's expecting a romantic evening, make it stoic and quiet instead. If she expects silence, show up with strong eye contact and a bold move. You're not here to impress her. You're here to imprint her. And the man who leaves a permanent psychological mark never dances to someone else's emotional playlist. He brings his own music, his own tempo, his own fire. This is how storms work. They come and go without asking permission, and when they leave, they change the landscape. That's what you are now, a psychological weather system. Calm one day, intense the next, but never predictable, never safe. And it's time we explore how this level of tension can evolve into something even more powerful. Time to stop being a memory and start becoming an emotional anchor. 5. Create moments that tattoo her mind. A woman doesn't remember your words. She remembers how she felt in your presence. That's your leverage. If you want to leave a permanent psychological mark, your job is not to impress her, it's to stir her. You need to trigger emotion that's raw, unusual, unforgettable. The moment she feels something she hasn't felt in years, or ever her brain flags it as important, that's how you become a reference point. Forget buying gifts or reciting clever lines. Make her feel seen in ways no one else does. Ask her things no one asks. When did you stop trusting people? What would destroy you emotionally? These questions bypass her ego and go straight into her subconscious. It's uncomfortable, and that's the point. You're not creating ease, you're creating impact. That's what lingers long after you're gone. You need to understand this. Most men are forgettable because they play it safe. They aim to be liked, not remembered. But the man who causes intrigue, who touches her emotionally and then retreats, becomes a story, a mystery, a what if, and that mental loop creates a quiet obsession. She won't be able to explain why she thinks of you at night. She just will. Here's a move most men won't dare try. In a calm moment, share a deep personal story. Something real, vulnerable, but not self-pitying. Then go silent. No morals, no closure. Let her process it alone. That open loop creates tension. It draws her in emotionally, then drops her just short of comfort. That gap becomes a craving. It's a strategy, not by accident, but by design. If you make her laugh, then cry, then feel unsafe, then comforted, all in the same interaction, you've created emotional variety. That's an addiction. Her nervous system will seek your presence to feel alive. You've become a drug, not a routine, not a placeholder. A man who can stir the storm and disappear into the calm. That's power she can't forget. So, how do you practice this? Start by remembering moments that moved you. Recreate that energy. Use music. Use silence. Ask tough questions. Look her in the eyes and say, "I see something in you most people ignore," and walk away. That detachment after intensity is where the emotional imprint burns deepest. You gave her something no one else could, and then remove it. These moments aren't random. They're engineered, crafted with purpose. You don't become unforgettable by accident. You study the emotional patterns of memory and inject yourself into them. That's the difference between a nice guy and a Machiavellian man. One gets a thank you, the other becomes a scar. Beautiful, meaningful, and permanent. Final phase. Stop chasing her heart. Start living inside her mind. 6. Become the man she can't decipher. Here's the final transformation. Be the man who doesn't make sense and doesn't care to. When she can label you, she can control you. But when you become a mystery, you dominate her thoughts. She'll think of you during quiet moments, not because of what you gave her, but because of what you withheld. Her mind loops on what it can't grasp, and that mental loop becomes your influence. Don't rush to be understood. Be felt. Be questioned. When she says, "I don't get you," smile and say, "Good." You don't owe her your emotional GPS. You owe her an experience. That experience is made of contradictions, warmth and coldness, desire and restraint, availability and withdrawal. That blend becomes a storm in her subconscious, and storms leave marks. The Machiavellian man isn't heartless. He's precise. He knows the difference between connection and dependency. You don't create obsession by being perfect. You create it by being unpredictable, emotionally rich, and slightly out of reach. That slight detachment gives her space to project, to fantasize, to doubt herself. And that inner chaos ties her to your image more than love ever could. You want an actionable step from now on. Stop clarifying your every move. If she asks where you're going, say, "Somewhere I need to be." If she asks what you're thinking, say, "Not everything needs to be shared." Those phrases carry power. Not because they're rude, but because they resist emotional exposure. You give enough to ignite the flame, but never the full fire. The man who can live without being understood is the man who gets remembered. Why? Because he's rare. He's not another story. He's the untold chapter. The emotional itch she can't scratch. That level of dominance doesn't scream. It whispers. And when it's gone, it echoes. Most men talk to be heard. You instead move in silence, and that silence becomes her favorite noise. Start owning that version of yourself today. What makes you feel hard to reach emotionally, mentally, spiritually, and become that man, not for show, for real. Practice holding tension in conversations. Practice walking away from validation. Practice stillness. The more you embody this, the deeper your emotional imprint goes, not on her body, on her mind. In the end, it's not about being loved or even desired. It's about becoming a part of her mental architecture, the one memory that keeps breaking the surface. That's the enigma. That's the man who isn't just remembered. He's replayed, reanalyzed, and never fully replaced. Now, it's your move. You've just learned how to speak without words, imprint without touching, and influence without asking. But none of this matters if you don't act. So, let me ask you, will you keep trying to win her with comfort, or will you finally show her what power feels like in silence? What part of this hit you the hardest? Was it the tension, the detachment, the precision? Drop it in the comments below. Not just for you, but for every man watching who needs to hear it too. Thanks for staying with me until the end. That already makes you rare. Most stop when it gets uncomfortable, but you didn't. And for that, respect. If this video made you feel something shift inside, do me one favor. Like this video or support the channel further by joining as a member to get extra content to help you seduce the women you want. Let's keep growing, let's keep evolving, and with that, see you in the next video. The woman you want is waiting for something you do not know how to give her. Not flowers, not compliments, not the attention you have been pouring into her like water, into a bucket with no bottom. She is waiting for something deeper, something primal, something that operates beneath her conscious awareness in the ancient architecture of her psychology. And here is the part that should disturb you. She cannot tell you what she needs, not because she is hiding it, because she does not have words for it. These needs exist below language, in the realm of instinct and feeling. She knows when they are being met. She knows when they are not. But she cannot explain the difference to you, no matter how many times you ask what is wrong. Carl Jung spent decades mapping the unconscious mind. He discovered that human beings are driven by forces they cannot name, forces that shape every decision, every attraction, every moment of desire. What I am about to reveal are 7 of those forces, as they operate specifically in female psychology. These are not tricks. These are not manipulations. These are fundamental human needs that have existed since the beginning of our species, needs that evolution hardwired into women because meeting them meant survival, protection, and the continuation of life itself. The men who understand these needs do not chase women. They do not beg for attention. They do not wonder why their efforts produce no results. They simply become what women are biologically designed to seek. The men who do not understand these needs remain permanently confused. They do everything they were taught. They give everything they have, and they watch again and again as women choose someone else. Schopenhauer wrote that we can do what we wish, but we cannot wish what we want. Desire is not a choice. It is a response to specific triggers that activate ancient circuitry. The woman in your life does not choose to feel attracted or unattracted. She responds to stimuli that either activate or fail to activate her deepest programming. Your job is not to convince her to want you. Your job is to become someone who naturally triggers the response. This is not about performance. This is about development. The difference matters. A performer learns what to say. He memorizes lines. He executes tactics, but beneath the performance, he remains unchanged. And women sense this. They feel the gap between what he projects and what he is. That gap creates distrust that no technique can overcome. A man who has genuinely developed these qualities does not perform them. He embodies them. His actions flow from who he has become, not from what he has memorized. Women feel this too. They feel the authenticity. And authenticity is the foundation of every form of deep attraction. Robert Greene observed that the greatest seductions in history were not acts. They were expressions of developed character. Casanova did not use techniques. He cultivated himself into someone naturally desired. That is what this video offers you. Not techniques to perform, qualities to develop, not manipulation of others, transformation of yourself. Over the next 40 minutes, I am going to reveal 7 intimate needs that operate in the female psyche. Each one builds on the last. Each one goes deeper than the one before. The first 3 needs operate at the surface level of daily interaction, and miss them, and attraction never forms. The 4th and 5th needs operate at the emotional level. Meet them, and she begins to bond. The 6th and 7th needs operate at the soul level. Satisfy them, and you become irreplaceable. But I must warn you about something. These needs come with responsibility. When you learn to meet them, you gain a form of psychological influence. That influence can build something beautiful or cause genuine harm. The difference lies entirely in your intentions. Machiavelli wrote that power itself is neutral. The same fire that warms a home can burn it down. What I am teaching you today is fire. Use it to create warmth, not destruction. Now let us begin with the first need. And pay attention carefully, because this one surprises most men. Need 1. The need to feel chosen, not settled. For every woman carries a question she rarely speaks aloud. It lives in the back of her mind, like a persistent whisper. The question is this: did he choose me, or did he simply accept what was available? This question matters more than almost anything else in how she experiences a relationship, and most men have no idea it exists. Let me explain the psychology. Freud observed that human beings have an insatiable need to feel special, to feel selected, to feel that they matter uniquely rather than generically. This need is not vanity. It is survival programming. In our evolutionary past, being chosen meant protection, resources, investment. Being settled for meant abandonment when something better appeared. Women carried this programming more intensely than men because the stakes were higher. A woman settled for could be left with children and no provider. A woman chosen would be protected and prioritized. This ancient fear still operates today. When a woman feels chosen, something in her relaxes. She can invest fully because she trusts that her investment will be returned. When she feels settled for, something in her remains guarded. She holds back because she senses that she is replaceable. Here is where most men fail completely. They express interest in a generic way. They compliment her looks the same way they would compliment any attractive woman. They pursue her with the same energy they would pursue any available option, and she feels this. She feels that she could be swapped for someone else without meaningful difference to him. This feeling extinguishes attraction at its root. Robert Greene documented that the most powerful seductions involve making the target feel singular, not one of many, the only one. This is not flattery. This is recognition. You must actually see what makes her different and communicate that you have seen it. A man named Thomas learned this lesson painfully. 42 years old, successful in business, attractive enough. He dated regularly, but nothing lasted beyond a few months. Every woman eventually pulled away with the same vague explanation. "I just don't feel it." Thomas could not understand. He was attentive, generous, available. He did everything right. The problem was invisible to him until someone pointed it out. His compliments were interchangeable. His attention was generic. He treated every woman the same way because he thought that way was correct. He told women they were beautiful, true, but meaningless. Every man tells them this. He told women they were smart, also true, also meaningless. It could apply to anyone. What he never did was recognize what made each woman specifically her. The particular way she laughed when nervous, the specific passion she carried for her obscure interest, the unique way she saw the world that no one else shared. When Thomas began noticing and naming these specific qualities, everything changed. He stopped saying, "You're beautiful," and started saying, "The way your eyes change when you're actually interested in something, not just pretending to be polite. That's rare." He stopped saying, "You're smart," and started saying, "Most people think about that surface level. You went somewhere I didn't expect. How did you get there?" The shift was not technique, it was attention. Real attention to who she actually was, rather than generic appreciation for the category she belonged to. Jung wrote about individuation as the process of becoming one's true self. When you recognize a woman's individuality, when you see her process of becoming, you offer her something almost no one else provides. You offer her the experience of being known. Here is the warning. False specificity is worse than generic appreciation. If you manufacture observations you do not actually hold, she will feel the manipulation. The goal is not to say specific things. The goal is to actually notice specific things. This requires genuine curiosity. You must actually want to know who she is beneath her surface presentation. If that curiosity does not exist, no technique will compensate for its absence. But if curiosity exists, if you genuinely want to understand what makes her uniquely her, then communicating what you discover becomes natural, and that communication makes her feel chosen. The first need is the need to feel chosen. Meet this need, and you establish the foundation for everything else. Now let us move deeper, because the second need explains why attentive men often fail, while seemingly indifferent men succeed. Need 2, the need for emotional fluctuation. Here is a truth that will challenge everything you believe about relationships. Consistent positive attention does not create attraction, it kills it. This is not my opinion. This is documented psychology and understanding. It will transform how you show up in every interaction with women. Let me explain what is happening in the brain. Daniel Kahneman's research on human decision-making revealed that we do not experience absolute states. We experience changes in states. This is why the millionaire does not feel wealthy. He has adapted. His baseline has shifted. It's only changes from baseline register emotionally. The same principle applies to attention and affection. When you provide constant, unwavering positive attention, you establish a baseline. That baseline quickly becomes normal, and normal generates no emotional response. She adapts to your attention the way the millionaire adapts to wealth. It no longer registers. But when attention fluctuates, when warmth varies, when presence ebbs and flows, each fluctuation registers. The return of attention after its absence creates emotional impact. The variation itself becomes the stimulus. Robert Cialdini documented this as the principle of intermittent reinforcement. It is the most powerful schedule for generating psychological engagement. Casinos understand it. Slot machines do not pay consistently. They pay randomly. And that randomness creates addiction where consistent payout would create boredom. I am not suggesting you manipulate women through calculated withdrawal. That would be technique, and technique fails against genuine perception. What I am suggesting is that you live a life that naturally creates fluctuation. The man who has his own purpose, his own passions, his own world, naturally varies in his availability. Some days he is present and warm. Other days he is absorbed in his work, his fitness, his friendships. His attention fluctuates not because he is gaming anyone, but because he has a life that demands his attention. The man who makes a woman, his entire focus has no natural fluctuation. He is always there, always available, always attentive. And this consistency, though it seems loving, creates the baseline problem. His attention stops registering because it never varies. Nature wrote about the will to power as the fundamental human drive. This drive requires something to overcome. Without obstacles, without variation, without challenge, the will stagnates. The same applies to desire. Desire requires fluctuation. Without it, desire flatlines into comfort, and comfort is not attraction. A man named Edward understood this principle poorly at first. He was devoted, which he believed was a virtue. When he was with his girlfriend, his phone went away. His friends understood he was unavailable. His hobbies paused. He gave her everything. She left him for someone who gave her significantly less. Edward was devastated. He had done everything right. How could less be more attractive than more? The answer was fluctuation. The other man had a band. He had friends who mattered. He had nights where he was simply unavailable. His attention was valuable because it was not constant. Its presence meant something because its absence also existed. Edward's attention meant nothing because it was always there. You cannot value what never varies. You cannot desire what has no scarcity. Here is the crucial distinction. Manufactured scarcity is manipulation. It involves pretending to have a life you do not have, creating false unavailability to trigger response. Natural scarcity is authenticity. It involves actually having a life that matters, purposes that demand your energy, relationships and interests that exist independent of any woman. The first creates short-term response, but long-term distrust. The second creates sustainable attraction rooted in genuine desirability. Schopenhauer observed that boredom is the suffering of the empty self. The man who has nothing but a woman in his life is empty. His constant attention comes from having nothing else to give attention to. Women sense this emptiness. It repels them not because they are cruel, but because emptiness signals low value. The man with a full life signals high value through his natural fluctuation. His attention is precious because his attention is claimed by many things. When he gives it to her, that gift has weight. Here is the practice. Build a life worth living, independent of any relationship. Pursue purposes that matter to you. Develop friendships that nourish you. Cultivate interests that absorb you. When you do this authentically, fluctuation happens naturally. You do not need to manufacture it. And when fluctuation happens naturally, her emotional circuitry engages. Each return of your attention registers. Each warm moment has context. Each interaction matters because it is not guaranteed. This is the second need, the need for emotional fluctuation. Meet it through authentic living, and attraction becomes sustainable. But even with choice and fluctuation established, something else must exist for deep connection to form. The third need reveals what that something is. A woman's nervous system is constantly evaluating one question. Is this man strong enough? Not physically, though that can be part of it. Psychologically, emotionally, strong enough to hold his position when challenged. Strong enough to remain calm when storms arrive. Strong enough to protect the relationship when threats appear. This evaluation is not conscious. It runs constantly in the background of her perception, processing thousands of microsignals that indicate strength or weakness. Jung identified the animus as the masculine archetype within the female psyche. When a woman encounters a man who embodies this archetype, something in her responds. She feels safe. She can relax her own vigilance. She can surrender into femininity, because masculinity is present to hold space for that surrender. When the archetype is not embodied, she cannot relax. She remains vigilant because no one else is holding strength. And vigilance is exhausting. Vigilance is not attraction. Here is what strength looks like in practice. She tests you not consciously, instinctively. She says something provocative, criticizes something you value, pushes against a boundary. These tests are not cruelty, they are evaluation. She needs to know if you fold under pressure. The weak response is to crumble, to immediately agree, to abandon your position to avoid conflict. This response signals that you cannot be relied upon. If small pressure breaks you, large pressure will destroy you. The strong response is to hold, not with aggression, not with defensiveness, simply with calm, grounded presence. I see it differently. That's not how I experience it. I hear you, but I disagree. Epictetus taught that we cannot control events, only our responses. When you respond to her tests with centered calm rather than anxious capitulation, you demonstrate that your stability does not depend on her approval. This is strength. This is what her nervous system is scanning for. A man named Marcus had no idea he was failing these tests constantly. His girlfriend would criticize his choices. He would immediately justify, explain, apologize. She would express frustration. He would scramble to fix whatever she seemed to want. He thought this was being a good partner. It was actually being a weak one. When he learned to hold his ground, everything shifted. She criticized his decision to spend a weekend with old friends. Instead of canceling or over-explaining, he said simply, "I need that time with them. I'll miss you, but this matters to me." She pushed back. He did not escalate or collapse. He remained calm and unchanged. Later, she told him that moment was when she started respecting him more deeply. Not because he refused her, because he showed her that he had a self-worth respecting. Need for psychological safety. But strength without safety creates fear, not attraction. This is where many strong men fail. They project power, but not warmth. They demonstrate capability, but not care. And the woman, while she may respect them, cannot fully open to them. She needs both strength and safety. The combination is rare, which is why the men who embody both become deeply attractive. Psychological safety means she can be vulnerable without being punished. She can share her fears without being judged. She can reveal her shadows without being rejected. Freud understood that the unconscious carries material we hide, even from ourselves. When a woman finds a man, she can reveal this material too. A bond forms that casual relationships never achieve. She becomes invested because investment has been received. Here is what safety looks like in practice. She shares something she is ashamed of, a past mistake, a current insecurity, a fear she has never spoken aloud. The unsafe response is to judge, advise, minimize, or use the information against her later. Any of these responses teach her that vulnerability is dangerous with you. The safe response is to receive without reaction, to hold her disclosure with the same calm you hold everything else, to communicate through presence rather than words that her shadows do not frighten you. This does not mean you accept everything. Boundaries still exist, but within those boundaries, space exists for her to be fully herself without performance. Marcus Aurelius wrote about accepting the nature of things as they are. When you accept a woman's nature, including her shadows, you offer something most men cannot provide. You offer freedom from performance, and that freedom creates deep attachment. The combination of needs 3 and 4 creates a rare psychological experience. She encounters a man strong enough to hold his ground, but safe enough to hold her vulnerability. This combination does not exist in most men. When she finds it, she recognizes its rarity, and rarity creates value. We are now moving into deeper territory. The next 2 needs operate at the emotional core. They explain why some connections become unbreakable. Need 5. The need to be witnessed in her becoming. Every human being is in process. We are not fixed entities. We are constantly becoming, evolving, transforming into who we might be. A woman needs a man who sees not just who she is, but who she is becoming. This is different from projection. Projection imposes your vision onto her. Witnessing sees her vision and supports its unfolding. Jung described individuation as the central process of human psychology. It is the journey toward becoming one's authentic self. When you witness a woman's individuation, when you see her growth and reflect it back to her, you become part of her journey in a way that creates profound connection. Most men do not witness. They evaluate. They assess her against their criteria. They approve of parts and disapprove of others. They see her as static, fixed, something to be judged rather than something in motion. This evaluation stifles her. She cannot grow toward you if you are constantly grading her current position. The man who witnesses says things like, "You're different than you were 6 months ago, more certain of yourself." I see it. He notices her evolution and names it. He becomes a mirror for her becoming. Robert Greene observed that people fall in love with those who make them feel like better versions of themselves. When you witness her becoming, you make her feel that her growth is real, visible, validated. This feeling creates attachment that physical attraction alone cannot generate. A man named Jonathan practiced this consciously. His partner was building a business, struggling with self-doubt. Instead of offering advice or solutions, he simply reflected what he saw. You handled that client's situation completely differently than you would have last year. You've changed. She told him later that moment meant more than any encouragement he had ever offered, because he did not encourage her to be something. He recognized that she was already becoming it. Here is the warning. Witnessing requires actual attention. You cannot fake having seen growth you did not notice. The practice demands genuine observation of her evolution over time. If you are not paying attention, you will have nothing to witness. Need 6, the need to exist in his future. Connection without continuity creates anxiety. A woman can feel deeply bonded in the present, but uncertain about whether that bond extends forward in time. She needs to exist in your future, not through promises or premature commitment, through language that includes her in what comes next. Schopenhauer understood that the will reaches forward constantly. We are future-oriented beings. Our sense of security depends partly on whether we can see ourselves in what is coming. When you speak about future events, and she is absent from that language, her nervous system registers threat. When you include her naturally, in future-oriented speech, her nervous system registers safety. This is not about making promises you cannot keep. It is about speaking in a way that does not exclude her from consideration. The excluding language sounds like, "When I move to that city. After I finish this project, I'm going to travel for a while. The future is populated with you alone. She is absent from it." The including language sounds like, "When we try that restaurant that's opening next month. I think you'd love that place. We should go sometime." The future naturally contains her. Notice that including language does not require commitment. It requires acknowledgement. She exists in your consideration of what comes next. That acknowledgement meets the need. A man named David had no idea he was failing this need. He talked about his future constantly, but always in solo terms. His goals, his travels, his plans. His girlfriend felt increasingly insecure despite everything else being positive. When David began naturally including her in future-oriented speech, her anxiety dissolved, not because he promised anything, because he stopped speaking as if she did not exist in tomorrow. Machiavelli wrote that wise leaders make their followers feel essential to the vision. The same applies here. When she feels essential to your future, not promised to it, but included in its consideration, something in her settles. She can invest without the fear that she is investing in someone who is planning to leave. Now we arrive at the 7th need. This one operates at the deepest level. It explains why some men become irreplaceable, while others remain interchangeable. Before we continue, if this content is shifting something in you, take a moment to subscribe. What we cover here is not entertainment. It is psychological education that transforms how you understand relationships. Hit the subscribe button and the notification bell so you never miss what comes next. Need 7. The need to surrender to something greater. This is the deepest need, and it is the least understood. A woman needs to feel that surrendering to you is surrendering to something larger than a man. She needs to feel that your direction has direction, that your life is in service of something beyond comfort, that choosing you means choosing a trajectory, a mission, a purpose that she can believe in. This need operates at the spiritual level of psychology. Jung called it the need for meaning. Nietzsche called it the need for why. Without it, connection remains transactional. With it, connection becomes transcendent. Let me explain why this matters so deeply. When a woman fully invests in a man, she is investing her life energy, her time, her attention, her capacity to create life itself. This investment is not trivial. Biologically, it is the most significant investment a human can make. Such an investment requires justification at the deepest level. She needs to feel that her investment is going somewhere meaningful, that the man she is investing in is building something worth building, that his life has trajectory beyond mere existence. The man without purpose can provide comfort, but not inspiration. He can offer stability, but not elevation. And something in her remains unfulfilled, because her investment feels like it is going nowhere. The man with purpose provides something different. He provides direction. His life is moving towards something, and when she invests in him, she invests in that movement. Her energy gains meaning by joining his trajectory. Nietzsche wrote that he who has a why can bear almost any how. The same applies to relationships. A woman who understands your why can bear the difficulties that every relationship inevitably contains. Without the why, difficulties become unbearable. They lead nowhere. This is not about having prestigious goals. It is about having genuine ones. The man whose purpose is status, wealth for its own sake, accumulation without meaning, provides no real trajectory. His goals are empty. A woman cannot surrender meaningfully to emptiness. The man whose purpose is contribution, creation, service, growth, provides genuine trajectory. His goals have weight. Surrendering to him feels like surrendering to something worth surrendering to. Robert Greene documented that the most magnetic figures in history were not those with the most resources, but those with the most compelling visions. Vision creates followership, and in the context of intimate relationships, followership manifests as surrender. Here is a story about this need. A man named Richard was successful by every external measure. Wealthy, fit, socially connected, but his relationships never deepened past a certain point. Women would date him, enjoy the lifestyle, then leave for men with far fewer resources. Richard could not understand. He was providing everything. What more could they want? What they wanted was direction. Richard had achieved, but was no longer building. His life was maintenance, not creation. He had arrived and stopped moving. And women, sensing this stagnation, could not surrender fully to a trajectory that did not exist. When Richard reconnected with genuine purpose, when he began building again towards something that mattered to him, everything shifted. His energy changed. His conversations changed. Women sensed that investing in him meant investing in something in motion. The woman who eventually became his wife told him, "I didn't fall for your money or your status. I fell for where you were going." I wanted to be part of that. Here is the crucial understanding. You cannot fake purpose. You cannot perform trajectory you do not have. This need requires actual development of an actual vision for your life. Plato understood that the examined life is the only life worth living. Examining your life means asking what it is for. What are you building? What will be different because you existed? What are you in service of beyond your own comfort? These questions are not easy. Many men avoid them entirely, but avoiding them creates the emptiness that women sense and cannot surrender to. Here is the practice. Sit with the question, what do I want my life to mean? Do not answer quickly. Let the question work on you. Let it reveal what actually matters beneath the surface desires for comfort and security. When you find genuine purpose, when you begin orienting your life around it, something in you changes. You develop what Nietzsche called the coherent self. Your actions align with your values. Your days serve your trajectory. And this coherence is felt by everyone who encounters you. Women feel it most of all because coherent purpose is the foundation of meaningful surrender. And meaningful surrender is what the seventh need requires. This is the deepest need. Meet it, and you become irreplaceable. Not because she cannot find another man, because she cannot find another purpose to believe in. Let me bring everything together. Now you have learned 7 intimate needs that operate in the female psyche. The need to feel chosen, not settled for. The need for emotional fluctuation. The need to encounter strength. The need for psychological safety. The need to be witnessed in her becoming. The need to exist in his future. The need to surrender to something greater. Each need builds on the last. Each one goes deeper than the one before. Together, they form a complete picture of what women are seeking, often without knowing how to articulate it. But I must be clear about something important. These needs are not switches to flip. They are not tactics to deploy. They are qualities to develop within yourself. The development is the work. The tactics are just symptoms of having done the work. A man who has genuinely developed these qualities does not need to remember what to do. The right actions flow naturally from who he has become. He chooses her specifically because he has become someone who sees specifically. His attention naturally fluctuates because he has built a life worth living. He holds strength and offers safety because he has done the inner work that produces both. This is the difference between the 1% and everyone else. The 99% look for techniques. They want the shortcut. Tell me what to say. Tell me what to do. Give me the script that produces results. The 1% understand that there is no shortcut. They invest in becoming rather than performing. And because they have become, their actions carry weight that performance never achieves. Jung wrote about the difference between the persona and the self. The persona is the mask we wear. The self is who we actually are beneath the mask. Women are extraordinarily sensitive to the gap between persona and self. When they feel a gap, trust becomes impossible. When there is no gap, when who you present and who you are have merged through genuine development, trust becomes natural. She can sense that there is no hidden layer, no manipulation beneath the surface. And that sensing creates safety that opens her completely. Here is what I want you to understand about why this matters. You are not just learning psychology. You are learning how to become capable of deep connection. Deep connection is one of the most meaningful experiences available in human life. It transforms everything. It provides grounding in an unstable world. It offers partnership in an isolating age. But deep connection requires two developed people. You cannot connect deeply from an undeveloped place. You can only perform connection, which is not connection at all. By developing these qualities, by meeting these needs, you become capable of what most people only pretend to have: real intimacy, real partnership, real love. Schopenhauer observed that life alternates between suffering and boredom, but he also noted that love, genuine love, provides respite from both. It gives suffering meaning and boredom relief. The capacity for that love is what you are building. Let me leave you with a framework for moving forward. Start with need 1. Practice genuine observation of the women in your life. Notice what makes each one specifically her. Communicate those observations. See if you can make each woman feel chosen rather than generic. Build your life around purposes that matter. This addresses needs 2 and 7 simultaneously. When you have genuine purpose, your attention naturally fluctuates and you become someone worth surrendering to. Do the inner work that produces strength and safety. This means confronting your own fears, developing your own stability, learning to hold your ground without becoming rigid. Therapy, meditation, honest friendship, whatever works for you. The work produces the qualities. Practice witnessing. Pay attention to how the people in your life are changing. Name the growth you see. Become a mirror for becoming. Speak in futures that include rather than exclude. This is simple linguistic adjustment that creates significant psychological impact. And beneath all of this, commit to development over performance. Every time you reach for a tactic, ask yourself, am I performing something I have not become? If yes, return to the development. The tactics will emerge naturally when the development is real. Marcus Aurelius wrote in his Meditations that waste no more time arguing about what a good man should be. Be one. The same applies here. Do not argue about what an attractive man should be. Become one. This video has given you the map. The journey is yours. If what you have learned here has shifted something in you, I want to invite you to become part of this community. This channel exists to reveal the psychology that most people never access. Every video builds on the last. The men who watch consistently become men who understand deeply. Subscribe, hit the notification bell, share this with a man who needs to hear it, and then begin the work. Because understanding without implementation is just entertainment. Implementation is where transformation happens. The woman you want is waiting for someone who has developed these qualities. She cannot find him among the men who only perform. She is looking for the real thing. Become the real thing. I will see you in the next video. She was laughing, not at something he said, not because he was funny. She was laughing because something inside her had just shifted, something she could not explain, something she did not choose. Kai had done nothing special that night. He did not buy her drinks. He did not compliment her outfit. He did not tell her he liked her. He simply sat there, present, calm, completely at ease, with the silence between them, and she could not stop looking at him. This is not a story I invented. This is what happens when a man activates something deep inside a woman's psychology, something she does not know exists, something most men never learn to trigger. It is happening right now in every bar, every coffee shop, every room where a man sits with quiet confidence while other men scramble for attention. And today I am going to show you exactly how it works. I need to tell you something first, because this video is not theory. It is not something I read and repeated. I lived it, and I failed at it first. 2 years ago, I was the man everyone in the room was trying to be noticed by. Not because I was confident, because I was desperate. I texted first every time. I made plans she never asked for. I filled every silence with words that meant nothing because I was terrified of what the silence would say about me. One night, a woman I had been seeing for 3 weeks sat across from me and said something I will never forget. She said, "I can feel how hard you are trying, and it makes me uncomfortable." That sentence broke something open in me because she was not rejecting me for what I did wrong. She was rejecting what I was radiating. My need, my hunger, my fear. It was on me like cologne. She could smell it before I opened my mouth. So I stopped. I went back to the fundamentals. I studied Robert Greene. I studied Jung. I studied the psychology of desire at a level most men never touch. And what I found changed everything. There are 3 specific psychological switches inside every woman. 3 deep triggers that operate below conscious thought. When a man activates them, attraction is not something she decides. It is something that happens to her. And I am going to teach you all 3. But before we get there, you need to understand one thing. And this is the part most men get completely wrong. Attraction is not a reaction to what you do. It is a reaction to what you are. Robert Greene spent decades studying the psychology of desire. In his work on seduction, he came to one conclusion that cuts through everything else. He wrote that people are drawn not to what impresses them, but to what makes them feel something they cannot get anywhere else. That word is key. Feel, not think, not admire, feel. A woman does not choose to be attracted to you. Her body does not wait for her brain to give permission. The feeling arrives before the thought. It happens in milliseconds. And once it is there, no amount of logic can remove it. This is where most men fail. They try to build attraction through logic, through lists of qualities, through becoming impressive on paper. They get better jobs, they get better bodies, they buy better clothes, and sometimes it works, but most of the time it does not, because logic does not activate pleasure switches. Emotion does. Carl Jung understood this better than almost anyone who studied the human mind. He wrote that a man who understands the unconscious does not need to fight it. He can work with it. He can direct it. He can become the kind of man who triggers responses in others without ever saying a word. That is what these 3 switches are. They are unconscious triggers. They bypass the logical mind entirely. They speak directly to the emotional center of the brain. And when you learn to activate them, you do not need to be impressive. You need to be felt. Switch 1 is what I call the magnetic pull. This is the deep pleasure a woman feels when she is in the presence of a man who is completely at war with nothing. No internal conflict, no desperation, no need for her approval. She feels safe in a way she rarely does. And safety is the foundation of everything else. Switch 2 is the beautiful ache. This is the pleasure of wanting something she does not fully have. Not frustration, not games, a specific emotional state that keeps a man alive in her mind long after the conversation ends. Most men accidentally destroy this switch every single day without knowing it. Switch 3 is the silent war. This is the pleasure of earning something that has real value. When a woman feels she has won something rare, her brain releases a chemical reward so powerful it creates loyalty. Not just attraction, loyalty. The kind that makes her come back. These 3 switches work as a system. Activate one without the others, and you get a flicker. Activate all 3, and you become someone she thinks about at 2 inches the morning. Now, here is what I want you to pay close attention to. The first switch is the hardest one for most men to develop, because it requires something most men never build. It requires that you own yourself completely. Stay with me, because what comes next is the foundation everything else is built on. Picture 2 men at the same party. Man 1 walks in, and the room does not change. He moves through it like water through rocks. He does not scan for eyes on him. He does not tighten when someone does not greet him. He finds a spot. He stands. He breathes. And something about the way he occupies space makes other people turn their heads without knowing why. Man too walks in, and the air shifts in the other direction. His eyes dart. His shoulders come up half an inch. He laughs too fast at something that is not funny. He checks his phone twice in 30 seconds. Not because anyone texted him, because he needs to feel like someone might. Both men are good-looking. Both men are well-dressed. On paper, they are equal. But every woman in that room felt the difference before either man opened his mouth. This is the magnetic pull. And it is not about confidence, the way most men understand confidence. It is not about being loud. It is not about dominating a room. It is about having nowhere else you need to be inside your own mind. Evolutionary psychologist David Buss spent over 30 years studying what drives mate selection across cultures. One pattern held true everywhere he looked. Women are drawn to men who display what he called psychological stability under pressure. Not physical strength, not wealth, stability. A man who is internally at war with himself broadcasts that war through everything. His voice, his posture, his timing, the way he fills silence. Women are wired to read these signals. They have been reading them for thousands of years. It is not a conscious process. It happens automatically. When a man is internally settled, her nervous system responds to it. Her body relaxes. Her guard drops. And in that moment of dropping, something opens that she rarely lets open with anyone. Trust. Not the trust you build over months, the trust that happens in seconds. The kind that makes a woman lean in before she knows your name. Nietzsche wrote that the man who has chaos inside can give birth to a dancing star. But Nietzsche also understood that chaos must be ordered first. Raw chaos is not strength, it is noise. The man who transforms his internal disorder into something structured, something directed, something purposeful, that man becomes magnetic. The magnetic pull is not about removing emotion. It is about having a center so solid that emotion moves through you without moving you. There are 3 things that shatter this switch in most men, and you are probably doing at least one of them right now. The first is what I call approval hunger. This is the silent belief that another person's opinion of you determines your worth. When you carry this belief, everything you do becomes a performance. You say things to get a reaction. You agree with things you do not believe. You bend yourself into shapes that fit what you think she wants, and she feels it every time. Baltasar Gracián, the Spanish philosopher who studied human behavior centuries before modern psychology existed, wrote that a man who needs the world's approval has already surrendered his power. The moment you hand your sense of worth to another person, you become invisible to her. Not because she does not see you, because what she sees is someone who does not see himself. The fix is not easy, but it is simple. You must build something in your life that has nothing to do with any woman. A skill, a goal, a body, a project. Something that when you wake up in the morning, you have a reason to move that is yours alone. When your foundation is built on your own work, no single person can shake it. The second fracture is mental noise during connection. Most men, when they are talking to a woman they want, are not actually present. They are running a script inside their head. Am I saying the right thing? Does she look bored? What do I say next? Should I touch her arm here? This internal broadcast pulls you out of the moment, and she feels the absence. It is like talking to someone who is physically there, but emotionally in another room. Here is how you fix this. Before any interaction that matters to you, stop for 10 seconds. Feel your feet on the ground. Take one breath that goes all the way down. Notice the actual sounds around you. This is not meditation. This is a reset. It brings you back into the room and out of the script. The third fracture is reactive collapse. Women test men not because they are cruel, because they need information. They need to know if you are solid. So they push, they disagree, they go quiet, they pull back slightly, and most men collapse the second they feel it. They chase, they over-explain, they apologize for things that need no apology. Every collapse tells her the same thing. You are not safe to lean on. The counter is brutally simple. When you feel the pull to react, do not let one full breath pass before you respond. Not because you are playing a game, because you are proving to yourself and to her that you are not controlled by what happens around you. Here is something that will sound counterintuitive. The magnetic pull has nothing to do with her in the beginning. Nothing. It is entirely about your relationship with yourself, how you handle pressure, how you sit with discomfort, how you respond when no one is watching. Sun Tzu wrote that victory belongs to the man who knows himself and knows his enemy. But he also wrote that the man who knows only his enemy and not himself will lose as often as he wins. This switch is about knowing yourself first, owning the ground you stand on so completely that when she steps near it, she feels the solidity beneath her feet. When this switch activates, something shifts in how she experiences you. You become the man she does not have to manage, the man she does not have to worry about, the man who is simply there, steady, present, real, and that feeling that is rarer than you know. But here is the critical thing. The magnetic pull alone is not enough, because a man can be perfectly calm and perfectly boring. Stability without tension creates comfort, and comfort in the world of attraction creates one thing: forgetting. The second switch is what transforms calm into obsession, and it works in a way most men will never understand. Stay close, because this next part changes everything. Ethan texted her back in 40 minutes. Not because he was busy, not because he was playing a game, because he had just finished a training session. His phone was in his bag. He was in the shower when she messaged. By the time he saw it, 40 minutes had passed. That is it. That is the whole story. But here is what happened inside her head during those 40 minutes. She checked her phone twice. She wondered what he was doing. She replayed the last thing he said to her the night before. She smiled at something he had done without even realizing it was memorable. And by the time his reply came through, she was already invested in a way she had not been that morning. He did nothing deliberate. He did nothing strategic. He simply had a life that was full enough that she was not always at the center of it. And that absence, that small gap, that tiny window where she did not know what he was doing, that activated the second switch, the beautiful ache. Sigmund Freud spent years studying why humans are drawn to things they do not fully possess. His conclusion was uncomfortable for most people to accept. We do not experience the strongest emotion when we receive what we want. We experience it in the space before we receive it. The anticipation is the pleasure, not the arrival. Think about this with something simple. The night before a trip you have been planning for months. That night you cannot sleep. Your mind is racing. You feel alive in a way the actual vacation will never match, because the wanting is more powerful than the having. This is not a flaw in human psychology. It is the design, and it means something specific for how attraction works. When a man gives a woman everything immediately, all his attention, all his time, all his availability, he does not make her feel loved. He makes her feel full, and a full person stops reaching for more. Robert Greene understood this at a fundamental level. He wrote that desire lives in the space between what we have and what we want. The moment that space closes, desire dies. Most men close that space without knowing it. They text back in seconds. They agree to every plan. They reveal everything about themselves in the first conversation. They think they are showing her that she matters. What they are actually doing is removing the very thing that would make her think about them. They are stealing her ache. Now, I need to be direct here, because half the men who hear this concept do the same thing. They turn it into a game. They ignore her for 2 days to seem busy. They cancel plans they have no plans for. They pretend to have a life they do not have. Women see through this in seconds, not minutes, seconds. Manufactured scarcity is obvious. It feels hollow. It creates suspicion, not attraction. And once she sees the act, trust is gone permanently. The beautiful ache does not come from pretending. It comes from actually having somewhere else to be. Nietzsche wrote that he who has a why to live can bear almost any how. But the deeper truth in that line is this: the man who has a why does not need to manufacture anything. His life creates natural tension on its own. When you are training 3 mornings a week, you genuinely cannot see her every morning. When you are building something that demands your evenings, you genuinely cannot be available every night. When you have friendships that matter to you, you genuinely cannot cancel them every time she calls. This is not strategy. This is a life. And the tension it creates is not artificial. It is the natural rhythm of a man who has substance. Here is how you apply this in practice. Method 1. Reveal yourself in layers, not in floods. When she asks about your life, give her one piece, one story, one detail, not the whole thing. Let her curiosity do the work. Let her ask the next question. Let her lean forward. Schopenhauer wrote that what we partially understand holds more power over us than what we fully know. Full knowledge kills the desire to explore. Partial knowledge feeds it. When you reveal yourself slowly, you become a story she wants to finish reading. Method 2. Have commitments that come first. Sometimes, not always, not to make a point, but sometimes your training matters more than her invitation. Sometimes your work needs the evening. Sometimes your friend needs the weekend. When you say I cannot tonight but Thursday works, you communicate something powerful. Your world does not orbit around her. It has its own gravity. And that gravity is attractive in a way that constant availability never is. Method 3. End the conversation before it dies. This is the one most men get wrong. They talk until the energy fades. They squeeze every last moment out of an interaction until both people feel drained. Do the opposite. When the conversation is at its peak, when she is laughing, when the energy is alive, that is when you stop. You tell her you have to go. You leave, and she is left wondering. That feeling does not disappear when you walk away. It follows her. She carries it home. She thinks about when she will feel it again. And that thought keeps you alive in her mind in a way that 3 more hours of talking never would. Robert Greene called this the art of strategic absence. The idea is not to disappear. It is to leave at the moment when your presence is most felt, because the moment after you leave is when she realizes exactly how much she wants you there. The beautiful ache is not about making her miss you. That is too small a way to think about it. It is about making her emotionally active when you are not around. When a man is always there, a woman is passive. She receives his attention. She does not work for it. And passive receiving creates weak attachment. When a man has natural gaps, a woman becomes active. She fills those gaps with her own imagination. She builds versions of you in her mind. She creates emotional investment that she owns. And here is the key insight that most men miss entirely. The version of you she creates in her imagination during those gaps. It is often more powerful than the real you, not because you are flawed, because imagination amplifies what is already there. The magnetic pull you built in Switch, one becomes even stronger when she is imagining it alone. The beautiful ache does not compete with the first switch, it multiplies it. But here is where it gets dangerous, because there is a third switch. And this one does not just attract her, it makes her fight for you. What comes next is the most psychologically powerful piece of this entire system. And it is also the one most men are most afraid to develop. Stay with me. Sebastian had been talking to her for 3 weeks. He liked her. She knew he liked her. The signals were there, but something was different about how he showed it. He never chased. When she went quiet for a day, he did not panic. When she sent a short reply, he did not send 3 messages trying to fill the silence. When she suggested plans, he did not drop everything to say yes. He responded when he felt like it. He agreed when it worked for him. He was warm when they talked, but he was not desperate, not even close. One night she asked him directly. She said, "Do you actually like me? Because you act like you could take it or leave it." And Sebastian did something that broke her open. He looked at her calmly and said, "I like you a lot. I just like myself more." She did not respond for 10 seconds. And in those 10 seconds, everything about how she saw him changed. This is the silent war, and it is the most powerful switch of all 3. Robert Cialdini spent decades studying why humans assign value to certain things over others. One of his core findings was this: the rarity of something determines how much emotional weight people attach to it. This is not about being hard to get. That is a childish way to frame it. This is about being genuinely difficult to earn. When a man's attention, time, and emotional investment are freely given to anyone who asks for them, they become worthless. Not because the man is worthless, because the signals he sends tell the world that his resources are unlimited, and unlimited things have no value. When a man's attention must be earned through genuine connection, through real compatibility, through actual effort on both sides, that attention becomes precious. Her brain registers it as rare, and rare things trigger a specific neurological reward. Daniel Kahneman, one of the most respected psychologists of the last century, studied how humans make decisions about value. He found that we do not measure worth by how much something costs us. We measure it by how much effort we put in to obtain it. Effort creates emotional investment, and emotional investment creates loyalty. This is the silent war, not a battle she fights against you, a battle she fights to win you. And when she wins, the prize feels earned, and earned things are never treated carelessly. There are 3 behaviors that collapse perceived value instantly, and they are all rooted in the same fear, the fear of not being chosen. The first is excessive pursuit. When you chase someone who is not matching your energy, you tell her something without words. You tell her that she is above you, that you are reaching up towards something you are not sure you deserve. Machiavelli wrote that a man who is seen as needy will always be treated as expendable, because need broadcasts weakness, and weakness in the context of attraction creates pity, not desire. The practical rule is this: match her investment exactly. If she gives you 10%, you give 10%. If she gives you 50, you give 50. You never exceed what she is offering. You never pour water into a glass that is not being held up. This is not coldness, this is balance. And balance is where respect lives. The second destroyer is opinion collapse. This happens when a man changes what he thinks the moment someone pushes back. She disagrees, and suddenly he is not so sure anymore. She challenges him, and he folds like paper. Every time this happens, her perception of him drops, because a man without his own ground has no ground to offer anyone else. Dostoevsky wrote that a man who surrenders his convictions to keep the peace has already lost the war inside himself. The external peace he creates is hollow, and women sense hollow peace immediately. The fix is not aggression. It is not stubbornness for the sake of stubbornness. It is simply this: when you genuinely believe something, say so. When someone challenges you, hold your position calmly, not loudly, not defensively, just honestly. A man who can say, "I see it differently, and here is why," while remaining completely calm, is a man who radiates internal authority. And internal authority is the foundation of perceived value. The third destroyer is purposelessness. A man whose entire world contracts to fit around one woman becomes small in her eyes. His happiness depends on her mood. His schedule bends to her availability. His identity shrinks until she is the only thing that matters. And paradoxically, the more she becomes everything to him, the less she wants him. Because a man without his own direction has nothing to offer except need. And need, as we already established, destroys the very thing it is reaching for. The solution is not to pretend you have purpose. It is to actually have it. Build something. Work towards something. Wake up in the morning with a reason to move that belongs to you. When your life has weight and direction, you carry yourself differently. You speak differently. You make decisions differently. And she sees a man who is going somewhere, not a man who is waiting for her to tell him where. Here is the piece that separates men who attract from men who keep. Attraction is easy to create. Loyalty is rare. And the silent war is what creates loyalty. When a woman feels she has genuinely earned a man's full attention, not because he gives it freely, but because she proved herself worthy of it, something locks into place inside her psychology. She begins to protect it, not out of fear, out of investment. She has put emotional labor into earning this. She has shown up. She has been real. She has taken risks. And that labor has returned something valuable. Jung wrote that what we fight for, we value. What is given to us freely, we take for granted. This is why the third switch does not just attract, it bonds. It creates the kind of connection where she does not just like you, she is invested in you. She thinks about whether you are okay. She makes space for you in her life without being asked. That is not attraction. That is something deeper. And it only happens when the value is real, when your standards are genuine, when your boundaries exist because you respect yourself, not because someone told you to set them. The silent war cannot be faked. A man who pretends to have standards but crumbles the second someone actually tests them will be exposed instantly. She will see the performance, and once she sees it, everything collapses. But a man who genuinely values his own time, his own energy, his own attention. That man does not need to perform anything. He simply is what he is, and that is enough. Now you understand all three switches: the magnetic pull, the beautiful ache, the silent war. But understanding them separately is not the same as seeing them work together. In the final segment, I am going to show you exactly how these three switches combine in real time, from the first moment of contact to the point where she is fully invested, step by step, move by move. And I am going to show you why most men destroy all three switches in a single interaction without ever realizing it. Do not leave. This is the part that ties everything together. I want you to watch two versions of the same night play out in your mind. Same woman, same setting, two completely different men. Version 1, the collapse. Jordan spots her across the room. Something clicks. He feels it. And immediately, every switch breaks. He walks over. His body is tight. His smile is too wide. He is already performing before he opens his mouth. He compliments her outfit. He asks what she does for work. He listens, but not really. He is listening for gaps where he can say something impressive. She gives him a short answer. He fills the silence with 3 sentences. She pulls back slightly. He leans forward. She checks her phone. He does not notice, or he does notice, and he does not know what to do about it. He tells her about his job, then his apartment, then his plans for the weekend. He is handing her everything, every piece of himself, unwrapped and offered up like a gift she never asked for. 20 minutes in, she smiles politely and says she needs to find her friend. Jordan watches her go and tells himself she was not his type. She was his type. She just could not feel anything from him. Switch 1 dead. He was anxious from the start. No presence, no ground. Switch 2 dead. He gave everything away in the first 5 minutes. No mystery, no ache. Switch 3 dead. He chased her attention like it was the only thing keeping him alive. No value, no war. 3 switches, all destroyed in under 20 minutes. This is what happens when a man does not understand the system. Version 2, the activation. Now watch the same night with a different man. Liam is in the same room. He sees her too. The same click happens, but he does not move immediately. He finishes his conversation first. He takes his time. When he does approach, his body is loose. His shoulders are down. He is not performing. He is simply there. He asks her one question. A real one, not what do you do. Something specific to something he noticed. And then he stops talking. He listens. Actually listens. His eyes stay on her face. The room around them fades into background noise because he is completely present. This is the magnetic pull. The first switch activates. She feels something shift. A subtle relaxation. A sense that this man is not going to exhaust her. They talk for a while. The energy builds. She laughs at something he said, and it is a real laugh, not a polite one. The conversation is alive. And then Liam glances at his watch. He says, I have to meet someone in a few minutes, but this was good. I want to continue it. He does not ask for her number. He does not suggest they meet tomorrow. He simply says it was good, and he wants to continue. And then he leaves. The beautiful ache activates. She watches him walk away, and something in her chest does not close. She is mid-feeling. The conversation did not end. It paused, and her mind will spend the rest of the night trying to finish it. Throughout the entire interaction, Liam did not agree with everything she said. When she mentioned something he disagreed with, he told her so calmly, simply, without apology. He did not change his position to make her comfortable. He held his ground with a slight smile and moved on. The silent war activates. She begins to feel that this man has substance, that his attention means something because it is not given to everyone, that earning more of him would require her to show up too. Same night, same woman, 2 completely different outcomes. The difference was not talent. It was not looks. It was not luck. It was understanding. Understanding is not enough. I told you this at the beginning, and I meant it. So here is your path. Concrete, immediate, no guessing. For the magnetic pull, the work starts with your relationship to yourself, not to women, to yourself. Train your body, not to look good, to feel grounded. Develop one skill that demands your focus. Sit in silence for 5 minutes a day without reaching for your phone. Learn to be comfortable with who you are when no one is watching. When your inner world is solid, the external world reflects it automatically. For the beautiful ache, the work starts with your calendar. Fill it with things that matter to you. Real things: training, work, friendships, projects. When your life is genuinely full, you do not need to manufacture scarcity. It creates itself. And the tension it generates is the kind a woman can feel without being told. For the silent war, the work starts with your standards, not standards you set to impress someone. Standards you set because you respect your own time and energy. Walk away from interactions that drain you. Hold your opinions when they are challenged. Build something that gives you a reason to wake up that has nothing to do with another person. When you respect yourself, others follow every time. Marcus Aurelius wrote that you have power over your mind, not outside events. Realize this and you will find strength. The 3 switches are not tricks. They are not manipulations. They are the natural result of becoming a man who has done the work, a man who has built something real inside himself. And that man does not need to hunt for attraction. Attraction finds him. Most men spend their entire lives searching for the right woman. They look in every room, they swipe through every face. They wonder why the connection never sticks. The search is the problem. You do not find the right woman by looking harder. You find her by becoming someone worth finding. The 3 switches are not about what you do to her. They are about what you become for yourself. Presence, depth, value. These are not strategies. They are qualities. And qualities cannot be performed. They can only be built. The man who owns himself completely does not need to chase. He does not need to perform. He does not need to wonder if he is enough. He already knows. And every woman in the room feels it before he opens his mouth. Remember this, because this is the line that separates the men who struggle from the men who do not. She is not looking for the man who wants her most. She is looking for the man who wants himself first. That is the entire system condensed into one sentence. The magnetic pull, the beautiful ache, the silent war, 3 switches, 1 foundation. The man who builds it becomes impossible to forget. If this changed how you think about attraction, share this video. Not because I need the views, because the man you are becoming deserves to know this. And so does every man you know who is still searching. Subscribe, because what I teach on this channel is not surface level. It is the deep work, the real psychology, the kind of understanding that changes how you move through the world. This is not the end of what you can learn here. If you want to improve your skills with women, check out the Seducer's Blueprint link is in the description. And with that, see you in the next video. Hey, let me ask you something real quick. What if the reason women lose interest in most men isn't because those men aren't trying hard enough, but because they're trying in the wrong way? The truth is simple, but uncomfortable. Women are naturally attracted to a certain type of man, and it has very little to do with money, looks, or flashy confidence. It has everything to do with behavior, presence, and subtle signals that trigger deep female attraction and attraction psychology. Once a man understands this, his masculine frame begins to shift, and the way women respond to him changes completely. In this video, you're going to discover the specific behaviors that quietly create magnetic masculinity, strengthen masculine presence, and transform a man into the kind of high-value man women instinctively notice. Not through manipulation, not through fake confidence, but through patterns of behavior that activate real psychological attraction and subtle power dynamics most men never learn. A wise mentor would explain it this way: women don't fall for words first, they respond to signals. Deep down, female attraction is rarely about what a man says, but about the quiet message he sends through behavior. When a man walks into a room with a calm, masculine frame, people feel it before he even speaks. His posture is relaxed, his voice steady, and there's no rush in his movements. That subtle calm creates what many psychologists call psychological attraction, a silent communication that tells others, this man is grounded. Most men make the same mistake. They believe attraction comes from impressing women, but real attraction usually comes from emotional stability. When a man maintains emotional self-control in social situations, he naturally radiates quiet dominance. He doesn't react impulsively, doesn't seek validation, doesn't compete for attention. This behavior sends a powerful signal of status, signaling without arrogance. People instinctively associate calmness with competence. That's one of the foundations of magnetic masculinity, the ability to influence the emotional environment without trying too hard. Now imagine two men entering the same social setting. One tries hard to entertain everyone, constantly talking, joking, and explaining himself. The other listens first. He observes. His body language communicates calm confidence and strategic confidence. The second man creates curiosity because his masculine presence feels intentional. Women often respond to that subtle mystery. It triggers attraction psychology at a deeper level. People begin wondering who he is and why he seems so composed. That curiosity becomes the first spark of psychological power in social dynamics. Another key behavior is what researchers in social dynamics call masculine polarity. Attraction tends to grow when a man expresses direction and grounded energy. A man who demonstrates masculine leadership in simple moments, choosing the place to meet, guiding conversation naturally, or calmly navigating unexpected situations, creates emotional safety. This type of behavior signals a high-value man not through status symbols, but through competence. Women often perceive this as stability, which is one of the strongest primal attraction triggers embedded in human psychology. But here's something many people overlook. Silence can be more powerful than performance. A man who's comfortable with pauses in conversation often radiates a subtle, mysterious aura. He doesn't rush to fill every gap with noise. Instead, he listens with focus, occasionally adding a thoughtful comment. This behavior demonstrates masculine discipline and creates intrigue. People tend to project curiosity onto quiet individuals. That's how seductive psychology often works, by allowing space for imagination rather than forcing attention. There's also a fascinating aspect of power dynamics in social interaction. When a man doesn't chase approval, his energy changes. He becomes less reactive and more intentional. This creates what some behavioral researchers describe as dangerous charisma, not aggression, but a controlled masculine edge that signals confidence and independence. It's the opposite of neediness. That balance between calm and unpredictability often strengthens irresistible male presence, making others feel that the man's attention is valuable. And here's where things get interesting. The behaviors we're talking about aren't about manipulation. They're about alignment between actions and identity. When a man develops genuine self-respect, his dominant archetype begins to emerge naturally. His posture changes. His communication becomes clearer. His decisions reflect social dominance without hostility. This authenticity is what amplifies seductive authority in social settings. It's subtle but powerful. And once someone begins noticing this shift, a deeper transformation in attraction dynamics begins unfolding. A mentor would often say that attraction begins long before a conversation starts. It begins with how a man carries himself when nobody's watching. Small habits create powerful signals. A man who takes care of his physical posture, keeps his environment organized, and speaks with calm clarity naturally projects masculine discipline. These quiet signals accumulate into something people perceive as high-value man behavior. Women rarely analyze these details consciously, but they feel them instantly. That feeling strengthens female attraction because consistency communicates reliability and inner stability. Another behavior that triggers deeper attraction psychology is emotional independence. Many men unintentionally sabotage their own presence by seeking reassurance or approval. When a man learns to stand firmly within his own masculine frame, his energy shifts. He listens without reacting defensively. He shares opinions without needing validation. This creates a subtle form of psychological power. Women sense that his emotional state is self-generated rather than dependent on others. That independence strengthens magnetic masculinity because it communicates a man who chooses connection instead of needing it. Eye contact is another underestimated element of seductive psychology. A man who maintains relaxed and steady eye contact communicates strategic confidence without saying a word. The key is balance. Staring too intensely feels aggressive, while avoiding eye contact suggests insecurity. The sweet spot is calm engagement. When eye contact is paired with a relaxed posture and grounded breathing, it reinforces masculine presence. This small behavior can amplify irresistible male presence because it shows emotional stability and awareness during social interaction. Many people assume that charisma comes from talking a lot. In reality, one of the strongest signals of quiet dominance is selective communication. A man who chooses his words carefully demonstrates seductive authority. Instead of speaking to impress, he speaks to add clarity or insight. This behavior naturally elevates status signaling in social groups. People begin to pay more attention when he talks because his words carry intention. Over time, this reinforces social dominance, not through loudness, but through controlled presence and thoughtful contribution. There is also a deeper layer of power dynamics that often goes unnoticed. A man who pursues his goals with focus creates a natural gravitational pull around him. Ambition expressed through consistent action signals masculine leadership. It shows direction. Women often interpret this direction as stability and purpose. This dynamic reinforces masculine polarity, which strengthens emotional tension and attraction. The man becomes someone who is moving forward in life. That forward motion acts as a powerful primal attraction trigger because purpose communicates capability. Now imagine a man who walks into a room with calm posture, greets people with relaxed confidence, and listens attentively before speaking. His behavior reflects emotional self-control in a grounded masculine frame. He laughs easily, but never tries to dominate attention. This balanced presence creates subtle intrigue. Women often perceive this combination of calm and strength as dangerous charisma. It suggests a man who is emotionally stable yet unpredictable enough to remain interesting. That mixture strengthens psychological attraction in ways many men overlook. A mentor might explain that the real secret behind magnetic masculinity is internal alignment. When a man respects his own standards, his actions naturally communicate masculine edge and confidence. He does not perform masculinity, he lives it. This authenticity activates the dominant archetype within social perception. People begin to treat him differently. Conversations shift, attention changes. The environment subtly adjusts around his irresistible male presence, and once a man starts noticing that shift, he begins to understand how powerful intentional behavior can become. At this point, a mentor would remind him of something simple but powerful. Attraction often grows from emotional contrast. A man who balances warmth with firmness naturally develops masculine polarity. He can laugh and enjoy the moment, yet he remains grounded in his values. This balance creates seductive psychology because it keeps interactions emotionally dynamic. Women feel that he is approachable, but not easily influenced. That subtle tension between calm, kindness, and strong boundaries strengthens female attraction and gradually reinforces the image of a high-value man. Another essential behavior involves how a man responds to pressure. Social situations sometimes bring awkward moments, disagreements, or unexpected tension. A man who maintains emotional self-control during these moments demonstrates real strength. Instead of reacting impulsively, he slows down, listens carefully, and answers with clarity. This calm response signals psychological power and reinforces quiet dominance. Women often interpret this as emotional maturity. It tells them he can handle challenges without losing balance. Over time, this stability strengthens his masculine presence in every environment he enters. One more behavior quietly transforms how people perceive a man. He begins prioritizing purpose over approval. Instead of shaping his personality to gain attention, he commits to growth, discipline, and direction. This lifestyle projects masculine leadership and strong status signaling. People sense that he values his time and energy. That sense of purpose creates powerful magnetic masculinity and deepens attraction psychology. And here is a quick pause. If this kind of insight is opening your eyes to patterns most people never notice, take a moment right now to like the video and subscribe to the channel. Content like this is shared for those who truly want to understand the hidden mechanics of human behavior, and the next ideas will go even deeper. Now, let's look at a small story that illustrates this transformation. Daniel was a quiet software developer who always felt invisible in social environments. He often tried to impress women by being overly helpful and constantly available. One day, he decided to change his approach. Instead of chasing approval, he began focusing on self-improvement. He studied communication through platforms like Coursera and psychology lectures on YouTube channels dedicated to behavioral science. Slowly, his posture, voice, and decisions began reflecting strategic confidence and stronger masculine discipline. As Daniel continued developing his habits, something unexpected happened. His interactions changed naturally. He began speaking less, but listening more carefully. His communication carried a subtle, mysterious aura because he was no longer trying to prove himself. People started noticing his calm presence during group conversations. Women especially seemed curious about him. Without realizing it, Daniel had developed social dominance in a quiet way. His calm attitude, combined with seductive authority, created a form of psychological attraction that previously never existed in his interactions. Daniel also began practicing small daily behaviors that strengthened his masculine frame. He trained at the gym 3 times a week to build discipline and posture. He read books on behavioral psychology and social strategy, including authors who discussed power dynamics and influence. He improved his breathing and speaking pace to reinforce masculine presence during conversations. None of these habits were dramatic on their own, yet together they gradually built what others perceived as dangerous charisma, the kind that strengthens female attraction without needing constant attention. Months later, Daniel noticed something remarkable. Social interactions felt easier and more natural. Instead of chasing conversations, people approached him. Women seemed more comfortable around him because his energy communicated stability and direction. His calm tone, clear decisions, and focused lifestyle reinforced the image of a dominant archetype. This combination created a powerful primal attraction trigger. What changed was not his personality, but the alignment between behavior and identity. And when a man reaches that alignment, his irresistible male presence becomes impossible to ignore. A mentor would now highlight another subtle behavior that shapes perception. A man who values his time sends powerful signals without saying a word. When he protects his schedule, finishes what he starts, and avoids unnecessary drama, he demonstrates masculine discipline. This consistency reinforces the image of a high-value man because reliability is rare. People instinctively associate discipline with capability. Women especially interpret this as emotional safety combined with ambition. That combination strengthens female attraction and quietly builds the kind of magnetic masculinity that many men try to fake. Another important behavior is emotional steadiness during uncertainty. Life rarely unfolds in perfect conditions. Plans change, conversations take unexpected turns, and tension sometimes appears. A man who remains centered during these moments communicates emotional self-control. Instead of reacting impulsively, he pauses, observes, and responds with intention. This calm approach strengthens psychological power in social interaction. It shows that his emotional state is internally regulated. Women often interpret this steadiness as quiet strength, reinforcing psychological attraction and deepening the perception of quiet dominance. Curiosity also plays a surprising role in seductive psychology. Many men try to impress by talking about themselves. A wiser approach is asking thoughtful questions and genuinely listening. When a man shows curiosity about someone's ideas, experiences, and perspective, he demonstrates awareness and confidence. This behavior strengthens masculine presence because it shows emotional intelligence rather than insecurity. Women often feel more comfortable opening up in these moments. That comfort increases attraction psychology, especially when curiosity is combined with strategic confidence and authentic attention. Physical presence also contributes to attraction in ways people rarely discuss openly. A man who moves with calm intention projects subtle authority. His gestures are relaxed, his pace is steady, and his posture reflects awareness of his environment. These details reinforce status signaling and strengthen social dominance within group settings. When this behavior aligns with clarity of purpose, it amplifies masculine leadership. Women tend to interpret this physical confidence as competence. Over time, this combination creates the impression of dangerous charisma, the kind that draws attention naturally. Another behavior that amplifies attraction involves boundaries. A man who respectfully expresses what he accepts and what he does not accept develops a strong masculine edge. Boundaries communicate self-respect. They show that his values guide his decisions rather than social pressure. This reinforces masculine polarity because it creates emotional contrast. Women sense both strength and clarity in his behavior. That clarity strengthens power dynamics within interactions and contributes to the perception of a dominant archetype who leads his life intentionally. Purpose also acts as a powerful primal attraction trigger. When a man is committed to building something meaningful in his life, his energy changes. He becomes focused and forward-moving. This focus naturally strengthens masculine leadership and communicates direction. Women often perceive purpose as stability combined with ambition. It shows that his identity does not revolve around seeking approval. Instead, his life is guided by goals and values. This independence reinforces seductive authority and contributes to a deeply irresistible male presence. In the end, attraction rarely depends on tricks or rehearsed lines. It grows from consistent behavior aligned with identity. When a man develops self-respect, discipline, curiosity, and direction, his presence transforms naturally. These behaviors combine into a powerful expression of magnetic masculinity. His calm attitude, clear decisions, and grounded posture reinforce a strong masculine frame. Women feel that energy instinctively because it reflects authenticity. And once a man understands these dynamics, he begins noticing how deeply female attraction responds to genuine strength. By now, you can probably see the pattern. Attraction rarely responds to performance. It responds to behavior, consistency, and identity. When a man develops masculine discipline, strengthens his masculine frame, and carries himself with calm, masculine presence, the entire dynamic around him begins to shift. Women feel the difference because female attraction often reacts to signals of psychological power, quiet dominance, and emotional stability. That is what gradually builds magnetic masculinity and the kind of irresistible male presence that no amount of forced charm can replace. Now, here is the real question. Which of these behaviors are you already practicing in your own life? And which ones do you realize you need to develop starting today? Because the moment a man begins cultivating strategic confidence, clear boundaries, and authentic masculine leadership, he changes the entire energy of his interactions. That is where attraction, psychology, and power dynamics begin working in his favor rather than against him. I would genuinely like to hear from you. In the comments, write this simple phrase: I build my masculine frame. That small commitment can become the first step toward developing the dominant archetype and dangerous charisma that shapes strong, confident men. When you say it publicly, you remind yourself that growth is a decision, not an accident. Thank you sincerely for spending your time here and reaching the end of this video. Your attention means more than you might realize. If this message helped you see relationships and seductive psychology from a deeper perspective, please take a moment to like the video, share it with someone who might benefit from these insights, and consider joining as a member to access extra content. There is much more ahead about attraction, psychology, masculine edge, and becoming the kind of man who never has to chase attention again. How many times have you given your intimacy like a bargaining chip, believing that openness would finally earn you love? How many confessions poured out for no reason? How many tears displayed as proof of being real, only to realize that in the end, you became a book read once and left on the shelf of the predictable, pathetic? You were taught that vulnerability creates connection, but the truth is far more ruthless. What you give without resistance is consumed without gratitude. This video is not for soft souls. It is for those ready to relearn seduction through mystery, control, and power. You are about to uncover 15 principles that separate the man who begs from the man who dominates. The man who bleeds energy through anxiety from the one who manages it like a drug, releasing small doses that ignite desire, shape emotions, and create attachment. Today, we stop begging. Today, we start ruling, and those who do not understand this will be ruled. Law 1. Protect your shadow. Only what remains hidden becomes irresistible. The moment you reveal too much, you surrender power. Mystery is what preserves influence. Are you tired of being completely transparent and still being ignored? You exposed yourself without filters. You spoke about who you are, what you feel, what hurt you, and still they treated you as if you were ordinary. That was not bad luck. That was your error. You opened yourself as if your story were a gift, when in truth, it was a surrender. And the one who surrenders first does not inspire desire. He becomes entertainment. Out of your hunger to connect, you gave everything away. Your thoughts, your truths, your wounds, your emotions. You believe that makes you authentic. In reality, you turned the map of your soul into a public road. And what is public, what is obvious, what is fully decoded, loses all power of attraction. Mystery does not appear by chance. It is engineered. It is designed and you destroyed it, with every unnecessary confession, every long explanation, every attempt to clarify what should never be clarified. Because there are things that become weaker the moment they are explained. The real problem is how you were programmed. You were told that being yourself would make others value you. That authenticity was the path to love. But no one warned you that the human mind is a predator of certainty. The more predictable you become, the more disposable you are. When someone can read you like a manual, they will never open you again with desire, because nothing remains to be discovered. Your story stopped being a question and became an answer. That is why this law is not optional. Protect your shadow. Only what is hidden becomes irresistible. Your shadow is not your broken side. It is your inaccessible side. The part you suggest but never fully hand over. It appears briefly in a sentence, in a pause, in a sustained look. The other person senses it but can never fully possess it. Well-executed mystery is not coldness. It is a structural trap. It keeps the other person circling you mentally, replaying the little you revealed, wanting more. Practical example. You are talking to someone. Instead of explaining everything you suffered in childhood, you say one simple line. There are things that shaped who I am, but not everyone deserves to know them. Silence. Observe what happens. That sentence commands respect. It establishes boundaries, and it activates a machine in their mind. What did he live through? Why does he not say it? What is hidden there? You just created a shadow. You did not lie. You did not pretend. You simply chose not to give. And that choice elevates you. When you apply this law, your presence gains weight. You are no longer an open book. You become someone read in locked chapters. The other person stops seeing you as ordinary and begins to perceive you as symbolic. Because what is never fully understood leaves a deeper imprint. Because what is not spoken keeps vibrating in the mind, impossible to erase. And here is the real power. You decide which parts of you enter the game. You stop exhausting yourself trying to prove your value, because your value is built in what you withhold. The shadow becomes a force field. Whoever comes close will have to earn, not consume. Whoever wants to understand you will have to stay, and whoever cannot tolerate the lack of control will leave as they should. Law 2. Vulnerability is not given away. It is measured like poison. Never show your wounds to someone who has not proven they deserve your blood. Carl Jung adapted. Have you ever been told that opening up creates stronger bonds? That showing your pain is maturity, connection, courage. And yet, every time you did it, you were left more exposed, more damaged, more broken than before. They listened, but with empty eyes. They absorbed your story, not to protect it, but to store it, to repeat it later, to twist it, to use it against you. Because here is the truth no one warns you about. Vulnerability without strategy is digging your own emotional grave with your tongue. You believed they would protect you because you opened your chest. You believed your honesty would be honored because your voice trembled when you spoke. But what you actually did was reveal the exact point where you could be bent. You exposed your red button, your open scar, your deepest need. And someone without conscience, without respect, without depth, will always exploit that. The anxious soul, desperate to be understood, turns into an emotional buffet for someone who only wants control. That is the real danger. You offer your pain as a small coin of connection without checking whether the other person is capable of holding it with clean hands. And most are not. Most people want to know what hurts you. Not to protect you, but to archive it, to retrieve it later, when you resist, when you ask for distance, when you demand dignity. Showing vulnerability without reading the terrain is like placing a knife in a smiling hand and trusting it will not be used. That is why this law is not optional. Vulnerability is not given freely. It is measured like poison. This is not about pretending nothing hurts. It is about choosing when to reveal it, how much to reveal, and to whom. Vulnerability without tactics leads to blood. Tactical vulnerability, however, is high emotional control, because when you reveal a crack with precision, you create connection. But when you overflow from anxiety, you create pity or worse, contempt. The one who knows how to dose his wound controls the narrative of the bond. For example, you do not need to unload your family trauma for someone to feel close to you. You can say something like this: I learned to stay quiet about what hurts, because when I spoke before, no one protected it. Pause. What did you do there? You revealed a crack without exposing yourself. And you activated something powerful in the other person. A desire to understand you, to earn your trust, to gain access to what you do not give easily. You did not spill yourself. You administered like slow poison, deadly if ignored, fascinating if respected. When you apply this law, the entire dynamic shifts. You are no longer the one begging to be heard, to be understood, to be embraced for being real. You become the one who decides who is allowed to see inside. You turn into a closed temple, not an open chapel for emotional tourists. Your pain stops being exposed and becomes legend, something that is sensed, respected, feared to touch without permission. The result is brutal. The other person values you more, not for what you say, but for what you choose to withhold, because what you hold back with dignity weighs more than what others scream from need. Your wounded silence becomes magnetic. Your controlled gaze hits harder than any tearful speech. And what once made you a victim now becomes your most seductive weapon. But be careful. If this law is already opening your eyes, what comes next will shatter your ego. In Law 3, you will learn why the one who responds too quickly loses control of desire, and how to make time work for you like elegant poison. Share this with someone who overshares just to feel close. We are about to teach them how to poison contact. Law 3. Master time. While the other waits, you expand inside their mind. Power belongs to the one who is never in a hurry. Do you answer instantly? Do you feel a spike of anxiety when you do not reply right away? When you do not resolve things immediately? When you do not prove your availability in seconds? Then understand this clearly. Every urgent reply is a confession. It says your time is cheaper than theirs, that you are waiting, that you are needing, that you are willing to break your rhythm just to stay relevant. And that sentence condemns you, because desire does not bow to availability. It bows to rhythm. Your problem is simple and corrosive. You have an addiction disguised as emotional courtesy. You reply immediately. You suggest plans instantly. You give away your availability as if it were a virtue. But the one who always responds fast becomes predictable. The one who is always ready becomes usable, and what is always there stops being desired, because the mind does not value constancy. It values what appears and disappears on its own terms. And the most dangerous part? You think you are doing the right thing. You believe instant replies are respectful. You believe never making someone wait is proof of care. But the other person does not see it that way. They do not value it. They consume it. Because when someone never makes you wait, the brain quietly decides, I already have this. And the moment something is owned, the game dies. Because desire needs space. It needs distance. It needs pause. What is immediate satisfies. What is delayed seduces. That is why this law is surgical. Master time. While the other waits, you grow inside their mind. Silence is not absence. It is the architecture of tension. Delay is not disinterest. It is a psychological design. Make the other person wait for your replies. Make them check twice to see if you already read the message. Make them wonder whether you will answer in 1 hour or in 3. Every minute without your response plants a seed of obsession, because emptiness is unbearable, and what is not filled is overthought. For example, someone messages you. You see it and you do nothing. You let the message breathe. You give it oxygen. You give the other person time to create mental scenarios. Why is he not answering? Is he busy with someone else? Did I lose importance? This is not immaturity. This is emotional dominance. You are not ignoring them. You are orchestrating attention. You are allowing your absence to do the work your presence never could. When you integrate this law, everything shifts. Your time gains weight. You are no longer the available one. You become the one who appears by choice. Your presence stops being a right and becomes a privilege. The other person grows more careful, more intense, more invested, because you stopped being automatic. You stopped reacting from anxiety. You started responding from strategy. Time stops using you and starts serving you. And at the level of desire, this is devastating because the one who controls time controls the narrative. The other person may have beauty, charisma, money, whatever you want. But if they wait for you, they think about you. If they think about you, they attach to you. And if they need you more than you need them, you already won, even before you did anything else. Law 4. Guard your truths. Mystery is a weapon of slow manipulation. The one who explains too much surrenders power. The one who suggests without revealing moves the other person's mind without them realizing it. Do you want to know why people never stay once they truly get to know you? Why, after you share your stories, your traumas, your intense past, the other person slowly pulls back, cools off, disappears, because you turn them into a spectator watching a movie they already finished? You opened your life like a public file, believing that the more you shared, the more valuable you would become. You did not understand that what is shown too early loses all emotional weight. You believed telling your truth was depth, that speaking about your pain created a connection, that full exposure would touch their soul. What it really touched was their limit. Because the human mind does not desire what it fully understands. It does not obsess over what is obvious. It does not return to what was digested effortlessly. You showed your wound thinking it would create a bond. What you actually gave them was a story that ended in 5 minutes. You were intense for a moment, then you became replaceable. And here lies the tactical error. You offer your story as a request for validation. You talk about yourself. You explain why you are the way you are. You justify your reactions. You relive your pain. All because deep inside you fear that if you do not explain, the other person will misunderstand you, reject you, or forget you. But you achieve exactly that because the one who reveals himself too fast communicates only one message. I need you to accept me now. And that energy has a scent. It smells like emotional weakness, like urgency, like lack of inner control. That is why this law is non-negotiable. Guard your truths. Mystery is a weapon of slow manipulation. This is not about lying. It is about choosing what to say, how much to say, and when to say it. What is not fully spoken keeps vibrating. What is hinted at, but never completed, leaves a deeper mark. Well-executed mystery does not confuse. It attracts because the other person wants to know more. Because you become a story that cannot be predicted. And that is what keeps attention alive. Tactical example. You are in a deep conversation. Instead of saying, I was abandoned as a child, that is why I am insecure. You say, sometimes I struggle to trust. When someone leaves without warning, it activates something I do not always explain. Then you change the subject. What did you do? You created attention without asking for it. You activated a wound without turning it into a spectacle. You gave a clue without revealing the map. And that clue keeps circling in the other person's mind for hours, sometimes days, because what is not fully understood repeats itself mentally. When you apply this law, your energy becomes naturally magnetic. The other person begins to read you with hunger. They analyze every word, every pause, every silence, as if each were a piece of a puzzle. You are no longer interesting because of your pain. You are attractive because of your opacity. The other person starts projecting onto you because your unfinished story becomes a canvas where they paint what they want to understand, and you guide the narrative without saying anything directly. That is pure manipulation. Leading without imposing, controlling without showing. And the greatest advantage, you stop wasting energy justifying yourself. You no longer explain why you are cold, distant, or intense, because you do not explain. You design atmospheres. You become a character that cannot be decoded in one conversation. And desire is not born from what the other person knows about you, but from what they believe they might still discover. Your truth, carefully guarded, becomes the slow fire that cooks obsession. You turn into the favorite enigma of their restless mind. But if you think this is already powerful, prepare yourself. Law 5. If there is no tension, there is no investment. What comes without struggle is discarded without guilt. Only what demands effort is remembered. Have you ever tried to do everything right? To be clear, consistent, affectionate, only to be left unseen? Did you make yourself available, open, warm, and somehow become invisible? It is time to swallow a brutal truth. It is not that they did not value you. It is that you lacked the courage to create tension. You are too easy to understand, too easy to access, too easy to obtain. And once something is easy to obtain, there is no reason to stay. Because what does not demand emotional energy never creates psychological investment. This is the fatal flaw of those who rush to please. They believe constant harmony is seductive. They believe doing everything right guarantees loyalty. They believe that being unconditional, calm, and available from day one will be rewarded with gratitude. Fatal mistake. The human mind does not work that way. Immediate peace is interpreted as comfort, and comfort over time smells like routine, like absence of challenge, like something that can be abandoned without consequence. Desire does not feed on safety. It feeds on tension, on ambiguity, on partial absence, and you killed it by chasing stability too soon. This is even more ruthless if you are emotionally deep, because you did not give a little. You gave everything. Long messages, full attention, constant availability, early loyalty. But you forgot the only rule the brain respects. It values what costs effort. And because you cost nothing, you became nothing. Free companionship, understanding on demand, affection without conditions. And instead of making you special, it made you predictable, boring, replaceable. Because what does not activate emotional tension leaves no imprint. That is why this law must become doctrine inside you. If there is no tension, there is no investment. Attention is the gateway. From attention comes curiosity. From curiosity comes desire. From desire comes time, effort, attachment. This does not mean cruelty. It does not mean hostility. It means control of flow, appearing then disappearing, giving then stopping, saying things that open questions, looking then cutting away, being present then less available. Because human beings do not bond with what calms them. They bond with what moves them. And whoever fails to generate emotional oscillation loses all psychological impact. Tactical example. You are talking to someone. Everything is going smoothly. Instead of following the predictable rhythm, you break it. You stop the conversation with a line like, "I will leave you here. I would rather leave you thinking than tired of me." And you disappear. No blocking, no drama, no explanation, just a clean cut. In that cut, in that abnormal pause, in that imbalance, tension is born, an unresolved need, a desire suspended between what was going well and what suddenly vanished. And that is what anchors not your sweetness, your interruption. When you master this law, your presence becomes addictive, not because of what you give, but because of how you control rhythm. The other person starts anticipating you, searching for signs, doubting. And inside that doubt, they invest because they no longer know if they have you or not. You become an emotional challenge, a game governed by internal rules. The connection stops being linear and becomes dynamic. And what is dynamic is remembered because it leaves a mark, because it activates the nervous system, because it involves risk. The result is clear and devastating. You are no longer nice. You are no longer pleasant. You are no longer attentive. You are destabilizing. And for the human unconscious, that is irresistible. Because desire does not want peace. It wants friction. It wants movement. It wants something that fractures its inner structure. And you became that untamed variable. The other person can no longer predict. And while they try to understand you, they keep investing energy into you, without realizing they are already trapped. Law 6. Reflect. Do not reveal. Power is not in what you show. but in what you make the other person reveal without ever realizing it. Have you ever noticed that the more you explain yourself, the less you are understood? That the more honest you become, the faster respect disappears? And still you keep talking, opening your story, spilling your thoughts, showing who you are, hoping that this time someone will finally value you. Here is the truth no one taught you. The one who exhausts himself trying to be seen eventually becomes invisible, and the one who observes, listens, and reflects leads without ever exposing himself. Your mistake was trying to connect through exposure. You wanted to be liked by being authentic, deep, emotionally open. But you missed one crucial truth. The other person did not come to see you. They came to see themselves, because the most powerful element of any connection is not what you reveal about yourself, but what you make the other person discover about themselves while they are with you. And that is not achieved through confession. It is achieved through reflection, through an ambiguous presence that absorbs without offering itself, that allows the other person to project while you preserve your essence in strategic silence. This is the structural flaw of people who feel deeply. They want to be understood more than they want to understand. They want to speak more than they want to listen. They want recognition, validation, acceptance, and that makes them too present, too explained, too visible. And what is constantly visible wears out. Meanwhile, the one who listens calmly, who does not rush to reply, who does not hurry to explain who he is, creates in the other person a quiet inner anxiety that closely resembles attachment. The law is brutally precise. Reflect. Do not reveal. Your value is not in telling your story. It is in reading the other person's story without having to tell yours. Because when you make someone open up to you while you give only fragments, the balance shifts. The other person begins to associate your presence with relief, with understanding, with intimacy, without knowing why. They believe they know you. In reality, all you did was reflect their own thoughts back to them with a steady gaze and a measured response. That is not distance, that is direction. For example, you are in the middle of an emotional conversation. Instead of saying, "I went through that too," you respond with, "I understand what you are saying and how you handled it." You did not share your story, you guided theirs. You held a clean mirror in which they looked at themselves, exposed themselves, unraveled themselves, and while they did, you remained intact, centered, in control. They feel deeply understood. Yet they have opened themselves completely in front of someone who remains an enigma. When you execute this law with precision, your energy becomes a vortex. People feel heard with you, yet know almost nothing about you. They call you deep, even though all you did was ask the right questions. And while they empty themselves, you fill yourself with power. Because the one who knows more commands more. The one who reveals less bleeds less. And the one who becomes a mirror turns into a sacred space, not because he is special, but because he allows the other person to see themselves more clearly than anywhere else. This completely transforms the dynamic. You are no longer the one begging to be understood. You become the one others seek to feel understood. You are no longer the one speaking for empathy. You remain mysterious, while activating in the other a false sense of deep connection. And while they believe they are bonding with you, what they are actually doing is bonding with themselves projected onto you. But you already won. You guided the narrative without revealing your script. And that is where dominance begins. Because when someone opens up, exposes themselves, gives themselves to you without you giving anything in return, they are already trapped. Not because of what you gave them, but because of everything they gave you without receiving the same price back. There is no manipulation cleaner than reflection. And there is no presence more seductive than one that listens without losing itself, provokes without revealing itself, and holds space without begging. That is power. That is silent emotional dominance. That is elite-level play. Law 7. Silence is a sonic trap. Use it to dominate without saying a word. Words are camouflage. Silence is the true language of power. Have you ever felt that compulsive urge to explain yourself? To fill every gap, to speak so you are not misunderstood, to justify every gesture, every delay, every look with words? That inner anxiety that pushes you to fill every silence as if something valuable will be lost if you do not clarify, if you do not speak, if you do not respond immediately. And do you know what that behavior really did? It made you predictable. It made you noisy, and it made you weak, because the one who cannot tolerate silence has already lost the psychological war before the first move is even made. Those obsessed with communicating properly failed to understand one brutal truth. Silence is the language that most destabilizes the insecure, and you believing that constant honesty created intimacy gave away far too much. You wanted the other person to feel safe with you, when in reality, you handed them complete control, because the one who talks constantly, who explains everything, who cannot survive 5 seconds of pause, is announcing one thing very clearly: I need to be understood. And the moment you need to be understood, you have already lowered your weapons. The real problem is not the words themselves. It is how you use them. You release words like a shield, like a peace treaty, like a tool to control the situation so the other person does not leave, so they stay. But in that attempt, you destroy your ability to create impact. Because when everything is said, nothing has weight. Because when you speak to avoid discomfort, you reveal that discomfort controls you. And the moment the other person senses that, they grow taller. This is where the law enters with full force. Silence is a sound trap. Use it to dominate without speaking. Silence, when executed correctly, is not indifference. It is a strategy. It is uncomfortable emptiness. It is a calculated pause. A psychological space the other person feels compelled to fill with anxiety, with doubt, with guilt, with fantasies. Silence is the only territory where the other person exposes who they really are without you asking a single question. The one who cannot endure it betrays himself. The one who controls it governs. For example, someone confronts you aggressively or from insecurity. Why did you take so long to reply? Your mistake would be to justify yourself, to explain, to calm them with reasons. Your master move is simpler and far more powerful. You hold eye contact. You pause. You say nothing. You let a faint smile appear. Then you change the subject. In that silence, the other person implodes. They expected noise. They craved a reaction. They wanted reassurance or defense. And you gave them calm weight instead. That is not passivity. That is dominance in its purest form. When you apply this law, your presence becomes heavy. Not because of what you say, but because of what people feel around you. People begin to measure their words with you. They become cautious. They think before they speak, and that gives you power, because now they are not speaking to express themselves. They are speaking to keep you. Silence stops being absence and becomes structure. Your voice gains gravity because it is no longer constant. Every word becomes an event. The transformation is complete. You are no longer the one begging to be understood. You are the one who decides when silence ends. You are no longer the one explaining himself to avoid loss. You are the one who remains quiet and watches the other person unravel. Because the more the other person needs to know what you think, the deeper they sink into your frame. You no longer need to convince. You do not need to defend. You do not need to seduce. You hold the silence, and the silence works for you. This is where true psychological power is born. Not through lies, not through manipulation of words, but by letting the other person dissolve under the pressure of not being able to read you, of having to guess, of having to imagine what you think, what you feel, what you will do next. Inside the mental fog you create, they get lost. And you, silent and still, watch them surrender without firing a single word. This is how dominance is built from emptiness. This is how you win without raising your voice. This is how you control without speaking. Law 8. The body is never given from need. It is governed like a trophy. Whoever offers their body to be loved will be used and then erased. Have you ever believed that giving yourself physically would deepen the bond? That surrendering your body was proof of connection, of trust, of something real. And yet after sex, you felt emptier, more alone, more replaceable. Because what you offered as a bridge was received as a resource. Because what you gave in search of belonging was consumed as entertainment. And you mistook that for intimacy. This is how people quietly destroy themselves, by believing the lie that the body creates bonds, that sexual surrender guarantees interest, that desire automatically becomes connection, a fatal tactical error. Desire builds nothing when it is born from lack. If you give yourself because you crave attention, approval, or affection, you are not offering pleasure. You are begging for love with your body, and the other person senses it, feels it, exploits it, because anything given from urgency is perceived as available, and what is available is replaced without pain. Your problem is not that you feel deeply. Your problem is that you turned your body into emotional currency, a shortcut to escape emptiness, a substitute for tension, a replacement for power, and that is where you lost control. Sex without strategy is poison for the insecure. It creates the illusion of connection while allowing the other person to access your body without ever earning your mind. And the most dangerous part, you do not even realize that you set the price at zero. That is why this law must be carved into your spine. The body is not given from lack. It is managed like a trophy. Sex is not given to belong. It is given to mark territory, from value, to state, clearly, I choose. I do not beg. I administer. I do not compensate. Your skin is not medicine for anxiety. It is a weapon of power when it is protected and offered only after the other person proves they can carry what you awaken. Not before, not from fear, not from hunger. For example, someone attracts you. The tension is there, but you do not rush. You do not collapse into access. You do not surrender speed. You play with stimulus, with flirtation, with implication. You show intention, not urgency. Through posture, timing, presence, you make one thing unmistakably clear. If something happens, it will be because you decided it, not because you needed to be chosen. And that distinction changes everything, because now, sex is no longer a favor. It becomes validation, a privilege, a consequence of your value, not a plea to keep someone close. When you integrate this law, your sexual presence transforms. You are no longer good in bed. You become dangerous in the mind, because the other person knows they cannot access you easily, that what you provoke is intentional, that being with you means crossing a threshold, and crossing it has weight. Your energy shifts. You are desired not for what you do, but for what you represent. Someone who understands that their body is not a tool to ask for love, but a reward for loyalty, discipline, and shared power. And when this becomes identity, what you project becomes lethal. You are a stimulus and threat at once, a body not designed to fill emptiness, but to establish hierarchy. They stop wanting to just touch you. They want to earn you because your skin is no longer flesh. It is a symbol. And when sexual energy becomes strategy, you enter a game where you define the rules, where you choose who has access, and where anyone who cannot tolerate waiting gets consumed by their own anxiety. This is how dominance is built through the body. This is how the sacred is protected. This is how desire becomes an instrument of control. You do not give yourself. You offer yourself like someone who hands fire only to those who know how not to burn. Law 9. The mind is the most erotic organ. Seduced through intellect, the body can excite. Only the mind can obsess. Are you tired of seducing through the body and feeling hollow afterward? Of igniting desire in the flesh, but leaving no footprint in memory? Of attracting attention with your appearance, yet never occupying the other person's thoughts? Then understand this once and forever. Physical desire dies the moment the act ends. But mental desire, when planted correctly, takes root in the subconscious and refuses to leave. Because the body reaches satisfaction, the mind replays again and again and again. Most people approach attraction at the lowest level. They show, they hint, they touch, they offer. They do this believing sex is the final weapon of power, when in reality, it is nothing more than surface bait. What truly stays is what cannot be seen, what the other person cannot erase from their thoughts. And that is not created with a body. It is created with an idea, a way you speak, a way you observe, a way you pause before responding, a way you unsettle without attacking, a way of entering the other person's mind without permission, like a virus that installs itself silently, without ever touching skin. Here is your greatest mistake. You use the body as a shortcut because you never learned how to stimulate through language. And this is not about talking more. It is about saying less with precision, knowing how to suggest without pleading, leaving questions unfinished, planting phrases with double edges that echo in the mind long after the conversation ends, saying exactly what the other person needs to hear so they feel you understand. Parts of them no one has ever touched without laying a single finger on their body. Real sex happens in the brain. Everything else is mechanics. That is why this law is not advice. It is a tactical warning. The mind is the most erotic organ. Seduce through intellect. Make the other person want you for what you perceive, for what you imply, for how you use words like invisible threads, pulling gently at their thoughts. Create contradictions, trigger their pride. Make them believe they understand you while remaining completely wrong. Speak from the edge. Never reveal everything. Always leave the sensation that there is more beneath the surface. And never explain what can be suggested, because desire born from words outlives desire born from the body. For example, you are in an intimate conversation. Instead of obvious flirting or direct sexual escalation, you speak about pleasure abstractly. You say something like, "Some people know how to touch without using their hands," or "Not everyone deserves to know what truly awakens me." Then you stop. You do not clarify. You do not finish the thought. You drop the line and change the subject. What you did was not talk about sex. You activated desire through intellect. You planted a thought that will replay in their mind without permission. Now you are no longer an image. You are an idea. And ideas are not touched. They are carried. When you master this law, you stop being an object of desire and become a permanent stimulus. The other person may sleep with someone else, but they will not stop thinking about you because you did not give them orgasms. You gave them tension. You opened an emotional file their mind cannot close, and that weighs more than any physical contact because the one who dominates the mind does not need the body to make the other kneel. And here is where the transformation completes. You are no longer the attraction that is looked at. You become the question that cannot be answered. The way you speak, the way you act, the way you disappear briefly and return with surgical precision. All of it turns you into an emotional anomaly. Someone never fully understood yet deeply felt. And when you reach that state, you become a silent addiction. Not because you offered pleasure, but because you activated chaos, intelligent chaos, controlled chaos, unforgettable chaos. That is real seduction, the kind that does not vanish with sex. The kind that begins exactly when the other person believes they finally understand you. Because in that moment, you change the script and their mind never escapes. Law 10. The one who can leave without trembling controls the emotional rhythm. Whoever can walk away without fear holds absolute command of the game. Have you ever waited for a message that never arrived? Felt that tight knot in your throat, refreshing the screen, hoping they would reach out, hoping they would return, hoping they would choose you one more time. While you stayed there, open, vulnerable, fully available, that feeling was not love. It was an imbalance. You needed them more than they needed you. And in that imbalance, you became an emotional servant. You begged without words. You allowed it with your presence. And you sealed it by staying. This is the most common and most expensive mistake. You surrender power the moment you forget how to leave. You stay after respect has evaporated. You insist when reciprocity is gone. You give in believing that keeping peace will somehow keep the bond alive. But what you are really preserving is your position as the second option. And here is the cruel part. The other person feels it, because the one who cannot leave without collapsing has already lost every negotiating advantage. Love does not weaken you. Need does. And as long as need lives inside you, you can be controlled by something as simple as distance. This law is not about cold romance. It is a brutal equation. The less you need, the more you are worth. Not because of arrogance, but because of structure. Human desire gravitates toward what does not kneel. No one respects what stays without conditions. No one chases what cannot be lost. If you can walk away at the right moment, even while wanting to stay, the other person begins to fear losing you. And fear, when handled with precision, turns into respect, attraction, and dependence. That is why this law is internal warfare. The one who can leave without trembling sets the emotional tempo. You decide when to appear. You decide when to withdraw. Not as punishment, but as a declaration of value. You remain when there is reciprocity. You exit when there is manipulation. And when you leave, you do not beg. You do not explain. You do not collapse. You impose. Your absence does not plead. It marks. Your withdrawal does not seek reaction. It establishes hierarchy. Because real power is not in staying. It is in knowing how to leave without turning into dust. Raw example. You are involved with someone who pulls you close, then pushes you away, who replies on their terms, who keeps you in a constant state of testing. Most people adapt, they shrink, they chase. You do not. You send one final message, measured, calm, dignified, and then you disappear. No threats, no speeches, no drama. You simply return to your own axis and allow silence and absence to do the work. The other person will feel that void like a blade, because you were a presence with weight, and now you are an absence with edge. When this law integrates into your emotional system, you become invulnerable. Not because you stop feeling, but because you stop depending. You can love, you can desire, you can commit without sacrificing your ability to disconnect tactically. And that turns you into a rare type of person. Someone who controls rhythm without raising their voice. Someone who can shake another person simply by not replying. Someone who makes others return not because they asked, but because silence forced the search. You no longer react to abandonment. You weaponize it. You no longer suffer from distance. You manufacture it. You are no longer the one who fears loss. You are the one who leaves carrying something the other person cannot replace. Because you were never just another presence. You were the presence that never begged, and that is never forgotten. That is the scar left by someone who can walk away without trembling. That is the emotional architecture of dominance. That is the new skin no one will ever tear again. Law 11. The one who seeks validation loses position. The moment you need to be loved, you become easy to control. Have you ever caught yourself dissecting every word before sending it? Calculating your silences, adjusting your tone, measuring your gestures, all for one purpose: to be accepted. Have you ever wondered if you were too distant, too intense, too much yourself? Then you already understand what it means to live under the rule of validation. You know what it feels like to exist with your identity hostage, inside someone else's perception. Because the moment your behavior is designed to please, your identity no longer belongs to you. And here is the brutal irony. You believe this makes you better, more flexible, more attentive, more considerate, more empathetic. You believe it increases your value. The truth is darker. The more you crave approval, the further you drift from respect. Because respect is not born from accommodation. It is born from firmness. And when the other person senses that your actions are not driven by expression but by acceptance, they unconsciously move above you. They test your limits. They push your boundaries. They provoke reactions. Because no one respects someone who is willing to reshape himself just to be liked. Here is the deeper problem. Your value stops being internal. It becomes outsourced. If they reply quickly, you relax. If they go silent, you spiral. If they praise you, you rise. If they criticize you, you collapse. You are no longer living. You are responding. You are no longer choosing. You are waiting. And in that emotional dependence, you surrender power without resistance. Because the one who needs approval will accept almost any condition just to avoid rejection. That is why this law cuts like a blade. The one who seeks validation loses position. Your posture must not be built on the hunger to be accepted, but on the solidity of being unmoved. You are not here to be liked. You are here to be a reference point. And that only becomes possible when you can withstand judgment, silence, and disapproval without betraying yourself. When you can say what you think without diluting it to protect comfort. When you can leave a conversation without guilt pulling you back. Because the one who does not need to be liked already controls the frame. Practical example. You are speaking with someone who becomes unsettled by your calm, by your lack of need. They say, "You are always so cold." Your instinct wants to explain, to soften, to adjust, to make yourself smaller. But you do not. You respond calmly. "I am not cold. I am selective." And you stop. No justification, no emotional padding, no explanation. In that moment, you exit the lower emotional plane. You rise, and the other person is forced to rise with you because you made one thing clear. You will not lower yourself to earn acceptance. When this law becomes permanent behavior, your energy transforms completely. People begin to pay attention to you without you chasing it. Because you no longer act to be liked. You act because what you do has weight. Silence stops being insecurity. It becomes affirmation. Distance stops being rejection. It becomes discernment. Your validation no longer comes from others. It comes from your ability to remain intact, even when people walk away. And that rewires every dynamic. You no longer need approval. Yet paradoxically, more people want proximity because you are the only one who does not bend, the only one who does not negotiate himself, the only one who does not trade identity for emotional comfort. In a world full of people kneeling for scraps of validation, you become the fixed point, the one who stays upright, the one everyone notices, the one no one can move. Because there is nothing more commanding than someone who never tried to be liked and still imposes presence. Law 12. Protect yourself with ambiguity. What is never fully understood can never be fully controlled. Language was invented to hide thought. Have you noticed that the clearer you become, the easier it is for others to manipulate you? That the moment you finally explain what you want, what you feel, what you think, those very words are later used against you with surgical precision. That when you reveal your intentions with brutal honesty, the other person suddenly moves as if they already know your next step. Then it is time to face a hard truth. Total clarity makes you operable. Ambiguity makes you untouchable. You were taught that clear communication prevents conflict, that expressing feelings strengthens bonds, that if everyone simply communicated better, misunderstanding would disappear. What no one told you is this: what is fully understood can be predicted, and what can be predicted can be controlled. When you show all your cards, you think you are being transparent, but in reality, you are handing over your strategy. The other person no longer needs to read you. You already read yourself out loud. And the moment you do that, you turn yourself into conquered territory. Your anxiety to be understood makes you dangerously visible. You want to be seen exactly as you are. You want others to know you are not playing games. You want your intentions to be unmistakably clear. But in that pursuit of sincerity, you become linear. And linear, while honest, is weak, because it cannot confuse, it cannot evade, it cannot disappear at the precise moment. It cannot defend itself. You become an open manual, easy to read, easy to exploit, easy to bend, persuade, and weaken. That is why this law is not advice. It is strategic survival. Protect yourself with ambiguity. What no one fully understands, no one can fully control. Ambiguity is not lying. It is selective revelation. It is choosing with surgical accuracy what you reveal, what you leave undefined, and what you allow the other person to assume. It is cultivating a presence with a second layer. So when someone speaks to you, they are never completely sure if you agree. When they ask something intimate, you answer with a metaphor. When they expect an immediate reaction, you give them a pause. When they demand instant clarity, you offer interpretive silence. Tactical example. Someone says to you, "I have noticed you seem distant lately. Are you angry?" Your instinct wants to calm the situation, to explain, to clarify, but you do not. You answer calmly. That depends on how you interpret it. Then you change the subject. What happened there? You injected uncertainty. You force the other person to question themselves, to project, to imagine, to spend mental energy. Now they do not know if everything is fine or not, if they are exaggerating or perceiving correctly, if they should move closer or pull back. Instead of giving certainty, you planted tension, and inside tension, you lead. When you integrate this law, your presence becomes blurred in the right way. People feel observed by you, but they cannot tell whether they are being approved or judged. They start choosing their words carefully. They measure themselves. They no longer approach you casually because they sense that your clarity is a decision, not a personality trait, and that you can retreat into yourself at any moment. That gives you freedom, and freedom is power. The transformation is unmistakable. Your value no longer depends on what you say. It is built on what others are forced to infer. You become a mental figure rather than a purely physical one. The desire you provoke becomes intellectual, emotional, visceral, but never linear, because what is never fully understood is pursued. What is never defined is needed. What cannot be controlled is feared. And inside that triangle, desire, need, and fear, true psychological empires are born. So stop giving away certainty. Start constructing shadows, because only what casts darkness has the power to illuminate from dominance. Law 13. Never deliver the climax. Always leave something unfinished. The mind does not obsess over what it receives, but over what it almost had. Do you know why people forget you right after they finally have you? Because you gave everything. Because you served your intensity like a full feast without ever creating hunger. Because you did not know when to stop. When someone already has everything, your attention, your body, your story, your ending, there is nothing left to imagine. Desire does not die from rejection, it dies from satisfaction. And with the best intentions to connect, to leave a mark, to do things right, you became unforgettable for a moment. And that momentary impact is what ultimately destroys you. You believe total surrender creates depth. That being intense to the core, clear to every detail, present until exhaustion will make the other person value you. But what you actually do is push desire to the exact point where it shuts down. Because climax, that peak of emotional, sexual, or verbal intensity once reached, cannot be extended. It is fire. If you do not cut it, it turns into ash. And if you do not interrupt it, the other person assumes the story is finished. Here is the structural error. You think giving everything guarantees permanence. In reality, giving everything without pause is the fastest way to become a faded memory, because the human mind remembers what was not closed, what was not fully explained, what almost resolved. Unfinished longing becomes addiction. An interrupted mental orgasm repeats itself internally 1,000 times. But the one that concludes, the one experienced fully, without mystery, evaporates. That is why this law is not a game. Never deliver the climax. Always leave something incomplete. Cut conversations at the precise moment when the confession is about to erupt. End a date when the tension is at its highest point. Say goodbye before the kiss. Hang up the call just before revealing something meaningful. Never complete the journey. Provoke enough to activate the emotional system, but never resolve it. The mind needs closure, and if you do not provide it, the other person will try to complete it alone, inside their own head. And when they do, they stay connected to you, even when you are no longer present. Lethal example. You are in a deep, intimate conversation. The other person asks, "So, have you ever truly been in love?" Instead of unleashing your grand story, you respond calmly once, but I prefer to leave that without a name. You smile. You change the subject. What did you just do? You left a wound open, not yours, theirs. You denied closure. You denied certainty. You denied resolution. That question will repeat. It will ache. It will generate obsession. Because where there is no closure, the mind cannot rest. When you apply this law with precision, every interaction with you becomes an unfinished scene, an unresolved promise, a psychological loop the other person desperately wants to close. But you are gone, or you are present, yet refusing to give what is missing. So tension accumulates. They begin to feel that with you, it is never enough, that there is always more. And instead of frustrating them, this binds them, because desire needs space, not resolution. Because what remains suspended turns into need. The result is devastating. They no longer seek you to continue a routine. They seek you to resolve the mystery you deliberately created with your pauses, your cuts, your absences. You become ghost and presence at the same time. A memory that cannot be categorized, an experience without a final shape. And that becomes long-term emotional obsession, because you were the only one who knew how not to close the cycle. The only one who understood that true impact is not in giving everything, but in knowing exactly when to stop. So learn this. The moment it feels perfect to give it all, leave it unfinished. Because if you complete it, the other person completes you and walks away. But if you leave it open, they stay trapped inside the question. Love, desire, and respect dissolve when there is nothing left to conquer. This was not a lesson in cruelty. It was a lesson in emotional strategy, a way to remain valuable without becoming a slave to someone else's hunger. Law 14. Control access, and you control value. What is always available is never respected. Scarcity is not absence. It is hierarchy. Do you know why people stop valuing you the moment they feel comfortable with your presence? Because access became free. You were always there, always reachable, always emotionally open, always willing. And the moment access loses friction, value collapses. Human psychology does not respect what it can reach without effort. It consumes it, uses it, then replaces it. This is where most people fail without realizing it. They believe closeness creates bonds. They believe availability builds trust. They believe being there proves loyalty. But what they are really doing is removing all cost from access. And when there is no cost, there is no appreciation. You answered every message. You showed up every time. You made yourself emotionally reachable on demand. And slowly, subtly, you trained the other person to see you as infrastructure, not as value. Because access without resistance teaches the other person that you do not need to be earned. And what does not need to be earned is never protected. This law is simple but brutal. Whoever controls access controls value. This does not mean disappearing randomly. It does not mean playing childish games. It means regulating proximity with intention. It means not everyone gets your time. Not everyone gets your attention. Not everyone gets your emotional availability. Access is not a right. It is a privilege. And privileges are granted selectively. When you restrict access calmly, without explanation, without drama, you create hierarchy. The other person begins to feel that being close to you requires alignment, respect, and effort. Not because you demanded it, but because your structure enforced it. Practical example. Someone is used to instant access to you, your time, your replies, your energy. You do not announce a change. You do not justify it. You simply become less available. Not cold, not hostile, just selective. You reply when it fits your rhythm. You engage when it adds value. You withdraw when it does not, and something shifts. The other person starts adjusting. They become more careful, more intentional, more invested. Because now access to you is no longer guaranteed. And when access is uncertain, value rises. When you integrate this law, your presence becomes curated. People do not consume you, they approach you. They do not assume you, they qualify themselves. You stop being an emotional convenience and become a psychological prize. Because scarcity is not about absence, it is about control. And the one who controls access decides who enters, who stays, and who is replaced. This is how value is preserved. This is how power remains intact. This is how you stop being used and start being chosen. Law 15. Become unreachable at the core. The final form of power is not control over others. It is immunity to them beyond philosophy. If everything before this taught you how to influence, this law teaches you how to end the game entirely. Because true dominance does not come from being desired, feared, or chased. It comes from being untouchable where it matters. Most people lose power at the deepest level. Not because they are weak, but because they are reachable. Reachable emotionally, reachable mentally. Reachable in their need to be chosen, understood, remembered. They can be shaken. They can be pulled back. They can be destabilized with silence, distance, or withdrawal. And whoever can disturb your inner state owns you. That is the final chain you must break. Absolute dominance begins the moment nothing external can move your internal center. When praise no longer inflates you, when rejection no longer collapses you, when attention no longer defines you, when loss no longer terrifies you, not because you feel nothing, but because you feel without attachment. You stop needing outcomes. You stop clinging to reactions. You stop hoping someone chooses you. And when hope disappears, so does vulnerability to control. This is where most people misunderstand power. They think dominance is about winning others. It is not. It is about not being owned by the result. The man who still needs to win can still be manipulated. The man who no longer needs to win has already won. When you reach this point, your presence changes permanently. You do not chase. You do not convince. You do not explain. You allow. You observe. You decide. You can walk away without drama. You can stay without attachment. You can desire without dependence. You can love without losing yourself. And that terrifies people because they can no longer control you with affection, with withdrawal, with guilt, or with promises. They cannot destabilize you because there is nothing inside you that needs to be filled. You become self-contained, a closed system. And paradoxically, this is when people feel you the most because the unreachable center creates gravity. People sense that you are not trying to get anything from them, and that makes them feel small in comparison. They lean in, they project, they chase, not because you played a trick, but because you stopped needing. This is the final inversion. You do not dominate by force. You dominate by non-neediness. You do not impose control. You remove leverage. You do not trap others. You free yourself, and in doing so become the standard they orbit. At this level, you are no longer part of the emotional economy. You cannot be bought with attention. You cannot be punished with silence. You cannot be bent with intimacy. You are sovereign. And sovereignty is the highest form of dominance, because the one who governs himself cannot be governed by another. This is the final law. Not how to control them, but how to make yourself uncontrollable. From here on, nothing owns you. And anyone who enters your life does so on your terms or not at all. That is not arrogance. That is freedom. That is absolute dominance. You were never meant to be understood by everyone. You were meant to be felt, respected, and remembered. If these laws unsettled you, that is not coincidence. It is recognition. Something in you already knew this truth. You just never had language for it. From this moment on, stop chasing reactions. Stop explaining yourself into weakness. Stop trading your power for approval. You now understand the architecture of desire, the mechanics of control, and the price of being accessible. Most people will forget this video. They will return to old habits, old fears, old hunger. But a few will not. A few will walk differently, speak less, choose more carefully, leave when needed, remain unreachable where it matters. If you are one of them, you already know what to do. Subscribe if you are ready to live by this code. Leave a comment only if this changed how you see power. We are not here to please, we are here to govern. And those who do not understand this will always be governed by those who do. If you made it this far, thank you. Your transformation has already begun. Your masculine presence is building every day, and women will begin to notice. She didn't fall in love with what you said, nor with what you did, not even with the way you touched her that night, when it seemed like everything would flow naturally. No, the moment she started to feel something real for you was when you left and didn't explain, when you didn't respond right away, when you showed up with a slight smile, but without justifying your absence. It was there, in the absence of explanation, that something inside her began to scream for more. What many men don't understand is that desire isn't born from certainty, but from doubt. Most guys spend their lives trying to prove their worth, provide evidence, justify themselves, be understandable, predictable, explainable, and that's precisely the mistake. Because a woman doesn't fall in love with your truth. She falls in love with what she imagines about you, with what she fills in her mind, with what you leave open. That's the invisible value. The kind of magnetism you don't explain, don't offer, don't label, but you insinuate. And if you think that's manipulation, then you haven't understood the nature of attraction. Seduction isn't what you show, it's what you masterfully conceal. Cleopatra was one of the most seductive women in history. And no, she wasn't the most beautiful. Historical accounts describe her as charming, intelligent, and with an intense presence, but almost never with captivating physical attributes. What Cleopatra mastered was the theater of the unspoken. She spoke 9 languages, created atmospheres with silences, made kings feel small and desired at the same time. Her presence was an enigma, and human beings are naturally attracted to what they don't understand. The mind detests a vacuum. Therefore, it fills what is missing with imagination. The Soviet psychologist Bluma Zygarnik observed that we are more likely to remember incomplete tasks than completed ones. This applies to memory, emotion, and here comes the gold: seduction. When you reveal yourself completely, delivering a closed, safe, predictable narrative, you become forgettable. But when you leave holes in the story, loose details, mysteries in your behavior, she can't stop thinking about you. And that's the central point. True seductive power isn't in what you show, it's in what you let her imagine. A brutal example: desperate men on dating apps. They fill their bios with adjectives, explanations, jokes, hobbies, what they're looking for, demands, and catchy phrases. All to be clear. The result: zero fascination, zero mystery, zero attraction. Now, compare that to a profile that only has an elegant photo, an enigmatic phrase, and a restrained smile. There you have it. It's not about the quantity of information. It's about creating the right atmosphere so that her mind works in your favor. It's the same thing that happens in suspense films. You remember the creature of terror, not when it appears, but before, when the camera only shows the half-open door, the panting breath, the creaking of the floor, and you imagine what's there. The tension is born from the gap. Fear is amplified by the absence of the visible. It's the same with seduction. Desire explodes in the absence of the explicit. And perhaps here you begin to understand why many nice, handsome, polite, and respectful guys end up being just friends. Because they are constantly trying to prove they are good, trying to show their purity, their stability, their clarity. And this, although it may generate trust, kills the mystery. And where there is no mystery, there is no passion. Robert Greene writes that seduction is like theater. Show too much and you kill the magic. When everything is laid bare, the stage loses its charm. The woman needs to feel she's entering a plot, not reading a report. She needs to be involved in an emotional journey where with each act, you show one part and hide two others. That is seductive storytelling. And we're not talking about manipulating or inventing lies. This has nothing to do with falsehood. It has to do with narrative control. A magnetic man is not one who says, "I am mysterious." It's about not giving everything away at once. It allows itself to be read little by little and more. It knows that each interaction should leave a question unanswered. Have you ever noticed that the most memorable characters in pop culture are those you never fully understand? Think of Thomas Shelby from Peaky Blinders, Tyler Durden from Fight Club, or Don Draper from Mad Men. Men who speak little, who don't easily reveal their pain, who lead conversations like dancers and disappear the moment you start to feel comfortable. This is addictive. But why is this so powerful with women? Simple. The female brain evolved to be highly sensitive to social nuances. It's a refined emotional radar, and this radar needs stimulation. When you give everything away quickly, you deactivate the radar. When you give it away little by little, in layers with silences, with unexpected reactions, you keep her radar on. She becomes attentive to you, and attention is the first stage of desire, an important detail. Being mysterious isn't about being mute. It's not about being absent. It's not about playing games. It's about being selective with your words. It's about sharing stories that spark questions. It's about telling a true story and leaving the ending open. It's about showing vulnerability, but without explaining how you overcame it. It's about creating a field of unanswered questions that only time and shared experiences will unravel. Want to know the opposite of being seductive? Trying to convince. Nothing kills fascination more than the energy of someone trying to be accepted. Men who ask, "Was I nice? Did I bother you? Did you like what I said?" are neither dangerous nor fascinating. They are emotionally submissive, and you don't fall in love with someone who kneels before the kiss. But what about when a woman demands more explanations? When she says, "You never talk about yourself," or "You're very closed off"? Great. That's a sign that you've activated the space of curiosity. Instead of opening up like a cheap book, you can simply say, "There are things I prefer to reveal over time," or "I've given things away too easily in the past. Today, I prefer to be read little by little." There you go. You didn't lie. He didn't play games. But you reaffirm the narrative. Access to you is rare. And everything that is rare is more desired. Friedrich Nietzsche wrote, "What is good? Everything that increases power. What is bad? Everything that is born of weakness." Showing too much, explaining too much, opening up without criteria is a sign of emotional weakness. The seductive man doesn't need to prove anything. His life speaks for him. His gaze carries history. His absence has more impact than the discourse of others. This leads us to the most brutal point. You will only be able to create this invisible value when you stop seeking approval. Most men try to be validated, to be chosen, to be loved, but true power emerges when you reverse the emotional game. When she is the one trying to discover more, when she is the one who wants to understand you, when she's the one who feels challenged by not being able to label you. The most dangerous thing you can be to a woman is emotionally predictable, but the second most dangerous and even more lethal is simply being a trigger for tension. Many men try so hard to appear interesting, intense, confident, or even mysterious that they forget the most powerful factor in attraction: emotional relief. Yes, she may find you handsome, intriguing, desirable, but she will only become attached if you are the place where her mind rests. And that doesn't mean being passive, submissive, or a pushover. It means being the emotional counterpoint to the chaos she lives in inside. Understand, a woman's world is made up of intense stimuli, social pressures, subtle judgments, and a constant need to be adequate. Even the most emotionally strong women live in an invisible minefield of internal insecurities, mental overload, and external demands. That's why amidst all of this, the man who doesn't compete for attention, who doesn't justify himself, who doesn't demand anything, and yet manages to read what she feels without her saying a word, becomes practically irresistible. That's the power of emotional refuge. A man like that doesn't enter her life to prove something. He enters like a calm mirror, like a silence that speaks louder than words, like an emotional pause where she can breathe without feeling judged. And that, my friend, is rare. Very rare. Most men react to female emotions with judgment, rationalization, or control. When she's unstable, he tries to fix her. When she expresses herself, he says, "Calm down." When her mood changes, he takes it personally. And then, guess what? She shuts down and the desire dies. There's a concept in emotional psychology called codependent affective regulation, where two people unconsciously exchange emotional states. In the field of seduction, that's gold. Because a man who knows how to regulate his own internal state, and at the same time guide a woman's emotional state to a lighter, more intense, or more nurturing place, becomes something far more than a partner. He becomes an emotional gateway to a better version of herself. And guess what? Her brain gets addicted to it. That's the logic behind emotional addiction. It's not about looks. It's not about catchphrases. It's about how she feels around you. Does she feel more beautiful, more confident, more intelligent, or more tense, more judged, more doubtful? If her presence by your side doesn't transform her internal state, then you're not making an emotional impact. And without an emotional impact, there's no attachment. Without attachment, there's no passion. Don Draper in the series Mad Men is a classic example. He's not just mysterious. He has a gaze that understands without intruding, listens without judging, and speaks with pauses that suggest more than they impose. Even amidst chaos and manipulation, the character creates an emotional space where women feel heard. It's as if he's saying without words, "You don't need to be anyone other than yourself here with me." This feeling of implicit acceptance is what breaks down defenses. But be warned, this isn't about being nice or friendly. It's about having strategic emotional intelligence. It's about knowing how to contain unnecessary reactions, choosing silence when it speaks louder, and above all, listening without rushing to respond. Do you know why most men fail at this? Because they listen to respond, not to understand. They turn her moment into a test for themselves. That's ego. And ego is the worst misfortune in the emotional game. The true seducer momentarily dissolves his own ego to enter her world barefoot. He doesn't invade, he welcomes with presence. There's a technique I teach to few, but you deserve to hear it here. It's called validating the invisible layer. It's simple, but brutally effective. It works like this. When she's talking about something trivial, about work, about traffic, about a friend, you don't respond to the literal content, but to the underlying emotion. Example, she says, "My boss scheduled another last-minute meeting." An average man responds, "Seriously, that's annoying." A seductive man responds, "You must be feeling suffocated, right? Like nobody respects your time." Boom. You validated the invisible emotion that even she couldn't name. This generates a visceral connection, because you showed that you see beyond. And women fall in love with those who see them where they didn't even know they were. But why does this work so well? Because emotional validation activates the limbic system responsible for effective memory and attachment. Every time you name an emotion she feels but doesn't express, her brain associates you with unconscious emotional security. And emotional security is the necessary foundation for passion to flourish without guilt. Now comes the paradox. The more you become that emotional refuge, the more powerful your absence becomes. Yes, when she feels that with you there is peace, presence, freedom to be, the mere idea of losing you will hurt. It will bother her. It will create gaps because you won't just be a nice guy. You will be the mental space she wants to inhabit when the world is screaming too loudly. Therefore, contrary to what simplistic manuals say, the The seductive man doesn't run away from female emotional intensity. He goes through it. He reads between the lines, grasps the subtext, understands what "I'm fine" can mean, "prove to me that I can trust you," and he doesn't respond with logic. He responds with presence, because presence is the new form of power. And here's an uncomfortable truth. Most women have never been truly heard by a man. They have been analyzed, corrected, interrupted, judged, but heard, read, reflected upon with elegance almost never. If you are the first to offer this, not as a technique, but as a natural state, you will be unforgettable. But let's go further. The most common mistake men make when trying to apply this is becoming the accessible psychologist. That guy who only listens, only supports, only says yes. That's not emotional refuge. That's emotional submission. And submission doesn't attract. You need to maintain your energetic authority. How? With silent boundaries, with firmness, without tension, with a presence that says, "I welcome you, but I don't lose myself in you." That's subtle strength. It's the balance between empathy and structure. If you want to be her emotional refuge, you need to be your own first refuge. If you don't regulate your emotions, if you don't know how to silence your own mind, if you can't stand being alone with yourself in silence, you will react, flee, project, or go into control mode. The true seducer trains his emotional center like a samurai trains his focus. He observes himself, he adjusts, he chooses the moment to speak, and this creates a magnetic field. Most women aren't looking for a perfect man. They're looking for a man who doesn't waver in his presence. A man who, even in silence, brings emotional structure to the environment. And this can't be faked. This is built. Notice the most magnetic men in the world speak little, listen with their eyes, and only open their mouths to move the woman's emotional narrative somewhere. That's power. And power is seductive, because it activates the instinct for protection, and at the same time the instinct for voluntary submission. The woman wants to surrender, not to an arrogant jerk, but to a man who can, with just a few words, dissolve the chaos within her. There's something disturbing, almost unfair about how desire behaves. When you chase it, it distances itself. When you offer too much, it hides. When you need it, it flees. And when you don't need it, it appears. But the most shocking thing is that this pattern isn't an accident. It's the very nature of human desire. And here's the brutal truth. What makes a woman fall in love with you isn't your attempt to conquer her, but your ability not to try. To be so centered, so fulfilled, so strategically present, and at the same time free from the need for approval that she begins to see you as a possibility and not as a demand. That's what I call magnetic inversion. The moment you step out of the role of conqueror and become the prize. And no, this isn't about arrogance. It's about energetic posture. A woman doesn't fall in love with someone who gives themselves away easily. She might like you. She might respect you. She might even sleep with you. But emotional attachment, the kind that makes her think about you in the middle of the day, stalk your profile, fantasize about a reunion, only happens when you represent an unresolved emotional tension. It's when you seem too secure to chase, too good to be ignored, too intense to be deciphered, available but not accessible. This paradox is what makes her want you without understanding why. Think of the greatest seducers in history. Casanova didn't flatter. James Dean didn't beg. Tony Stark didn't seek approval. They weren't trying to pick up women. They were living a magnetic life full of purpose, mystery, and unspoken confidence. And women felt challenged, intrigued, attracted. This happens because the female mind is naturally programmed to value what is scarce, what doesn't bend, what imposes an emotional doubt. The man who seems to already have the world and yet notices her with interest triggers desire on a visceral level. It's simple. The less you seem to need a woman, the more she'll wonder if she can win you over. And that doubt is what triggers emotional investment. But pay attention. This isn't about feigning disinterest. This is about being truly at peace with the idea of not having her. It's about having the maturity to feel attraction and still maintain composure. It's about knowing how to play the emotional game without actually playing it. It's about the man who looks her in the eyes, smiles gently, flirts with presence, but doesn't fall apart inside. This kind of posture creates an atmosphere where the woman feels you are in control of yourself. And every human being is attracted to someone who masters their own inner state. It's as if she's saying if he can handle himself, maybe he can handle me. And this assumption is the first step towards enchantment. There's a law in the field of seduction that few understand. Intention without tension is irresistible. You can show interest, you can compliment, you can touch, but as long as there's no hidden emotional pressure, as long as you don't need her to reciprocate, when you act without expectation, you activate curiosity. And curiosity is the beginning of attachment. Want a practical example? Two men say the same thing. I loved seeing you today. One says it anxiously, expecting validation. The other says it lightly, expecting nothing in return. The first conveys neediness. The second conveys power. You need to be the second. Magnetic inversion isn't about being difficult, but about being too preoccupied with your own greatness to need proving anything. The man who lives on a mission, who has a greater purpose, who moves with focus and elegance, who knows his attention is rare. That man doesn't need to chase. He walks and she follows. And if she doesn't follow, he continues. And that's what holds her. But let's go deeper. The real challenge of magnetic inversion is abandoning the role of emotional dependence disguised as a seducer. It's the guy who thinks he's being irresistible, but is just being predictable. He says, "You're beautiful," expecting gratitude. He sends good night, expecting a response. He invites her out and gets frustrated when she takes too long. These micro-reactions show that you're still playing to gain approval, and as long as you play like that, you've already lost. The woman perceives this. Even unconsciously, she senses when a man isn't fully present, and no matter how much she smiles, responds, or flirts, she doesn't give herself emotionally, because she only gives herself to those who don't need her to feel complete. You're here because you already know the truth. Being the good guy didn't make you desired. Being kind brought comfort, not attraction. Being stable made you safe, not unforgettable. And comfort without tension never creates desire. Now you're at a crossroads. You either keep trying to earn attraction by being passive, or you learn how desire is actually triggered through presence, influence, and controlled tension. That's exactly why the Seducer's blueprint triggers instant desire. This 7-part course will show you how desire is activated in real time through posture, silence, eye contact, and strategic communication. You'll learn why most words fail, how to create emotional tension in under a minute, and how to leave a lasting impression without forcing anything. This isn't a theory. It's practical, immediate, and unapologetically real. What's inside isn't politically correct, but it works. That's why it's forbidden. If you're tired of being overlooked, tired of doing everything right and getting nothing back, this is the shift. Attraction stops being about pleasing and starts being about provoking. Click the link below, access the full course, and become the kind of man who doesn't chase attention but makes it inevitable. They are not made of sugar, flowers, and purity. They never were. That's just the social packaging, the costume that culture dresses them in to maintain order. A functional illusion for coexistence, but one that crumbles in the silence of the bedroom or the solitude of the anonymous internet user. What hides behind a woman's sweet eyes is not necessarily tenderness, but an abyss of instinctive, raw, and often unconfessable desire. And this is not an attack. It's a warning to men who still live under the spell of romantic narrative, a spell that makes them think that being the predictable nice guy is the key to a woman's heart. It isn't. It never was. And the sooner you understand this, the faster you'll escape the curse of the invisible. Have you ever stopped to think about why so many women in this age of empowerment secretly consume content with themes of domination, submission, beasts, and monsters? Why was the best-selling book of the century about a young woman being possessed by a psychologically unstable billionaire? Why are the most popular romances today not about charming princes, but about vampires, werewolves, and creatures that bear no resemblance to the security of a healthy relationship? The answer is simple, brutal, and uncomfortable. A woman's deepest desires are not politically correct. They are primitive, dark, and dangerous. And you need to know this shadow if you want to be more than just cool. Freud called this universe the drive, Jung the shadow, Robert Greene the art of emotional manipulation. But they all spoke of the same thing. There is an underground layer in the human psyche where desire does not follow logic. And that is precisely where seduction happens. If you try to seduce a woman by what she says she wants, you will be ignored. But if you access what she can't admit she desires, you become unforgettable. Is that immoral? Or is it simply the reality no one wants to face? Current culture demands that men be gentle, controlled, self-assured. Meanwhile, the fantasies exploding in women's forums and Pornhub's algorithms and on Amazon shelves show women being humiliated, used, dominated, emotionally challenged by figures who don't ask permission. How to reconcile this contradiction? Perhaps the question isn't about reconciliation, but about exploration. Understanding that the feminine desires to lose itself in the masculine, not to be inferior, but to transcend. Submission, when chosen, is the gateway to ecstasy. And it is in this forbidden realm that true seduction happens. Have you ever stopped to think about why so many women in this age of empowerment secretly consume content with themes of domination, submission, beasts, and monsters? Why was the best-selling book of the century about a young woman being possessed by a psychologically unstable billionaire? Why are the most popular romances today not about charming princes, but about vampires, werewolves, and creatures that bear no resemblance to the security of a healthy relationship? The answer is simple, brutal, and uncomfortable. A woman's deepest desires are not politically correct. They are primitive, dark, and dangerous. And you need to know this shadow if you want to be more than just cool. There is an underground layer in the human psyche where desire does not follow logic. And that is precisely where seduction happens. If you try to seduce a woman by what she says she wants, you will be ignored. But if you access what she can't admit she desires, you become unforgettable. Is that immoral? Or is it simply the reality no one wants to face? Current culture demands that men be gentle, controlled, self-assured. Meanwhile, the fantasies that explode in women's forums, in Pornhub's algorithms, and on Amazon shelves show women being humiliated, used, dominated, emotionally challenged by figures who don't ask permission. How to reconcile this contradiction? Perhaps the question isn't about reconciliation, but about exploration. Understanding that the feminine desires to lose itself in the masculine, not to be inferior, but to transcend. Submission, when chosen, is the portal to ecstasy, and it is in this forbidden realm that real seduction happens. The biggest mistake a man can make when looking at a woman is believing that everything she is visible. That her gestures, her gentleness, her light laughter at the cafe, her shyness when talking about sex, or her politically correct Instagram posts truly represent what inhabits her essence. This isn't just naive, it's fatal. Because the feminine by nature wasn't molded to reveal itself in public. It camouflages itself. It adapts to the environment. It flirts with the surface while hiding in the depths, a world that only the right men or wrong enough men will be allowed to access. Carl Jung's psychology calls this persona and shadow. The persona is what we show to the world, the acceptable, civilized, rational version. The shadow, on the other hand, is everything we repress, deny, hide, even from ourselves. But in the feminine, this duality takes on a more theatrical, almost mystical expression, because women have been socially programmed for centuries to appear good. From childhood, they learn that being accepted means being sweet, smiling when they don't want to, being desirable without seeming vulgar, being independent without scaring the fragile man. This performance becomes so ingrained that even they begin to believe it's real. But it isn't, because all it takes is for the bedroom door to close. All it takes is for trust to be established. All it takes is for a man to flip the right switch, for the social persona to dissolve, and the real woman to emerge. An intense, hungry, contradictory woman. A woman who likes to be pulled, who is excited by the forbidden, who surrenders to the darkness as if she were returning home. And that's where so many men make mistakes. They fall in love with the mask. They try to seduce the teacher and ignore the witch behind the glasses. They try to please the lawyer and are unaware of the emotional slave she desires to be, but would never confess. This feminine duality is not artificial. It is functional. It's part of the biology of social survival. Women need to adapt. They need to protect their image. Society has always judged female desire more harshly, with more repression. So, she learned to live in disguise. The truth is that the average woman you find in the supermarket is in essence a professional actress. And the more intelligent and educated she is, the more refined her performance will be. But that doesn't make it false, just more selective about who deserves to see its true version. Anthropology proves this. In tribal societies where there was no religious moral repression, Women still reserved their most intense desires only for warriors who demonstrated power, risk, and strength. This wasn't accidental. It was instinctive. The feminine is attracted to what challenges, not what pleases. Therefore, a woman can love the man who understands her, but desire the man who dominates her. And if you don't understand this contradiction, you will live in eternal exile from the true treasure she holds. Her voluntary submission, her desire to be taken by someone who doesn't ask permission, but who knows exactly what he's doing. The most tragic thing is that most men have been trained to reinforce only a woman's persona. They praise her intelligence, ask about her career, appear confident and predictable, as if they were in an emotional job interview. But they forget that desire doesn't stem from security. It stems from tension. And no matter how much she smiles and says, "You're a nice guy," the truth is, she'll leave and fantasize about someone else. Someone who makes her feel alive, not just respected. And that's not her fault. It's her nature. Robert Greene in The Art of Seduction warns, "Successful seductions begin with your personality, with your ability to radiate a characteristic that stirs emotions in a way she can't control." This means you need to activate something deeper in her than logic. And that something is always hidden behind the persona. It's the woman she denies being, but who explodes when she feels she's in hands strong enough to hold her. The woman who doesn't need to think, just feel, just react. Most modern relationships fail because men try to build connection behind a mask. But true connection only happens when you reach the part of her that no one else touches. When you tease her, when you observe her calmly, when you impose silence with your gaze, when you don't try to be the guy she dreamed of, but become the man she never dared to imagine. This doesn't require brute force. It requires brutal sensitivity. The sensitivity to perceive where she is lying to herself and the brutality to guide her, even so, to where she truly wants to go. And it is at this point that everything changes. When you understand that seducing a woman is not about rationally convincing her that you are a good choice, it's about freeing the beast trapped in the cage of what she has learned to be. It's about unlocking the shadow and saying, "You can be who you are with me." And when she feels that, she doesn't go back. Not emotionally. Because few things are as addictive as finally surrendering without shame. But that only happens when you stop trying to be the ideal man and start being the real man. The one who has the courage to explore the second woman within her. The woman she'll never introduce at the dinner table, but who will silently beg to be awakened if you're brave enough to see her. She says she wants security but dreams of the abyss. She says she desires stability but fantasizes about the unpredictable. The discourse is rational, the desire never. And this is where the greatest illusion of all men who fail with women lies, believing that what she says is what she wants. The problem is that desire is not born in discourse. Desire is born in instinct. And in the female instinct, what attracts her is not the man who promises a secure future. It's the one who threatens to shatter her certainties with a glance, the one who disconcerts her, the one who dominates her, the one who carries even in silence the energy of a predator. That's why so many men are abandoned by women who seemed absolutely enchanted by them in the first few weeks. They presented themselves as perfect, attentive, polite, stable, but over time, they revealed themselves to be predictable. And predictability for the reptilian brain of the female is the greatest negative aphrodisiac that exists. Because where there is no tension, there is no excitement. Where everything is guaranteed, nothing is conquered. And female desire is above all a field of internal conquest. She needs to feel dominated by something she doesn't fully understand. That's what ignites the fire, not logic. Culture, of course, hides this desire under layers of moralism, but it's still there, breathing, begging to be awakened. And where culture fails to nurture this shadow, fiction steps in. Observe the masculine archetypes that dominate best-selling romance novels for women. They aren't good guys. They're monsters, werewolves, vampires, demons, mobsters, redeemed villains, and they all have something in common. They are untamable men who carry within themselves a chaotic, dangerous animalistic force, but who somehow, for some specific woman, seem willing to be tamed. This activates the deepest fantasy of the feminine, not only to be chosen, but to be the only one capable of taming the beast that everyone fears. That is the real fantasy of Beauty and the Beast. And no, she doesn't fall in love with what he could be. She's excited by what he is, raw, wild, unpredictable. The narrative of transformation, of the beast becoming the prince, is just the social veneer we use to cover up the instinctive truth. The truth is that she gets involved because he's unreliable, because he represents risk, because he's an emotional challenge. And the greater the risk, the greater the proof of worth she feels in conquering him. It's a kind of psychological trophy. If I manage to tame that, then I'm special. The problem, of course, arises when she succeeds. Because when the beast becomes the prince, the game is over. The tension dissolves. The conquest is complete. And with that, desire dies. Just as many men lose interest when they finally possess a woman physically, many women lose their desire when they conquer a man emotionally. Because female desire feeds on mystery, not surrender. And a man who surrenders too quickly, who reveals everything about himself, who becomes completely predictable, ceases to be exciting. He becomes a companion. He becomes the friend she loves very much, but can no longer look at in the same way. You've seen this happen before, maybe to you, maybe to friends. The perfect guy who does everything right, and yet she leaves him and goes after a guy who doesn't answer messages, who disappears for days, who treats her with disdain. And you think, but why? Because this guy, despite being emotionally chaotic, still represents a mystery. He still carries the energy of the beast, and as long as he remains untamed, she will still have a challenge before her, a challenge that activates her ancestral instinct to tame masculine force like one tames a wild animal. This is where many men go wrong. They believe that by appearing accessible, available, and emotionally transparent, they will seem more secure, but what they seem in reality is already conquered, and everything that is already conquered for female desire is too predictable to be exciting. You don't need to be a jerk, but you need to understand the emotional structure of attraction. You are the prize, not the consolation prize. You are the chaos she tries to organize, not the rug she walks on to get there. You are the beast, not the servant. Kierkegaard's existential philosophy stated that human beings need anguish to evolve. In women, this translates to the anguish of emotional conquest. She needs to feel that she doesn't yet have you completely, that there are still parts of you she hasn't deciphered that you can leave at any moment if you aren't respected. And no, this isn't manipulation, it's nature. True masculinity is by definition dangerous, not physically, but psychologically. It has limits, it imposes structure, it doesn't bend to emotional whims, and that's exactly what attracts her. Therefore, when you see women falling for mobsters in movies, for villains in series, for men who represent the archetype of the forbidden, it's not about morality, it's about desire. And desire, as Ortega said, is born from fascination, and fascination is born from what takes us out of control, which leads us to an emotional territory where we don't choose, where we are chosen by instinct. And in this territory, the ideal man is not the most handsome, nor the richest, nor the most educated. He is the most untamed. That's why you don't need to be the tallest guy at the club or the most ripped at the gym. You need to be the most emotionally difficult to control, the one who commands respect with just a look, the one who creates silence with their presence, the one who challenges her to try to decipher you and fails. Because the more she fails to understand you, the more she will try, and the more she tries, the more involved she will be. And this isn't a game. This is biological structure. The female mind wants to be occupied, wants to be led, wants to surrender to something bigger than itself, and that something is you if you are the beast. But be warned, being the beast isn't about being brutal. It's about being emotionally impenetrable. It's about being enigmatic. It's about being the one she can't completely decode. It's about keeping the tension alive. It's about mastering the language of mystery. It's about having such a firm presence that she feels small next to you and at the same time deeply safe enough to surrender. It's the mixture of risk and protection, between danger and comfort, between symbolic brutality and real gentleness. The most powerful masculine archetype is not the oppressor. It is an imperturbable one. The one who doesn't react as expected, the one who doesn't bend, the one who chooses but never begs. She may be a leader at work, an active voice on social media, a woman with strong opinions and sharp speech. She may talk about freedom, equality, respect, empowerment. But even behind all this structure, there is a woman who intensely desires to surrender. Not to just anyone, not out of weakness, but out of impulse, out of instinct, or something she herself cannot explain and therefore will never confess. Because in this intimate territory where true desire dwells, words lose their function and modern ideas become irrelevant. What remains is a body that yearns to be commanded, a mind that desires to be disarmed, a soul that desires submission. This is perhaps the most cursed truth of our time. In an era that idolizes the strong and self-sufficient woman, admitting that many, if not most, fantasize about domination, humiliation, obedience, and even symbolic violence is almost a cultural heresy. But the statistics don't lie. Recent studies show that women are consuming more and more pornography with themes of intense submission. And we're not talking about romantic caresses or delicate settings. We're talking about slaps, pulls, orders, humiliations, situations of extreme power where the masculine takes and the feminine surrenders. And this consumption is not marginal, it's dominant. What's at stake here is not an anomaly, it's a pattern. So, how to explain this abyss between what is publicly defended and what is silently desired? How to understand this woman who speaks about respect but is aroused by rude words whispered in her ear? The answer lies in the psychological structure of desire. Desire is not born from morality. It is born from instinct, and the feminine instinct, contrary to what many think, does not desire control. It desires to be conquered. It desires to be invaded in body and psyche. And the more powerful a woman is in public life, the stronger this yearning for submission tends to be in the intimate sphere. Because desire is the only place where she can stop being everything the world demands she be. It's where she can finally not need to command anything. This intimate surrender, however, is not passive. It is highly selective. A woman only truly submits to a man she recognizes as superior, not in status, not in money, but in energy. A man who masters himself, who doesn't succumb to her charm, who sets boundaries with the calmness of someone who doesn't need to shout, who guides her with the firmness of someone who knows the way. This man for her represents freedom, because it is only before him that she can finally lower her guard, stop fighting, and feel. Robert Greene teaches that true seduction isn't about convincing someone to want you. It's about creating a space where she allows herself to lose herself in you. And for that, the man needs to be structure. He needs to be the wall against which she throws herself, the labyrinth in which she gets lost. For her chaos is external. She already lives surrounded by pressure, competition, and anxiety. When she desires a man, what she wants isn't an equal. It's the opposite. It's someone who puts her in the symbolic place of surrender, where she can close her eyes and trust, where she can stop thinking and just obey. But here's the contradiction. This woman will never admit this aloud, not to the world, perhaps not even to herself. Because we live in an era where the word submission has become synonymous with oppression, where admitting pleasure in being commanded is seen as a sign of weakness, alienation, a psychological problem. But as Jung said, everything that is repressed returns with greater force. And today, the feminine desire repressed by culture returns in the background of the mind. In the videos she watches alone, in the fantasies she never confesses, in the books she reads in secret. And what these contents reveal is not a deviation. It is the truth. The truth that the modern woman is tired of being strong all the time, and she desires with every fiber of her being someone who will make her surrender. Submission in this context is not oppression, it is liberation. It is the psychological experience of letting go of control, of trusting completely, of surrendering her body, her thoughts, her fears to someone who knows exactly what to do with them. But this someone cannot be just anyone. It needs to be the man who does not hesitate, who does not ask permission to exist, who does not need approval to assert his presence. This is the man she wishes to serve, not as a slave, but as a woman. The woman who can finally feel without guilt, who can be weak without being judged, who can enjoy the pleasure of not being the center of everything, but to be dominated, led, used, and deeply valued for it. The French philosopher Georges Bataille said that eroticism is the approval of life even in death. And in a certain sense, female submission is the supreme erotic experience. It is dying to the ego. It is disappearing as the center to be reborn as surrender. It is a form of transcendence. And therefore, it only happens with men who provoke this state, who don't flatter, who don't beg, who impose tension, who are in the emotional field masters of the game. These men don't seduce by what they say. They seduce by what they make her feel. And what she feels is that he is the only one before whom she doesn't need to pretend. This is where many fail. They try to be seductive by speaking beautifully, showing status, paying for dinners, but they forget that what she most desires cannot be bought. It can only be awakened. And this awakening requires energy, posture, mastery. It requires you to know how to press the right buttons firmly without hesitation. That you know how to gently push her towards the point of surrender. That you guide her through implicit commands, firm gazes, controlled gestures. It is in this silent theater that feminine desire flourishes in the game, where she feels you are the center and she the orbiter. This is not violence. This is structure. This is what Freud would call affective transference. The ability of someone to project themselves emotionally onto someone who represents authority and protection. The woman doesn't want a tyrant, but she also doesn't want a weakling. She wants a king. A man who, even when he imposes himself, does so consciously, who knows that she needs to feel subjugated but never devalued. A man who transforms the bed into an altar and the act into worship, where her pleasure is born precisely from the absence of control. You're here because you already know the truth. Being the good guy didn't make you desired. Being kind brought comfort, not attraction. Being stable made you safe, not unforgettable. And comfort without tension never creates desire. Now, you're at a crossroads. You either keep trying to earn attraction by being passive, or you learn how desire is actually triggered through presence, influence, and controlled tension. That's exactly why the Seducer's blueprint triggers instant desire. This 7-part course will show you how desire is activated in real time through posture, silence, eye contact, and strategic communication. You'll learn why most words fail, how to create emotional tension in under a minute, and how to leave a lasting impression without forcing anything. This isn't a theory. It's practical, immediate, and unapologetically real. What's inside isn't politically correct, but it works. That's why it's forbidden. If you're tired of being overlooked, tired of doing everything right and getting nothing back, this is the shift. Attraction stops being about pleasing and starts being about provoking. Click the link below, access the full course, and become the kind of man who doesn't chase attention but makes it inevitable.